Yhwach holds the unconscious Kenpachi by the throat and mocks him, saying one of the Soul Society's special war powers was this weak. Just then, Yamamoto crashes onto the battlefield. After 1,000 years, the two greatest enemies finally stand face to face once again. Yamamoto declares he's here to erase Yhwach once and for all. The two immediately clash, and with a single slash, Yamamoto cuts off Yhwach's arm. But instead of panicking, Yhwach simply smiles. What happens next is one of the most legendary fights in all of Bleach, as Yamamoto finally reveals the terrifying power of his Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. The story begins with Mayuri asking about the Sutra scale. Akon says it's at category 4 and serious. Mayuri chews him out for waiting too long to report it. Down in the monitoring room, technicians are panicking because hollows keep disappearing. Akon says if this keeps up, the barrier between worlds will collapse. Mayuri agrees only one group could be doing this. The scene shifts to Yuki getting woken up by Kurumadani, who chews him out for sleeping during his briefing. Yuki says he was too nervous to sleep last night. Kurumadani calls him out for using the same excuse before. Later, Shino slaps Yuki on the head to get his attention. She tells him to act confident since they're heading to their new post. Yuki says he's nervous because Karakura has a high hollow rate and already has a strong substitute Shinigami, so why are they even needed? Shino grabs him and says they were assigned so they wouldn't have to rely on the substitute as much, so he should puff out his chest. Yuki jokes she doesn't have much to puff out herself. She punches him. That night, a mysterious figure crushes Hollow Bait on a rooftop. Yuki and Shino arrive with Kurumadani, who asks about Yuki's bruised face. Yuki says he was born that way. Kurumadani buys it and leaves, telling them to work together. Shino says, split up. She'll take north, he takes south. Yuki asks if she's scared. He admits he is. She tells him to find his resolve and bounces. Suddenly, a big one-eyed hollow chases Yuki. He runs and calls for Shino, but finds her bloodied and held by a giant ape-like hollow with 3 others around. Yuki draws his sword, but gets slammed by the chasing hollow and tossed across the rooftop. He can't move and thinks he's gonna die without saving her. Suddenly, a Getsuga Tensho cuts through the hollows. Ichigo steps in, asks if Yuki is replacing Kurumadani, and says he won't be useful if he's as useless as him. Yuki asks who he is. Ichigo smirks and says he's the substitute Shinigami, while the mysterious figure watches from an alley. He is walking around the streets, saying she enjoyed her early bath. She asks why nobody is answering her. Lisa says, Love went to buy Jump and coffee milk. He asks for the key to their warehouse. Lisa says Hachijin has it and went to cool off at a cafe, which annoys Hiyori since he wore a suit to a public bath. Suddenly, she senses a Shinigami and sees a distortion forming in the air. The scene shifts to Yuki waking up on Ichigo's bed. Ichigo tells him he's free to leave if he's awake. Orihime bursts in with leftover bread from the bakery she works at. Ichigo jokes it must not be good if it didn't sell. Orihime teases him and says people who say that don't get any. Uryu and Chad show up, pointing out Ichigo always eats her bread the most. Ichigo tells them to shut up and asks why they didn't ring the bell. Yuki finally recognizes Ichigo as the substitute Shinigami and freaks out. Ichigo says they actually met 2 days ago and Yuki's been asleep for over a day. Flashback shows Ichigo slicing through hollows with Zangetsu, Uryu blasting others with Heilig Feel, and Orihime healing Shino, partially with Soten Kishin while saying she'll finish later. Ichigo tells Uryu his arrows were more dangerous than the hollows. Back in the present, Yuki thinks about how strong Ichigo and his friends were against those giant hollows. Ichigo hands him bread and tells him to get into the Gigai next to him. Yuki screams when he sees a blank-eyed copy of himself lying in bed. He asks about Shino. Just then, Shino walks in with 2 shopping bags of cola, drops them when she sees him, calls him pathetic, and hits him with a flying clothesline. While they wrestle in the background, Orihime laments the spilled cola, and Uryu suggests saving the yakisoba bread for Yuki, but Ichigo sees right through him. Meanwhile, in the Rukongai, Ikkaku and Yumichika run through the forest. Ikkaku says he refuses to believe residents just vanished and someone messed with the 11th Division's territory. Back at the clinic, Ichigo asks Yuki's name. Suddenly, Ebern crashes in and lands on his bed, introducing himself. Ichigo says he doesn't know him and tells him to get off his bed. Ebern refuses to get off Ichigo's bed. Ichigo kicks him in the face and sends him flying out the window. Zu thinks he's just fooling around. Uryu guesses Ebern is an errand car because of the mask fragment. Ichigo grabs his badge, transforms, and says he'll drive Ebern away. Sato and Uryu say they'll join once they finish eating, but Ichigo says it'll be over by then. Yuki and Shino cling to each other while Orihime chews bread and admits she doesn't know who Ebern is. Outside, Ichigo calls down to Ebern and tells him to follow if he wants to talk. Ebern calls him arrogant. Ichigo denies being curious and leaps away with Ebern chasing him. Ichigo asks if Uryu was right about him being an Arrancar. Ebern gets annoyed. Ichigo asks if he wants revenge for Aizen or if he came with anyone. Ebern says he's not an Arrancar, flicks out his hand, and reveals a Quincy cross. He creates reishi cannons from the air. Ichigo is startled, recognizing the cross. Meanwhile, in the Rukongai, Yumechika stops in a deserted village and says, "There's really no one here." Ikaku says things are getting worse. Yumechika suggests the villagers got scared and left, but Ikaku says the research institute would be tracking them. Their men report they couldn't find a single child after searching everywhere. Yumechika calls it supernatural. Ikaku refuses to accept that. One of their men shows them footprints that converge and suddenly stop. Yumechika deduces the residents abducted each other. Ikaku says they'll keep investigating. Simultaneously, Yamamoto stands in his office receiving reports. As a Shinigami starts delivering the 10th Division's report, he gets attacked. Yamamoto turns to find 7 masked individuals across the room. Looters greets him and says they've come to declare war. Looters points out how easy it was to infiltrate the Captain Commander's office and questions Yamamoto's security. Yamamoto says there's no greater security than his own presence. Looters acknowledges it and says this is Yamamoto's last moment of arrogance. Meanwhile, Ebern fires reishi blasts at Ichigo, who evades and cuts through them with Zangetsu. Ichigo struggles to understand how Ebern has a Quincy cross like Urs but looks like an Arrancar. Ebern keeps taunting him and encourages him to use Bankai. Ichigo decides to play along since he doesn't know who Ebern is, or what he wants. Ebern pulls out a medallion and activates it, releasing a massive X of energy. He declares it'll be the end of Ichigo's Bankai. Ichigo activates Tensa Zangetsu. The medallion releases beams of light that envelop him while Ebern chants in German. Despite his long coat arm cracking and breaking off, Ichigo slashes through the beams and fires a Getsuga Tensho directly at Ebern. Back in Yamamoto's office, Sasakibe gets impaled and pinned to the wall by a massive Heilig file. Yamamoto is shocked. Looters tells him not to mourn, saying Sasakibe's fate is the same for all Shinigami, and declares the Wandenreich will annihilate Soul Society in 5 days. Yamamoto moves to his lieutenant, Sasakibe, with Shunpo, shatters the Heilig file impaling him, and holds Chojiro with his left arm while glaring at looters, who infers that Yamamoto wants to know who they are, and refuses to tell him since he should already know prior to shadows enveloping him and the other 6 individuals. In response to this, Yamamoto furiously tells them to wait and unleashes a torrent of flame with his Shikai, Ryujin, that envelops the room and bursts out from the balcony. In the aftermath, Yamamoto sees that the messengers have disappeared and deduces that they can move through the shu undetected because there are no traces of their Reiyatsu within the Seirei. Suddenly, a badly wounded Chojiro reveals that there is something he must tell Yamamoto and reveals that the enemy can do something to their Bankai, to Yamamoto's alarm. Meanwhile, a badly burned Ebern emerges from the smoke he was left in by the Getsuga Tensho that slammed into him and demands to know why Ichigo's Bankai did not disappear, only for Ichigo to hold his sword to Ebern's throat and pick up on this, while musing that he now has many questions to ask Ebern due to the events of the last 5 minutes. Suddenly, when Ichigo asserts that Ebern is coming with him, a cursing Ebern creates a shadow in front of himself, causing Ichigo to move back in alarm, and assures Ichigo that it only covers the chosen before vanishing once the shadow moves back to envelop him and disintegrates into the wind, leaving Ichigo to wonder what this was since it was not a Garganta. Shortly afterward, at Silburn, Looters walks into the main hall alongside his 6 companions and notices Ebern kneeling nearby, which he mockingly commends as he considers forgiving Ebern for getting overzealous on his mission and being left injured, though Ebern quickly clarifies that he would never bow before Looters. Suddenly, an aggravated Looters is interrupted when Yhwach cuts off his right arm, causing him to collapse and scream in agony, while Yhwach reminds him that they are not to argue in his presence since he dislikes conflict before requesting that they relay their report for peace. In Silburn, Yhwach tells Looters to give his report while lying down since he's in pain. But when Yhwach says he doesn't need his legs either if he won't sit up, Looters forces himself up in terror. Ebern watches nervously. Yhwach smirks and tells him to begin. Meanwhile at the clinic, Yuki sits with the group and says, Ichigo's late. Uryu says there's no need to worry since the enemy's Reiyatsu vanished, and Ichigo wouldn't lose to someone like that. Uryu says he'd never help Ichigo. Sato says he would. Orihime teases Uryu about being good friends with Ichigo. Ichigo returns and says he's not hurt. Yuki's Denrei Shinki rings with a recording of Shino humming. She punches him for pointing out how bad it sounds. Yuki answers and learns about Sasakibe's funeral, which he relays to the stunned group. Flashback shows Akon telling Yuki that 7 intruders infiltrated Yamamoto's office, killing 1 Shinigami. Another intruder appeared near Black Ridge Gate and killed 116 people in 3 minutes. Sasakibe was mortally wounded and died shortly after. Akon says all witnesses are dead, entry methods unknown, and the attackers bypassed the Shakunmaku entirely. Back in the present, Ichigo looks out at sunset and decides to patrol. He leaves in Shinigami form, remembering U's warning to stay alert. Suddenly, Nell screams his name and falls from a garganta, slamming into him and cratering the ground. Ichigo gets up and chews her out for doing this after almost 2 years apart. Nell weeps and begs him to help because something terrible happened in Hueco Mundo. Back in Silburn, Looters says Soul Society will be destroyed in 5 days. Yhwach asks if he's a prophet. Looters says no. Yhwach blows his head off. He tells Abern he kept Ichigo at bay, but then blows his head off too, telling him to become a foundation for peace. One messenger asks if Yhwach is okay disposing of Arrancar since he called them valuable. Yhwach says they can always get more because Hueco Mundo is under his control. He pulls a curtain aside to reveal Haribel chained up and defeated in her resurrection. Nell says someone attacked Hueco Mundo. Ichigo tries to get details but has to pull her aside when Pesce crashes down next to him. Pesce tries to introduce himself, but Ichigo stomps on his crotch. Ichigo asks what Pesce was trying to do while he was hearing Nell out. Pesce pulls himself out and says Hueco Mundo was captured. Ichigo tells him to stop putting his rear in the air and says he already knows. Meanwhile in the Seirete, the captains and lieutenants stand before Sasakibe's crematorium. Byakuya tells Renji that Sasakibe achieved Bankai before Kyoraku or Ukitake were even born, but never displayed it in public. Some captains disrespected him for not fighting, but Sasakibe never resented his position and always turned down captain offers out of loyalty to Yamamoto. Byakuya notes that Sasakibe died upon using his Bankai in battle for the first time. Yamamoto stands mournfully in front of the pyre and orders the fires lit. Back at the clinic, Ichigo gathers Chad, and U to meet Nell and Pesce. He apologizes for calling them late. Pesce explains that Haribel ruled Hueco Mundo until the Wandenreich arrived, defeated her, and captured her. They've taken several Arrancar as soldiers. Ichigo realizes Ebern must have been one of them. Pesce reveals they also took Dondochaka. Orihime is concerned. Chad says he knows Ichigo will want to help. Ichigo confirms he can't ignore the Arrancar's plight. Oryu says he can't come this time. Ichigo accepts it since Quincy exists to destroy Hollow. He says he figured Oryu would respond that way and just didn't want him sulking. Oryu gets irritated. Ichigo promises they'll manage without him. Urahara appears on the windowsill and offers to arrange a trip to Hueco Mundo. Simultaneously in Silburn, attendants clean blood as Haschwalth picks up Ebern's medallion. He notes it was used but didn't function properly. Yhwach is perturbed and says they'll need a special method for Ichigo. Haschwalth says verifying this is significant. Yhwach tells him to have the Jagdarmi capture more Arrancar. Haschwalth affirms it. Shortly after, Jagdarmi members escort chained Arrancar through the sands while energy gathers above unnoticed. Ichigo runs through the Garganta with Orihime, Chad, Nell, and Pesho. He asks how Urahara showed up at the right time. Urahara jokes he was hiding outside the window, but admits he was alerted by the Arrancar dropping into Karakura, Ichigo's battle, and the activity in Soul Society. The Garganta opens above Hueco Mundo. Nell is shocked they're so high. Ichigo says it's usual with Urahara. Orihime catches them with Santen Keshun. Below, Jagdarme members hear voices, but dismiss it since they killed everyone else. Ichigo hides with his friends. Chad says they weren't noticed. Pesce calls the Jagdarme fools. Ichigo is surprised he can talk with his mouth covered. Pesce says he's just grabbing a protuberance. Urahara looks at the bodies and says all the Hollows and Arrancar here are dead. Orihime confirms it after inspecting the corpses. Pesce points out a blue flame burning on the sands, which is highly condensed. Reishi used to burn even rocks. He says it's one of the Wandenreich's unknown powers that sent the Arrancar into disarray. Ichigo decides to rescue the taken Arrancar too. Pesce points out Dondochaka isn't in this group. Ichigo says it doesn't matter, they'll save them anyway. Urahara wonders if Ichigo remembers these Arrancar were enemies. Chad says Pesce knew Ichigo would react this way. Orihime and Chad run after Ichigo. Pesce says they'll act too, and Urahara agrees. Elsewhere, the captive Arrancar are lined up against a wall. Quilge sits on a throne and gets up when his subordinate informs him of something. Loli says they need to take him down. Manoli questions it, but Loli says they'll die anyway. Quilge announces a selection competition to determine who lives or dies. He'll stab each Arrancar in the side and they must beg if they want to live. A male Arrancar steps forward and asks if he'll be spared if he serves the Vondenreich. Quilga impales him and says joining requires an exam. He starts impaling others while his subordinates discuss his lack of interest in Hueco Mundo. When Quilga stabs at them, Loli evades and grabs the spear. Manoli cuts through it with her Zanpakuto and holds it to Quilga's chin. Quilga notes they took too long to react and is puzzled they still have their Zanpakuto. Loli and Manoli introduce themselves and say they'd never lose to an underling. Quilga manifests his Reishi sword, cuts through Manoli's blade, throws daggers into her shoulder, and punches Loli. He tells his subordinates to punish them without killing, because Yhwach ordered him to bring back foolish Arrancar with courage. He says Aizen wasn't that great if he had weak Arrancar like this, and even Haribel was powerless before Yhwach. Hearing noises of pain, he turns to reprimand his subordinates but sees Pulsera Cuerno decapitating dozens and hurtling toward him. Quilga catches it without injury. Apache stands on a rocky outcropping with Mila Rose and Sung Sun, expressing disbelief at Quilga speaking poorly of Haribel. Apache disparages him, Sung Sun questions who she's talking to, and Mila Rose threatens to kill Apache if she gets too carried away. Apache and Mila Rose start butting heads and screaming death threats at each other. Sung Sun confronts Quilga alone since the apes are busy fighting. Miles away, Ichigo senses a conflict. Nell pops up on his shoulder and identifies it as the Tres Bestias. She says they're Haribel's fraction, strong and fearsome but constantly trying to kill each other, so the Jagdarmi has no hope. Nell clutches Ichigo's eyes and wails, making him protest he can't see. Meanwhile, Apache punches a soldier and wonders if Mila Rose is talking about her. Mila Rose cuts through another and says Apache's ears are rotten. They butt heads again. Sung Sun shoves her sword through another soldier's head and tells them to leave if they're gonna squabble. The remaining soldiers are intimidated. One runs to Quilga and asks for a withdrawal order. Quilga fires a Heilig file through his chest. He suggests the Tres Bestias surrender and join the Vondenreich to serve Yhwach alongside Haribel. Apache rejects it and demands he stop underestimating them. Quilga realizes negotiations failed and is disappointed. Meanwhile, in the captain's meeting, Akon finishes his report. Mayuri steps in and says the Vondenreich are connected to the hollow disk. Erasing souls from the cycle means the human world and soul society could be destroyed. He says only Quincy can do this. They don't know how they survived but must be cautious about the Vondenreich bypassing the Shakun Maku and sealing Bankai. Yamamoto interrupts, asks where their base is. Mayuri admits they don't know. Yamamoto says they have no way to attack yet and orders the captains to prepare for battle immediately, not trusting the 5-day declaration. Back in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo sees another explosion. Nell says the Tres Bestias are too strong and Ichigo won't help. He leaps up and sees Quilga standing over Apache, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun lying defeated with bloody wounds. Quilga recognizes Ichigo and says they're getting a lot of guests today. He paces nervously in the lieutenant's room. Renji tells her to relax. She says he can't expect her to relax in a crisis. Izuru asks for their attention and says the invasion, hollow disappearances, and Rukongai villagers vanishing are all connected. But the 12th Division's report claims the Rukongai disappearances are unrelated and just a quarrel among villagers, so the investigation was called off despite the disses continuing. Izuru asks if any of them have investigated past the 50th district. Yachiru says Ikaku and Yumichika went to Sabitsura. Izuru asks what they found. Yachiru says just footprints that suddenly disappeared with no hollow tracks. Izuru asks what type. She says bare feet and sandals. Ao is startled. Izuru explains that outside the 50th district, residents wear rags and walk barefoot. In the last 550 years, no one has been found wearing sandals past the 59th district. Sandal prints in Sabitsura should belong to Shinigami. He thinks it's strange the Reishi investigation unit wasn't involved and asks Nemu what Mayuri is hiding. She says Mayuri hasn't given her any info. Izuru says he'll report this to Yamamoto. Nemu says he can do what he wants since Mayuri wouldn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Nell is shocked the Tres Bestias are defeated. Quilga says he knows all about Ichigo, who is listed as a special war power and must be prioritized. Jagdarmi soldiers fire Heilig File at Ichigo, creating an explosion. Ichigo emerges unscathed with Nell. Quilga confirms they are Quincy, manifests his Reishi sword, and fires his own Heilig Feel. Simultaneously in Silburn, Yhwach is informed of Ichigo fighting Quilga. He decides to invade Soul Society now since Quilga is keeping Ichigo busy. He orders the Sternritter to commence the invasion. Back in Seirei-te, Yamamoto stands before Mayuri, who confirms he mobilized the 12th Division to expunge 28,000 Rukongai souls to fix the balance. Yamamoto asks why he didn't request permission. Mayuri says he couldn't risk the escalation while waiting. Yamamoto says the institute could have prevented this by reporting sooner. Mayuri says Yamamoto is wrong and reminds him he warned Yamamoto when Uryu infiltrated, but Yamamoto disregarded it. Mayuri angrily concludes everything falls on Yamamoto for failing to kill Yhwach 1,000 years ago. In Silburn, Yhwach orders the Sternritter to equip themselves and assemble at the Gate of the Sun immediately. The invasion of Soul Society begins because Ichigo is busy fighting in Hueco Mundo. Haschwalth stands at the forefront. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Quilge says all his Heilig file hit their mark and tells Ichigo he can do better. Ichigo drops out of the smoke holding Quilge's arrow with his bare hand and throws it back. Quilge gets engulfed in an explosion. Ichigo drops to the sand, throws Nell to Orihime, and fires a Getsuga Tensho when 6 more arrows come at him. Quilge emerges and commends Ichigo's performance, admitting shame at his own lack of skill. Ichigo says Quilge's arrows are stronger than Quilge says that's impossible. Asks what he means. Quilge realizes he said too much and apologizes. He says Yhwach ordered him to kill Ichigo right here, so it's pointless for Ichigo to gain info. Quilge pulls off his right glove to reveal a Leiden Hand with the Wandenreich emblem. A massive Reishi cross forms around him. Ichigo recognizes the technique Uryu once used. The cross shatters and Quilge emerges with wings, gloves, boots, and a Heiligenschein all made of Reishi. He calls it Quincy, Volst. In the distance, Pesha tells Urahara to hurry. Urahara reminds him Pesha suggested saving Dondochaka while Ichigo distracts the enemy. Dondochaka says it was close. Pesha kicks him for hiding in the sand on top of being heavy. Suddenly, Urahara looks behind them in alarm. Yhwach stands calmly in the air above the Seirete. Orihime crouches next to Loli, Manoli, and the Tresbes, healing them with Soten Kishun while staying inside the barrier with Nell and Chad. She notes something's wrong. There was no Reishi shockwave from Quilge's activation, and she doesn't feel any Reiatsu from him either. Quilge appears behind Ichigo faster than he can react, manifests his Reishi sword, and brings it down. Flashback shows Urahara pulling Ichigo aside to explain Quincy, let's steal. He says it's why Uryu lost his powers. The Sanrei glove heightens Reishi absorption, and removal grants Let's Steal, the final power a Quincy can obtain because it uses up their abilities entirely. Back in the present, Ichigo leaps out of the sand cloud and turns to defend himself. Quilge soars out and crosses swords with him. Quilge realizes what Ichigo's thinking and clarifies this isn't Let's Steal. He says, Let's Steal is a relic that died out 200 years ago. Soken Ishida was the only one who clung to it because he rejected the Wandenreich's evolution. Ichigo blocks an overhead strike and gets pushed to the ground. Quilge says the difference between the two powers is like heaven and earth. Ichigo says he's glad this isn't what Uryu used because it'd make him look creepy. Quilge recoils. Ichigo eases pressure on his blade and fires a point-blank Getsuga Tensho. The sand clears to reveal Quilge unharmed with Zangetsu pressed against his neck. Quilge advises Ichigo to aim better and says atrocious Shinigami should find their executioners horrifying. He holds his sword aloft and absorbs Reishi from everything around him with Sclavere. Soten Kishun gets torn apart. Sato says all Reishi in Hueco Mundo is converging on Quilge. Orihime realizes Quincy absorb Reishi rather than emit it. Quilge names his Volstandig as Pisquiel and tells Ichigo to receive its power. Suddenly, Aion punches Quilge dozens of meters away. Mila Rose says he let his guard down. Sung Sun reminds him not to underestimate them. Apache tells Aion to show Quilge his power. Got it. Aion turns to look at the Tres Bestias. Mila Rose wonders what he's looking at. Sung Sun refuses to believe he's worried about them. Apache tells Aion he doesn't need to mind them and can cut loose. Aion roars, generating waves of force across the desert. Apache explains to Ichigo that Aion is born from the fusion of their severed left arms, powerful and unpredictable, and warns him to get out if he doesn't want to die since they're not the enemy this time. Aion lunges at Quilge. Quilge says he can't overcome his Volstandig, but Aion punches him hard enough to make him bleed. Meanwhile, in the Seirete, Yuki and Shino are angrily ordered to find their post. As they run, Shino chastises Yuki for taking so long in the bathroom. Yuki asks why they have to fight Quincy. Shino reminds him that Wandenreich declared war. Yuki clarifies he's asking about the original reason they're enemies when they share the goal of destroying Hollows. Kajamaru approaches and says the biggest difference is how they dispose of Hollows. Shinigami cleanse souls and sends them to Soul Society, while Quincy kills and completely extinguishes them. Yuki confirms he knows Shinigami are called balancers. Kajomaru explains the soul balance between worlds and how Quincy disrupted it by destroying hollow souls, which would eventually cause both realms to collapse. He says the Shinigami tried dialogue but were rejected, leading to the Quincy extermination 200 years ago. The The grudge from that genocide will never fade. Yuki asks if Shinigami fight for justice. Kajomaru says this war is happening because both sides are just. Back in Hueco Mundo, Aion repeatedly pounds Quilge into the sand, leaving Orihime horrified and Sado unnerved. Quilge ends up embedded upside down with only his legs and wings visible. The Tres Bestias are delighted. Apache admits surprise he's still intact and approaches him, but gets stabbed through the chest by his reishi sword and collapses. Quilge stands up, pushes his broken neck back into place and says this level of power wasn't reported. He promises they'll all die here first. Quilge begins repairing his Volstandig, Pisquiel, with Sclavarai. He tells Aion he'll be the first to die, then corrects himself and says Aion will live instead. Aion rushes at him despite Mila Rose's warning. Quilge tears the flesh off Aion's bones with Sclavarai, integrating elements into his body and Pisquiel. 2 large eyes appear on his wings, his teeth grow large and lipless, and his left arm gains massive muscle. Quilge explains Sclavarai is reishi absorption taken to its limit to become reishi subjugation. He admits he didn't want to use it since it makes him unsightly. Mila Rose picks up Apache and leaps away with Sung Sun, who lands before Orihime and Chad and uses Muda, shedding her skin to create a dome that camouflages them. Quilge senses their Reiatsu disappear and notes the decision to hide is very beast-like. Mila Rose says they're not saving Orihime and Chad, but rather they have enough Reiryoku to cause problems if Quilge absorbs them. She recognizes Orihime as Aizen's princess and expresses disbelief she's back in Hueco Mundo. Sung Sun says they'll ask later and explains Sclavarai will rip their bodies apart if they try to fight. Muda conceals their presence with optical camouflage and Reiatsu partition, letting them move to Ichigo's location. Quilge absorbs the section of Muda behind her and praises the move, but says she failed to account for their power difference. He initiates Sclavarai, ripping parts of Mila Rose and Sung Sun's skin off. Orihime and Chad experience the same phenomenon. Quilge watches passively, says struggles reaffirm his beliefs, laments the unsightly deaths of the weak, and coldly tells them to die. Suddenly, a black Getsuga Tensho from behind shatters his Heiligenschein. Ichigo comes down with Tensa Zangetsu and forces him into a blade lock. Ichigo notes Quilge can't use Sclavarai anymore once his Heiligenschein is destroyed. Quilge admits it takes courage to act on that realization and expresses annoyance at how difficult Ichigo is to deal with. Meanwhile, in the Seirete, Kajomaru notices Yuki sweating and tells him not to be tense. He says the enemy should enter through the gates since most damage was near Black Ridge Gate. Yhwach stands above them, already inside the Shakonmaku. Kajomaru assures them Yhwach can't do anything from outside, but Yuki points out he's already inside. Several gigantic reishi pillars erupt behind Kajomaru. Yhwach muses that conflict is a bitter affair. Gigantic reishi pillars erupt across the Seirete. Akuya watches his subordinates rush past in confusion. Nanao, Hisagi, Renji, and Izuru look outside in astonishment. Kajomaru realizes they're blue fire, not light. Sentaro and Kione express disbelief at the density and number of pillars. Rukia runs past them, declaring she's headed toward the base since the enemy leaders should be there. Yamamoto steps out and tasks Okikiba with guarding the barracks. Near the 3rd Division barracks, Izuru stands before a pillar and asks how much longer the analysis will take. The technician says the reishi density is making instruments malfunction. Izuru asks if the enemy is in the pillars too. Togakushi says he can't think of anywhere else. Gori claims to be yawning from boredom, and Katakura hopes he bites his tongue when the enemy comes out. The technician detects Reiatsu with a 93% match to Quincy. Izuru sees Bazb's silhouette and orders an attack. A beam of fire blasts out, punching through Izuru's torso and severing his right arm. Togakushi admonishes Bazb for a dishonorable attack. Gori and Katakura release their Shikai and confront Bazb. Bazb rushes forward, slams his fists into their heads, crushing them against the pavement, then quickly kills Togakushi. The other Shinigami flee in terror. Bazb lowers his hood and says they're ordered to kill everyone. Driscoll, Askin, Robert, Bambietta, and As Not emerge from their own pillars. Haschwalth tells the mobilizing Gote 13 to tremble because the Sternritter are about to purge them. In the Research Institute, Akon is told they've detected enemy Reiatsu in 16 locations, but Shinigami are disappearing where no invaders were detected. The Reiatsu of Izuru and his officers have disappeared. 86 Shinigami killed in the western districts. Akon is speechless at over 1,000 casualties in 7 minutes and can't see how they could win while Ichigo is stuck in Hueco Mundo. a Jigokucho flies to Rose, who stands over dead Shinigami and acknowledges the disappearing Reiatsu of Izuru, 3 seated officers, and 27 other Shinigami. Asks if someone died. Rose questions why he'd answer. Nanana says Baz B landed near Rose's subordinates and messed up if he left any alive. Rose says it's not artful to find faults in comrades. He looks at his Zanpakuto and says, looking at Izuru always gives him flashes of inspiration. Holding a guitar near him makes melodies flow like tears, so he and his guitar would be devastated if Izuru were gone. Says he doesn't understand art and promises Rose will be dead in 5 minutes. Rose says really doesn't understand art. He's already crying from his subordinates' deaths and warns Nana not to expect to make it out alive. At the 6th Division barracks, Shinigami are impaled on Aizen's reishi thorns, while others wonder why their attacks don't work and why the dying are screaming in terror. One Shinigami begs his fleeing comrades to come back since they're supposed to protect the Seirete with their lives and closes his eyes to confront Ez alone. Renji embeds Zabimaru between them, praises the Shinigami's proclamation, and says he'll take over. At the 7th Division barracks, Bambietta cuts several Shinigami in half before Komamura grabs her wrist. He's aghast at a young girl fighting for the Vandenreich. Bambietta counters that Soul Society must be understaffed if they promoted a dog to captain. Across the Seirete, Driscoll confronts his black-haired Sternritter. Hitsugaya glares at Kang-do standing on a wall opposite him. Back at the 6th Division barracks, Renji attacks S with Zabimaru, but S blocks without injury using Blute Vein. Renji notices his veins glowing blue when blocking and decides to speed up. Mask Demasculine comes down on him from above. Renji leaps away. Mask follows him into the air. Byakuya intercepts Mask's strike with Senbonzakura. He tells Renji there's no reason to hold back. The Yhwach wants to destroy the Seirete, so Renji should cut them down with everything he's got. At the Blue Stream Gate, Hashwalth approaches Kajamaru and the other Shinigami. Kajamaru promises to stop him. Hashwalth permits them to run since none are worth his time. Kajamaru is offended by the mockery. Hashwalth says he's so overcome by fear, he's shifted from life and death to simply restraining him, and declares the war has already begun. Kajamaru screams and rushes at him. Hashwalth vertically bisects him with his sword. At the 6th Division barracks, Byakuya says the Sternritter are responsible for Sasakibe's death and the bloodshed, so Renji doesn't need to show pity. Renji insists he wasn't. S tries to move. Byakuya surrounds his hand with Senbonzakura and orders him not to. Renji warns their swords can't cut Sternritter's skin. Byakuya denies this and intensifies his assault, cutting S' hand in several places despite his Blute Vein. Mask runs over in confusion and concern. Byakuya suggests he not move either and destroys the floor beneath him with Senbonzakura, sending Mask crashing into the building below. Byakuya reforms his sword and says it's now 2 against 1. He tells Renji to finish S with his Bankai should his own get sealed. Renji is shocked. Byakuya recounts Sasakibe's report about the Vandenreich sealing Bankai. Renji says that's why they can't use them. Byakuya points out the Sternritter aren't an enemy that can be defeated without Bankai. Meanwhile, Komamura tells Iba to observe how Bambietta seals his Bankai, because discovering a way to break it is key. Hitsugaya tells Rangu he'll use it close to her so she can fight alongside him and find a way to break the seal. Suifeng muses to Omaeda, there's no problem if they dispose of their opponents before their Bankai are sealed. Byakuya, Komamura, Suifeng, and Hitsugaya activate their Bankai. Senbonzakura, Kageyoshi, Kokujo Tengen Myoo, Jakuho Raikuben, and Daiguren Hyorinmaru. S, Bambietta, BG9, and Kang-do pull out their medallions and absorb the Bankai. Byakuya realizes they were stolen, not sealed. Suifeng is left aghast. Iba demands to know what this is, and Rangiku wonders what just happened. Omaeda is speechless. Hitsugaya stares down in shock. Renji expresses disbelief. Komamura looks up at the sky and realizes his Bankai is gone. Hitsugaya begs Hyorinmaru to say something, but gets no response. He falls to his knees in despair. Rangiku expresses concern. Hitsugaya orders her to tell the other captains not to use their Bankai because the Sternritter can steal them. Rangiku cuts her thumb, draws a sigil along her arm, and initiates Bakudo, Chakra 77 Tente Kura, to relay the warning across the Seirete. Kensei is aghast. Kenpachi is startled. Rose is shocked Bankai can be stolen. Ukitake closes his eyes in sorrow. Shinji angrily wonders what his fellow captains are doing. Unohana observes 3 other captains have had their Bankai stolen. Mayuri slams his fist against a wall, berating the captains for not waiting until his analysis was complete. Yamamoto leaps away. Shunsui observes they're fortunate Mayuri can usually devise a solution within a day given enough info, but he severely lacks info this time. Someone would eventually need to be a sacrifice because they can't win without Bankai. Robert dashes towards Shunsui with Hirenkyaku, shoots off his hat, and evades Shunsui's counterattack by activating his Volstandig, Grimanial. He reappears behind Shunsui and shoots out his right eye. Blood drips from his socket. Shunsui admits he's more disturbed than he thought despite trying to put on a brave face, and says this is a problem. At the Blue Stream Gate, Shino kneels beside Kajomaru's corpse and screams his name. Yuki and others stand speechless. Alth asks Yhwach what should be done since the unit seems to have lost its will to fight. Yhwach leaves it up to him and says he can spare them if he believes they'll be better off that way. Hoshwalth acknowledges. At the 6th Division barracks, Renji attempts to activate his Bankai. Byakuya stops him and says they mustn't lose Renji's Bankai too. Renji frantically demands how they're supposed to fight otherwise. As dozens more Shinigami are cut down, Akon presses his trembling fist against the monitor and demands they contact Ichigo. A technician says they need Mayuri's permission. Akon counters that Mayuri's on the front lines and vows to take responsibility. Akon orders the technicians to connect to Ichigo through his substitute Shinigami badge. One pauses and says the badge is in the human world while Ichigo is in Hueco Mundo. The badge is at the Urahara shop, likely underground. Akon deduces Urahara is with Ichigo and requests they connect to him instead. In Hueco Mundo, Urahara answers cheerfully and asks how things are going. Akon gets aggravated by his casual tone. And Rin note only Urahara and Mayuri can do this to Akon. Akon urgently asks for Ichigo. Urahara says Ichigo is fighting Quilge, a Quincy captain of a hunting army. Akon expresses disbelief at Ichigo going to Hueco Mundo before the Gotei 13 could act. Urahara says they're about even, but corrects himself. Ichigo is actually winning. Quilge's medallion fails to steal Tensa Zangetsu, and he screams in frustration. Ichigo attacks him, sending him through a structure. Urahara relays that Quilge's attempts to seal the Bankai aren't working. The technicians are shocked. Urahara scratches his leg and refuses to walk into the fight because it's dangerous. Pesh calls him stupid for being relaxed. Urahara says he knows Soul Society was invaded, and Akon contacting him must mean things are dire, so he wants to know what's happening. Quilge flies through the air, ruminating that he was told Ichigo's Bankai can't be stolen with a medallion, but this is the only factor he knows. He can't believe Ichigo is surpassing him despite his Volstandig and absorbing Ion. Ichigo drops down and fires a Getsuga Tensho, slamming Quilge into the sand. Quilge emerges and fires a barrage of Heilig File. Ichigo casually slashes through them and brings up Ebern, also trying to seal his Bankai. Quilge initially declines to answer. He mentally details how he's stuck using Blut Veen to withstand attacks, but needs to switch to Blut Artery to counterattack. He wonders if it's time for reinforcements. Ichigo suggests the Vandenreich are afraid of Bankai. Quilge starts yelling about their fearlessness, but is interrupted when a blast punctures his chest from behind, leaving a large hole. Ura stands behind Ichigo with his hand smoking, thanking him for disrupting Quilge's defensive Reishi long enough to deal a fatal blow. He tosses the Denrei Shinki to Ichigo, says there's an emergency and he needs to head to Soul Society through the nearby Garganta. Akon fills Ichigo in, asking him to listen without despair. Hyosu tells the technicians to relay Ichigo's escape from Hueco Mundo and heading to Soul Society to the Ridi Tai so they can inform the Gotei. Sado and Ore approach Ura with Nell. Urahara asks them to retrieve Quilge's medallion. He asks where Ichigo. Urahara says he's headed to Soul Society and promises to explain later. Rin tearfully asserts everything will be alright with Ichigo coming. In the Garganta, Ichigo learns the Gotei 13 losses include 2,245 unseated Shinigami, 56 seated officers, and 1 lieutenant, with numbers increasing. O asks if disappearance means they're dead. Akon admits they don't know. He assures the lieutenant isn't Rukia or Renji but clarifies he didn't mean anything by it. Akon says there are at least 16 Sternritter with Ryu equal to or greater than captains, wearing distinct white Quincy uniforms. They've sustained 0 losses so far. Ichigo asks their abilities. Akon says they only know they're Quincy but reveals they can steal Bankai. Ichigo refuses to believe it. Akon says it's not up for debate. Sui Feng, Byakuya, Komamura, and Hitsugaya all had theirs stolen. Ichigo is astonished. Urahara joins the call, providing info on the enemy based on data from Ichigo's fight with Quilge. He explains 3 major abilities. Volstig changes their form and combat ability. Blut pumps Reishi into veins to enhance offense or defense, but they can't use both at once. Quilge had to stay on Blut Veen to keep up with Ichigo's speed, allowing Urahara to finish him when he briefly switched to Blut Artery. The third is the Bankai stealing medallions, which he'll analyze from Quilge's. The important thing is the Wandenreich can't steal Ichigo's Bankai. Urahara theorizes they waited to attack until Ichigo was stuck in Hueco Mundo and is more cautious of him than anyone else. He tells Ichigo to go to Soul Society and promises to follow shortly. Ichigo agrees to be careful. Their conversation is interrupted when a Reishi blast closes the exit in front of him. Ichigo tries to contact Urahara, but a Heilig fail is embedded in his back, and Sato and Orim have large holes punched into their bodies. Urahara berates himself for believing Quilge was down. Quilge stands up with Ranso Tengai and refuses to let Ichigo reach Soul Society, saying Yhwach ordered him to keep Ichigo at bay even at the cost of his life. He fires another blast that encases Ichigo in circular bars. Quilge laughs maniacally, says Ichigo was so close but now lacks the means to escape, and must wait there until Soul Society falls while the other end of the Garganta is forcibly closed as well. Riteitai move out, placing Sudento at each battlefield and retreating since conveying messages to captains in combat is impossible. Rin affirms he'll send the message once they're in place, with Sudento thrown near captains, lieutenants, and seated officers across the Seireitei. Rin reveals Ichigo is on his way, his Bankai unable to be stolen. The news shocks and elates those listening. Mayuri is annoyed Akon acted without permission. Yuki expresses relief. However, one researcher draws Akon's attention. Ichigo's Reiatsu has disappeared in the Garganta.
Inside the Reishi prison, Ichigo repeatedly strikes the bars with Tensa Zangetsu and wonders what it is. He apologetically tells Akon he's been trapped. Akon can't hear him no matter how loud he yells. In the SRDI, Akon deduces something went wrong and orders researchers to determine what and send Riteitai to the Senkaimon. A wall breaks through, eliciting cries of pain. Jidanbo appears with blank eyes and brutally attacks the researchers despite their pleas. Su prepares to shut down the facility with Kido and urges Akon to leave. Rin stabs Hiyosu in the side. Su asks what he's doing. Rin reacts with confusion. Jidanbo continues his assault as Pepe watches from afar and chuckles. In the Garganta, Ichigo curses at what he's hearing. Rukia and Renji's voices come through, realizing the SRDI was attacked. Due to Sudo transmitting voices from across the Seireitei, Ichigo hears screams of agony and panic from dozens of Shinigami. He's mortified. Rukia tells everyone to hold out until he gets there. Enraged, Ichigo attacks the cage with a Getsuga Tensho. In Hueco Mundo, Quilga observes Ichigo's rampage, but says it doesn't matter. Yhwach granted him J for the jail, so Ichigo will never escape. He turns to finish off Sato and Nell before the power from Aion disappears. Urahara begs him to wait. Quilge is cut vertically in half on his left side by a slash from behind. Urahara wonders who could have done that. Someone holds a Zanpakuto to his neck. Urahara curses in frustration. Inside the Garganta, Ichigo pants and sweats in frustration at being unable to break through the Reishi cage, even with Getsuga Tensho. He notices his Denrei Shinki disconnected from Urahara. Meanwhile, in the Seireitei, Byakuya gets cut on his right shoulder, spraying blood, and slides back. Renji expresses concern. Byakuya says Renji should watch him fight to figure out Ass's abilities. Renji suggests going first. Byakuya says Renji lacks the wisdom to expose Ass's abilities. Renji concedes. Byakuya promises to draw out Ass's abilities, but notices his hands trembling. He wonders why his limbs feel like they're freezing, and theorizes the Reishi thorns are coated in poison. Ass says it's not poison, but something Byakuya lost long ago: fear. He tells Byakuya to recall how he became strong enough to overpower enemies, and says he's feeling fear. Renji doesn't believe it. Ass explains anyone struck by his Reishi thorns experiences fear over everything. Drawing their sword, enemy spells, even breathing. It makes thinking impossible. Byakuya is resisting by force of will so far. Ass says Byakuya is a threat, but a threat is nothing compared to fear. Byakuya rushes forward to slash him, but Ass's Blutveen protects him. Internally, Byakuya ridicules the idea of battling without fear, and says he's overcome and accepted it. He suddenly envisions Rukia rotting into a decaying corpse in front of him. Ass shoves his hand through Byakuya's chest. Byakuya coughs up blood. Ass says the preconception that experience conquers fear is easier to believe when one is strong. Fear with a cause is easy to deal with. Remove the cause, remove the fear. But true fear has no cause. It's an instinct, not an emotion, crawling up the body like an endless horde of flies with no escape. Byakuya screams and slashes at him. Ass leaps back and uses his medallion to activate Kageyoshi against him. Rukia notices a cherry blossom falling near her face and realizes something happened to him. Byakuya falls before Ass, with blood spurting from wounds on his chest. Byakuya struggles to stay on his hands and knees. Ass approaches and says Byakuya can't win with just his Shikai against his own Bankai. Renji proclaims Kageyoshi doesn't belong to him and furiously attacks Ass. Rukia senses the explosion of force and rushes toward it. Her opponent feels offended and attacks her from behind, sending blood spurting into the air. Ass blocks Renji's Shikai with Blut Veen. Renji extends Zabimaru around him. Ass activates Sakura Kageyoshi and blasts a stream of blade petals at Renji, overwhelming him. Byakuya gets to his feet. Ass redirects Senbon Sakura to engulf Byakuya in a massive torrent, slashing him across his body and leaving him nearly unconscious. Byakuya begins to collapse. Ass resumes the torrent, slamming Byakuya into a nearby wall, hard enough to crater it. Renji runs toward Ass and tries to activate his Bankai. Mask grabs Zabimaru by the blade and drop-kicks Renji, sending him flying through several buildings across the Seriete. Mask is pleased, asks him for not letting Renji use his Bankai so he could steal it. Mask admits he thought only captains had Bankai. S tells him to reread Yhwach's Daten. Surrounded by his own blood on the cratered wall, Byakuya asks Rukia and Renji to forgive him. His Zanpakuto shatters. At the Blue Stream Gate, Yhwach and Hashwalth stand over dozens of slaughtered Shinigami. Hashwalth observes Byakuya has died and says it took longer than expected. Yhwach says the only flaw of the Sternritter is their lack of ruthlessness. Suddenly, Kenpachi stands before them with Berenice, Jerome, and Lloyd impaled on his Zanpo and slung over his shoulder. He asks if Yhwach is their boss. Hashwalth expresses shock at Kenpachi's arrival. Kenpachi dumps the corpses of Jerome, Berenice, and Lloyd onto the ground. Hashwalth can't believe he killed 3 Sternritter. Kenpachi says it wasn't too hard. Jerome turned into a giant ape who attacked with his voice, and Kenpachi cut him in 2. He couldn't hear Berenice explaining his ability due to his ears ringing from Jerome's yelling, so he ripped out his throat with his hand. Lloyd wasn't bad since he transformed into Kenpachi and gave him a decent battle, but Kenpachi simply had to become stronger than Lloyd's impression of him. Hashwalth says he understands why Kenpachi is considered a monster. Kenpachi flicks blood off his blade, says he came to kill Yhwach, and attacks. Yhwach blocks his slash with his forearm, generating a powerful explosion. Inside the Garganta, Ichigo curses after hearing Byakuya, Renji, and Rukia's defeats. He repeatedly attacks the cage with Getsuga Tensho, refusing to let anyone die. In the Seriete, Hisagi slams into a building within his division's barracks. Driscoll laughs and says it sucks to be weak. Hisagi realizes he's hopelessly outmatched. Driscoll explains his shrift, the overkill. He grows stronger with each kill. He's already killed 100 people today, and killed just as many last time, including a lieutenant. Hisagi realizes Driscoll is the one who impaled Sasakibe. Driscoll forms a javelin-like Heilig file and throws it at Hisagi to demonstrate. Yamamoto appears in front of Hisagi and deflects it with his hand, sending it crashing into another building. Driscoll laughs maniacally, calls himself lucky, and says he'll kill Yamamoto with his own subordinate's Bankai. Driscoll uses his medallion to activate Sasakibe's Bankai. Koko Gonryo Yamamoto recalls seeing Sasakibe using it as a younger man and closes his eyes in sorrow. A large energy disk forms above, pouring down columns of lightning. Driscoll says Yamamoto should thank him, since Sasakibe hadn't used his Bankai in over 2,000 years. Hisagi watches in astonishment, intimidated by its Reiatsu, realizing there's another Zanpakuto besides Hitsugaya's that can control the weather. Driscoll blasts Yamamoto with a large bolt of lightning. Flashback shows a young Sasakibe calling out to a middle-aged Yamamoto, who was called Ajisai due to the scar on his forehead. Yamamoto at him for the nickname. Sasakibe ups and refuses to call Yamamoto by his given name. Yamamoto questions why he hangs around despite not being a student. Sasakibe says he wants to be Yamamoto's right-hand man. Yamamoto says he should become a student. Sasakibe counters that a student would imitate Yamamoto, but a right-hand man would compensate for what Yamamoto can't do. He says he acquired a Bankai. Yamamoto challenges him to defeat him with it. Sasakibe wounds Yamamoto's forehead with Koko Gonryo Rikyu, leaving a scar intersecting the existing one. Yamamoto calls it akin to a newborn baby. Sasakibe vows to spend his life honing it to be of use. Years later, people called Yamamoto Jujisai due to the new scar, but Sasakibe continued calling him Ajisai since he didn't want his actions to change Yamamoto's name. Yamamoto took the name Genryusai for Sasakibe's sake. Back in the present, Driscoll continues blasting Yamamoto with lightning. Hisagi is concerned. Driscoll questions if he's lost strength. Yamamoto remains motionless. Hisagi assumes he's unconscious and tries to intervene. Yamamoto demands he wait. Driscoll blasts him again and asks if he's had enough. Yamamoto says he understands Sasakibe's frustration and walks forward. He angrily says Sasakibe's Bankai wasn't this weak. He releases Ryujin Jaka and unleashes a massive blast of flame that flays the skin and muscle off Driscoll's face and chest. Yamamoto's flames incinerate Driscoll, reducing him to a skeleton that crumbles into ashes. He says he's finally given Sasakibe a proper send-off and bids him farewell. Approaching a stunned Hisagi, Yamamoto promises he'll kill every last member of the Wandenreich himself, and bursts into the air in a scorching trail of flame. He hurtles across the Serite like a comet, alarming and impressing the other captains. Suifeng calls Omaeda foolish and says Yamamoto is furious. Hinamori says she's never felt Yamamoto this angry. Shinji confirms he hasn't seen this, or Yamamoto fighting on the front lines, and says he'll have all the fun if they don't hurry. Tsugaya points out how hard Yamamoto is fighting, and tells Rangiku they can't let themselves be defeated. She agrees, as Kangdu raises his reishi claws. Komamura rouses his subordinates, saying it would be disgraceful for them to lie down while Yamamoto still stands. Iba and the others stand up and affirm this. Bambietta expresses confusion at how they're doing this when they were almost dead. Shunsui gets to his feet, observes Yamamoto's Ryatsu is telling him he didn't raise a coward, readies Katen Kyokotsu, and rushes at Robert, shocking him.
Shortly after, Yhwach holds an unconscious Kenpachi aloft by the throat, identifies him as a special war power, questions if this is the best he can do, and tells him to go to sleep. Yamamoto slams into the ground behind Yhwach, says it's been 1,000 years, and proclaims he's come to annihilate Yhwach, who grins. Robert skids back after getting slashed by Shunsui, blood spurting from his chest. He says Yamamoto will lose because the Shinigami aren't the only ones excited by their bosses fighting. As Bazbi and Nanana attack Yamamoto from above, mocking him for facing their leader alone, they get engulfed in a massive explosion of fire from Ryujin Jaka, visible from Shunsui and Robert's location. Robert is stunned. Shunsui says someone misjudged the situation. Conventional wisdom doesn't apply to Yamamoto. The limp bodies of Az, Bazbi, and Nanana fall to the ground. Yhwach admonishes them for interfering. Yamamoto cracks his neck and shoulder. Yhwach observes he seems to want to say something. Yamamoto attacks, cutting through Yhwach's left forearm. Both calls out in concern. Yamamoto says Yhwach hasn't changed in 1,000 years, and his habit of undervaluing subordinates will end here. Yhwach counters that Yamamoto has gotten old, and his enraged state harkens back to his younger years. Yamamoto unleashes a powerful burst of flame. Yhwach defends by manifesting his reishi sword. Yamamoto observes he finally drew it. Yhwach says it sounds like he's been waiting. Yamamoto confirms he has. He intends to crush every aspect of Yhwach until nothing is left. The flames disappear. Yhwach is surprised as Yamamoto activates his Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. Hashvalth is incredulous at Yamamoto's Bankai being such a pitiful blade, but Yhwach warns him not to underestimate it. Zanka no Tachi seals all the flames of Ryujin Jaka within the blade, allowing Yamamoto to end battles in a single strike by engulfing whatever he cuts in explosive flames. Yhwach concludes it's a blade of hellfire. Yamamoto recalls him seeing this Bankai 1,000 years ago, but questions if it's really the same and invites Yhwach to find out. Elsewhere, Yukitake realizes his throat feels dry and Shunsui's lower lip cracks open. Isane asks Unohana if her skin feels dry. Unohana teases her, but internally urges Yamamoto to finish before his power destroys all of Soul Society. Changdu realizes the wings of Daigaran Hyoranmaru are melting. Hitsugaya affirms he can't use it anymore, and reveals every droplet of water in Soul Society is beginning to evaporate. Yukitake and Shunsui recognize this as the effects of Zanka no Tachi. Back at Yhwach's location, Yamamoto rushes forward and slashes at him. Yhwach evades backward, the blade cutting through his cloak. He wonders why he's not engulfed in flames. He mentally asserts Yamamoto's power is fire and ponders where the flames are. Yamamoto slashes downward, inadvertently striking the ground and erasing a massive chunk of it and the building behind Yhwach, who realizes with astonishment the flames are in the tip of the blade. Yamamoto confirms this and identifies the ability as Zanka no Tachi, Higashi, Kyokujitsujin, focusing all flames into the tip to erase everything it touches without trace, emitting no heat or explosive flames. Moving to attack again, Yamamoto says not even Blut Vene can withstand this. Yhwach counters he just needs to cut Yamamoto down without being touched, and slashes with his reishi sword. He's speechless to see Yamamoto unharmed, and his own sword mostly erased. Yamamoto calls him foolish, and says there must also be a west if there's an east. He makes it visible. His entire body below his head is now clad in raging flames, which he identifies as Zanka no Tachi, Nishi, Zanjitsu Gokui. He explains the flames reach 15 million degrees Celsius, preventing Yhwach from even touching him now. Using his Bankai causes himself and his blade to be enveloped by the sun, is that 15 million degrees wouldn't be visible as flames, and assumes the flames around Yamamoto are an illusion, but quickly realizes his Reiatsu is so powerful it resembles flames when emitting from him. Yamamoto approaches Yhwach and says he's going to end this now before Yhwach, himself, and all of Soul Society are destroyed. Yhwach internally observes his entire body feels like it's burning, and only his Blut Vene is preventing him from turning to ashes.
Yamamoto questions if Yhwach is just going to stand there, admits the question was somewhat spiteful since Yhwach's reishi sword is broken and he can't attack, and says he doesn't blame him for standing there. Yhwach can run if he likes, but Yamamoto vows to track him down and kill him anyway. Yhwach forms and fires a large Heilig file. Yamamoto deflects it and says all Yhwach has left are arrows now. He leaps into the air to attack. Yhwach holds out his left hand. Yamamoto questions what this is when none of his attacks can harm him. Yhwach counters that the Quincy cross and Heilig file aren't the only weapons and activates Kirchenlied Sankt Zwinger, creating towering reishi columns bearing the Quincy cross. He declares it's the ultimate defensive spell, combining offense and defense to rend any who enter with the light of God. Yamamoto reiterates Yhwach can't harm him and embeds Zanka no Tachi into the ground. He promises the dead slain by his blade a moment of battle if they'll aid him and activates Zanka no Tachi, Minami Kaka Juman Okushi Daisojin, causing thousands of charred skeletons to crawl out of the ruptured earth around him and advance on Yhwach as the reishi pillars collapse. Yhwach demands to know what this is. Yamamoto explains Zanka no Tachi, Minami Kaka Juman Okushi Daisojin, has heated the ashes of those he's slain so they can serve as his limbs and chase his targets until they turn to dust. Yhwach chastises Yamamoto for raising the dead as a Shinigami and says he doesn't deserve to be called one. He leaps into the air, promising something like this won't stop him. He crashes into a wall of skeletons rising to intercept him. Yamamoto says his mouth works better than his eyes and tells him to take a closer look. Yhwach recognizes the faces of Seidlitz, Hubert, and Algora. Yamamoto wonders if he's seeing the faces of subordinates he mercilessly killed. He turns and walks away, assuring Yhwach he's not leaving and inviting him to attack once he's battled through the dead subordinates. Yhwach curses at him. Yamamoto asks if he regrets not stealing his Bankai earlier, but clarifies that rather than deciding not to steal Zanka no Tachi, Yhwach was unable to do so because the Wandenreich steals Bankai by seeing and understanding its power. They're cautious of Ichigo, because he still has room to evolve since his Bankai acquisition is recent, and Yamamoto himself didn't use his real power even 1,000 years ago, preventing Yhwach from stealing what he can't comprehend. Yhwach screams wildly. Yamamoto notes he had a shred of humanity left after all, as Yhwach rushes through the horde and insists he can't be stopped. Yamamoto counters that he can see Yhwach's tears. He ruminates on how painful it must be for Yhwach to crush his subordinates just to reach him, and how he must hate Yamamoto for using such a low strategy, but proclaims none of it compares to the pain of the Shinigami he slaughtered today. He performs Zanka no Tachi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin, a blazing slash that obliterates Yhwach's left forearm and a large chunk of his torso. Yhwach falls to the ground. Yamamoto deactivates his Bankai. Heavy rain begins to fall across the Seirete. Yamamoto turns and walks away, but Yhwach admits he wasn't strong enough and requests forgiveness from Yhwach. In the past, Royd and Lloyd are born in a hospital where the doctor and nurse mistake them for each other, unable to figure out which is older, and misinform their parents, who also can't deduce it. The issue becomes irrelevant. Having identical appearances, from subconsciously mimicking each other before birth, they realize this at age 5. At 12, they realize they can mimic others. Lloyd can copy power and skills, while Royd copies memories and mind. In the present, Yamamoto stops upon hearing Yhwach apologizing, and looks back in confusion, internally questioning who Yhwach could be apologizing to when he started this battle and lost it. Yhwach apologizes to Yhwach for being unable to carry out orders. Yamamoto frantically demands to know who he is, just as the 1st Division barracks are engulfed and destroyed by a massive pillar of blue reishi flames. Yamamoto calls out to Okikiba. The real Yhwach appears behind him with Hirenkyaku. Yamamoto curses him. Yhwach addresses Royd, who lies on the ground after ceasing the yourself and returning to normal, and praises his performance in convincing the Gote 13 he was Yhwach. A tearful Royd expresses gratitude. Yhwach raises his hand, points his index finger at Royd, and obliterates him with a Heilig file, leaving only his severed legs next to a smoking hole. Yamamoto questions what he's been doing. Yhwach asks about what lies beneath the 1st Division barracks. Yamamoto realizes he's been in the central Great Underground Prison. Yhwach reveals he spoke to Aizen. He offered him a position as a special war power but was rejected, though he doesn't mind since they have time to change that. Yhwach assumes Yamamoto exhausted his powers fighting Royd. Yamamoto denies it and activates Zanka no Tachi. Yhwach steals it with his medallion, clarifying that rather than the Wandenreich being unable to steal it, it's too strong for anyone other than Yhwach to wield, which is why Royd didn't attempt it. Yhwach offers to summon Yamamoto's subordinates' corpses, enraging him. He summons a massive Sankt Bogen, fires a Heilig file into the ground, and pulls out a long reishi broadsword. Yamamoto stops in stunned silence. Yhwach bids him farewell and slashes diagonally downward, cutting through Yamamoto at the left shoulder and drawing a large amount of blood. Centuries ago, a young Shunsui stares at a painting of Yamamoto using Zanka no Tachi in his private quarters. Yamli opens the door, chastises Shunsui for sneaking in, and chases him around. Shunsui apologizes, but admits he was surprised to find the painting and asks if it's a god of fire. Yamamoto solemnly says it's a monster that appeared in Soul Society long ago to make a crisis worse. He promises it'll never reappear, and says he probably won't survive if it does. In the present, Yamamoto coughs up blood as his top half falls to the ground. The other captains sense it. Shunsui desperately calls out to him before Robert shoots him 4 times in the chest. Yhwach looks down at Yamamoto's motionless body and says his demise was pitiful. He attempts to leave with Hashwalth, but stops when Yamamoto grasps his leg with his remaining arm. Yhwach severs his hand. He assumes it was Yamamoto's attempt to not let him get away even in death. Yhwach stomps on his head and reveals he didn't count Yamamoto among the special war powers because he didn't have his left arm restored after sacrificing it for Hado number 96, even though Ore could have done it. He attributes this to Yamamoto not wanting human aid, not even wanting Ichigo involved against Aizen. Yhwach observes he tried to carry the burden of 2 worlds and failed. He calls Yamamoto weak, but admits he wasn't always. The original Gotei 13 were bloodthirsty killers Yhwach respected. Yamamoto himself, a demon who used anything to win and considered lives as ashes. Yhwach derides the Gotei 13's progression into peace because it made them hesitate. He steps back, says the Gotei 13 died with the Quincy 1,000 years ago, and fires a barrage of Heilig file that obliterate Yamamoto's remains. The captains are horrified. Yhwach commands the Sternritter to crush Soul Society. Robert and others summon Soldat with shadows and tell them to advance. They begin massacring remaining Shinigami. Bazb steps on and crushes a wounded Shinigami's head as Soldat rush past. Yhwach watches the Serete burn and says they'll retreat to wait for the Royal Guard. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in the sky behind him. Ichigo senses the disappearing Reiatsu of dying Shinigami and begs them to stay before breaking through the Reishi cage with a furious strike. He finds a bloodied Akon in the side aperture above the Serete. Akon apologizes for not getting him through sooner and collapses with 4 Reishi knives embedded in his back. The other researchers lie wounded. Shaz Domino wonders who Ichigo is and starts to introduce himself, but is cut off when Ichigo attacks him in an explosion of Reiatsu, alerting Yhwach and the remaining captains. High in the air, Ichigo confirms Renji and Rukia are alive and disappears with Shunpo. The Sternritter question how his Reiatsu vanished. Shortly after, Ichigo finds a dying Byakuya embedded in a crater and assures him Rukia and Renji are alive. Byakuya says he doesn't have much time left. He admits he was unable to stop the despicable people who trampled the Serete and led many to their deaths, bringing sorrow to their subordinates and families. He sheds a tear, says he's deeply ashamed, and points out Ichigo is human and shouldn't even be here, let alone involved. He begs forgiveness for his final audacious request and asks Ichigo to protect Soul Society. Ichigo glares into the distance. Yhwach confirms it's Ichigo. Hashwalth wonders if he should purge him. Yhwach says they'll leave. He's interrupted when Tensa Zangetsu is thrown down and embeds in the ground in front of him. Ichigo follows and picks it up, surprising Yhwach. Byakuya muses he didn't get a response from Ichigo, but decides that's fine since he knows what kind of man he is. He concludes he's counting on Ichigo and drops his broken Zanpakuto, which disintegrates. Meanwhile, Hashwalth offers to deal with Ichigo, but Yhwach stops him with a hand on his chest, admitting he's impressed. Ichigo broke out of the jail. Yhwach asks if he intends to fight in such a ragged state. Ichigo asks if he's the enemy leader. Yhwach says he both is and isn't. Ichigo demands if he's the one who wrecked Soul Society. Yhwach grins and confirms it. Ichigo's Reiatsu violently flares up. Yhwach tells Hashwalth this is proof there's no turning back and he must crush Ichigo here. Ichigo lunges and fires a Getsuga Tensho. Yhwach reaches out of the smoke unharmed, pins Ichigo to the ground by his sword arm, bats aside his other hand, and drives his Reishi sword into Ichigo's neck with enough force to shatter the ground. Hashwalth stares in shock. Yhwach notes Ichigo should still be alive, and orders Hashwalth to transport him to Silburn to revive him as a member of the Wandenreich. Suddenly, Ichigo's limp hand grips his sword again. Yhwach turns to see Blutvine flickering on his neck, where the tip of the Reishi sword is piercing it. Ichigo fires another Getsuga Tensho at Yhwach point blank. Yhwach emerges from the smoke with only his left arm burnt and his left sleeve destroyed, muttering he was careless. Ichigo thinks he's referring to thinking he won after withstanding a few attacks. Yhwach denies this and rushes forward, clashing with Ichigo's sword before dragging it down and ripping off Ichigo's left sleeve to expose his forearm, which remains unharmed and glows with blood veine. Yhwach confirms he wasn't imagining it. Ichigo is confused. Yhwach admits he made a mistake using Quilga, an Ect Quincy, instead of an Arankar to keep Ichigo at bay, because it caused the memories within Ichigo's Reiatsu to awaken too soon. He explains that while Ichigo was attacking the Reishi cage, pieces of his Reiatsu merged with Quilga's and returned to his body, with the Quincy Reiatsu seeping into his soul and drawing out memories from its core. The jail is meant to contain enemies and cannot hold Quincy. Ichigo is stunned. Yhwach deduces he doesn't know the truth about himself or his mother. Ichigo remembers Masaki lying dead on top of him after protecting him from Grand Fisher. Yhwach decides to take him back by force since he no longer has time to slowly re-educate him. Ichigo furiously demands what he's talking about. Yhwach says he'll tell him at the Vondenreich, rushes forward, pushes Ichigo's sword aside, grabs him by the hair, and promises to pierce him with this next strike without Blutveen saving him. Suddenly, shadows drip from Yhwach and pool around him. Haschwalth approaches and says it's time to return since they've reached their time limit outside the Schattenbereich. Yhwach insists they have enough time, but realizes Aizen altered his senses during their earlier conversation. Haschwalth confirms he didn't stop him because he believed it would be pointless. Yhwach smiles and says they'll leave. Ichigo demands they wait, refusing to let them leave after what they did. Yhwach keeps walking. Ichigo rushes toward him and tries to stab him. Haschwalth draws his sword and effortlessly cuts through Ichigo's blade, which flies into the air and embeds in the ground nearby. Ichigo is left holding the broken sword. Yhwach bids him farewell, vows to return, and tells him to heal his wounds and wait as his son, born in the dark. Rain falls across the Serete's rubble. Iamura orders units to prioritize the injured and leave the dead for later. In the 4th Division barracks, Hanataro takes a critical patient to room 203. Isane watches from above, noting the wounded are finally being brought in. She wonders if staying in the barracks during the battle was the right choice when they could have saved more lives on the front lines. Unohana says not to let feelings dictate her words. She says vacating out of concern would have been wrong. Isane weeps and apologizes, realizing Unohana wanted to help even more than she did. Unohana tells her not to cry, because Yamamoto's final order was for them to not leave the barracks no matter what. Shunsui stands solemnly in front of the crater left by Yamamoto's obliteration. Ichigo receives communication from Urahara, assuring him Orihime, Chad, and Urahara are safe. Ikkaku screams at nurses when told Kenpachi was grievously wounded and defeated, refusing to believe it. Hanataro tells Ichigo to come for treatment. Ichigo says he already got first aid. Hanataro says it's insufficient since he's still wounded. Shinji approaches and says Rukia and Renji are out of surgery. In their room, a nurse says they're no longer critical, but needed reishi suturing and reiatsu treatment. Rukia responds to Ichigo asking if she can talk by reminding him the nurse said she's out of critical condition. Ichigo smiles and notes her mouth works fine. Rukia thanks him for coming to protect Soul Society. Ichigo says he couldn't do anything. Shinji counters that he drove the enemy leader away and should hold his head high. A 12th Division member arrives and says Mayuri wishes to see him about his Zanpakuto. Ichigo runs off. Shinji muses Ichigo is always busy worrying about others while ignoring himself. Rukia asks why Ichigo had a pained expression. Shinji says he had a rough time with his Zanpakuto broken and not saving anyone, so no need to worry. Rukia wonders if he's hiding something more serious. Captains gather around Yamamoto's remains. Ukitake says they couldn't recover his body. Arititai says Kenpachi and Byakuya survived, but may never regain consciousness. Suifeng angrily tells him to get out. Kensei advises her to stop embarrassing herself. Suifeng says it's easy for him, since the Visored held a grudge against Yamamoto. Komamura demands silence, since she's not the only one who wants to scream. Shunsui claps his hands and says Yamamoto would have lined them up and smacked them. He reminds them the Gote 13 doesn't exist to mourn, but to protect Soul Society. He encourages them to look ahead as the rain stops and morning dawns. In the Soul King Palace, Ichibe gathers with the rest of the Royal Guard at the Vestibule Road. In the 12th Division barracks, Ichigo is told his Bankai can't be repaired. He expresses disbelief since Mayuri repairs his whenever broken. Mayuri arrogantly clarifies he modifies his, not repairs it, and explains a Zanpakuto can only be repaired by its owner's mind, reiatsu, and time. Ichigo assumes he's being told to fix it himself. Mayuri says this only works for Shikai. The destruction of Shikai and Bankai have different meanings. A destroyed Bankai can never be repaired. Ichigo is shocked. Mayuri admits exceptions. Komamura's Bankai has an extremely strong bond with him, reflecting physical status onto the other, allowing it to be fully restored. But it's the only exception among all Shinigami he studied. Ikaku's Bankai was restored to its former shape after being destroyed, but now has only a fraction of its former power. Ichigo is surprised Ikaku achieved Bankai. Mayuri recalls Ikaku asking him to keep it secret and dismisses it. Ichigo brings up Renji's Bankai being broken against Byakuya. Mayuri asks if he's ever counted the bone segments. Those destroyed by Byakuya remain broken. Ichigo is aghast and asks what he's supposed to do. Researchers shout as a large muscular Kon slams into Ichigo. Ichigo bleeds from the nose and doesn't recognize him. Kon tells him to remember the King of New York. Ichigo says he didn't realize it was Kon since he's grown.
Kon tries to recount his suffering, but Mayuri deflates his body with a button, and researchers chase him. Mayuri is contacted on his headpiece, says he's on his way, and tells Ichigo to come. The royal guard is coming to the Seirei. Dawn breaks. Ichigo joins the captains outside. Shinji advises him against being there. Ichigo asks where the royal guard comes from, why they're showing up now, and where they stay. Shunsui says they're stationed at the Soul King Palace. He asks if Ichigo recalls the walls around the Seirei that fell. They were only meant to protect during emergencies. The Tenchurin parts the clouds and slams into the ground. Shunsui explains the royal guard has only 5 members. Ichigo is astonished, thinking it was a full division. Shunsui says they're all captains with no division members, and their combined strength is greater than the entire Gotei 13. Ichibei, Nimaya, Kirinji, Shutada, and Hikifune walk out. Ichibei and Hikifune step out of the Tenchurin, while Nimaya dances. Shutara plays instruments with her robotic arms, and Kirinji waves a zero-division flag, announcing they're finally here.
Kirinji asks if the captains have been eating right and sleeping enough. Shinji admits this is different from what he expected. Hikifune slaps the back of his head, says it's been a long time, and notices Hiyori isn't with him. Shinji initially doesn't recognize her but realizes from her question about Hiyori that she's the former 12th Division captain and notes she's changed. Hikifune denies changing that much and says she's hungry when her stomach growls. Kirinji confronts Unohana over whether she's using his healing techniques effectively. Unohana confirms it. Kirinji brings up the recent losses and wonders how that reconciles with her statement. Ichibei throws his arm around Kirinji's neck and says they should save catching up for later. Shunsui tells Ichibei the royal guard are the same as always and asks why they're here. Ichibei looks past him, identifies Ichigo, and says they've come to help rebuild the Gotei 13 at the Soul King's behest, starting with taking Ichigo back with them. Sui Feng decries this, admonishing them for relaxing in the sky during the siege. Ichibei tries to continue speaking. Sui Feng attempts to strike him, but Kirinji moves behind her with Shunpo and grabs her fist, astonishing her with his speed. Kirinji says her complaints should be their own. The Gotei 13 protects the Seirei while the Royal Guard protects the Soul King Palace. He says no proper Gotei 13 would cry for help after failing, and they don't deserve the name. Ichibei chops the top of Kirinji's head, making him collapse, and reminds him to save it for later before declaring they should finish what they came for. Senjumaru says there's no need. She's already collected what they need. The others see her holding capsules containing Rukia, Renji, Byakuya, and the broken Tensa Zangetsu. Senjumaru extends a mechanical arm toward Ichigo, saying he's the only thing left. Unohana says it's unacceptable to take them since they're in no condition to leave. Kirinji counters that's exactly why they're being taken. Unohana isn't strong enough to fully heal them, he'll do it himself, and medical care isn't what she should focus on now. Unohana closes her eyes solemnly. Mayuri chastises Senjumaru for breaking into his lab. She claims the door simply slid open when she placed her hand on it, and security is weaker than when she was last here. Ichigo demands to know why he's being taken when he can recover here, and has something else to do. Ichibei says he's being taken for a different reason. Urahara startles everyone by greeting them over a broadcast system. Urahara greets Ichigo and the captains from a screen projected out of a panicking Khan's head. Mayuri orders Khan captured and the feed turned off. Urahara turns it back on and says they're fine. He commends Mayuri for realizing the controls are in Khan's eyes, but says he's turned those off for now. Orihime enters the frame and greets Ichigo, relieved he's all right. Sato joins them. Ichigo admits he was worried. Urahara says he couldn't contact him sooner because Khan was restrained. An unseen person opens the tent flap upon hearing Ichigo's voice. Urahara frantically has Orihime and Sato push him back out. Ichigo is aghast he's with them.
Urahara brings up Ichigo having something to do, infers it was rescuing them, and says it's no longer necessary. He tells Ichigo to decide what he truly wants to do and says the man isn't a threat, they've reached an agreement. The projection closes. In Hueco Mundo, Sato asks if it was right to tell Ichigo that, since he might run away. Urahara says he shouldn't say things he doesn't believe. Ichigo doing what he truly wants will lead to protecting them all. Back in the Seirete, Ichigo asks Ichibei if they can fix Tensa Zangu in the Soul King Palace. Ichibei clarifies fixing is impossible, but they may be able to reforge it into something resembling his original sword using powerful techniques only available there. Ichigo decides to go with the Royal Guard. Moments later, Ichigo finds himself at the Shiba clan residence and wonders why. Kukaku chastises him for reacting that way and says she might not launch him after all. Ichibei reveals the Tenchurin can't return on its own. Ichigo brings up their unique spiritual techniques. Ichibei confirms they exist. Ichigo chastises him for making it sound untrue. He asks about Ganju's absence. Kukaku claims she's using him as a statue to hold up her banner after he turned to stone. Ichigo calls it a lie. She orders them into the Tenchurin and launches it with the Kakaku Taiho while Ichigo screams about no seatbelts. Ganju approaches and wonders if this was a good idea. Kukaku says Soul Society is doomed when the next invasion comes if Ichigo doesn't go now, and they have no choice even if it makes their uncle sad. She tells his group to return to the training hall and not forget who took them off the Rukongai streets. Ginjo and Giriko muse they're getting sick of her attitude as they walk away with Tsukishima. Kukaku tells Ganju he's being thrown into the next battle no matter what. Ganju affirms it. The Tenchurin lands on a platform and the doors open. Ichigo is told they've arrived and looks out to behold the Soul King Palace. Ichibei tells Ichigo he should feel free to brag about seeing the Soul King Palace since ordinary Shinigami aren't allowed here. He muses, this is what Aizen wanted so badly. Ichigo recalls they need an Oken to enter. Ichibei reveals the Oken is actually the bones of the Royal Guard members, transformed by the Soul King when each joined. The two ways to enter are for the Royal Guard to allow someone in or to travel with them. Aizen's attempt to create an Oken was him trying to make a member of the Royal Guard with his own power. Senjumaru says Aizen was evil personified for plotting to kill the Soul King and take his throne, but warns Ichigo the Wandenreich is an even greater evil. Ichigo stands on a platform as Kirinji prepares to smash a button. Ichigo asks if he's meeting the Soul King. Kirinji says there's no way someone like Ichigo would. Hikifune smacks him for not explaining properly. They're at the vestibule road entrance. The Greater Soul King Palace floats miles away surrounded by 5 dish-like structures overseen by each royal guard. Kirinji clarifies they're going to his Kirin-den first. Moments later, Ichigo finds himself in a hot spring with the unconscious Rukia, Renji, and Byakuya. Kirinji says it's therapeutic and tells him not to let his towel fall. Ichigo accuses him of trying to kill Byakuya when he pushes him under. Kirinji pulls Renji out by his hair and Rukia floats face down with her bare rear sticking out. He explains White Bone Hell squeezes out damaged blood and Reiatsu, while Blood Pond Hell replenishes lost blood, repeated until all damage is replaced with his hot spring water. Kirinji notes Ichigo is Urahara's pupil and brings up the hot spring at Sokyoku Hill, Urahara recreated after studying his. One night here makes someone with Ichigo's injuries feel twice as good. Kirinji notices his towel fell and says, leaving his head uncovered will suck out the core of his Reiatsu and kill him. Ichigo panics. Meanwhile, in the Greater Soul King Palace, an attendant observes the Soul King has awakened as his eyes open within the crystal. Nanao knocks on Shunsui's door and enters when she gets no response. She's surprised to see him reading a letter. Shunsui tells her they might have to say farewell. He's been promoted to Captain Commander and Captain of the 1st Division. Meanwhile, in the Kirin-den, Kazuo and Kazuhiro hold Ichigo under the White Bone Hell, counting to 100. Ichigo kicks Kazuo and bursts out when they reach 93. Kirinji says he failed. He should have been taught to stay in until 100. Ichigo protests, parents don't make kids do it with their heads underwater. They shove him back under. Kirinji walks over, punches Ichigo in the face, and sends him flying. He declares Ichigo healed. The blow would have killed him otherwise, and his bandages reveal the wounds are gone. Renji tells Kirin to wait, says he's coming along, and ignores Ichigo's warning he hasn't fully recovered. Kirinji punches him in the chest, creating an explosion. Renji still stands. Kirinji is surprised. Renji's arm trembles, but Kirinji clears him to go. Ichigo and Renji get dressed and get launched to the next palace. Ichigo asks if there's really no other way to get around. Kirinji soaks his hand in the White Bone Hell, thanks Kazuo and Kazuhiro, and lets them take off their protective clothing. Their bodies are scarred underneath. Kazuo says they'd have ruptured without it. Kazuhiro notes Ichigo and Renji soaked naked without issue. Kurinji admits they exceeded expectations. Ichigo reflexively fractured his fist when he punched him. He muses he still has his ho-ho skills that earned him lightning fast, and understands why the Soul King is interested in Ichigo. Back in the Seireitei, Central Force is aggravated. Shui requests 2 lieutenants. He says Okikiba knows how to run the division and Nanao knows how to handle him. A judge says it's unacceptable. Shui counters captains have sole authority to appoint lieutenants. He announces his first task, teaching Zanjutsu to Central Force is aghast. Shunsui notes there's no guarantee Byakuya and others return, so they must hone Kenpachi. Judges say he could revolt and remind him they forced Yamamoto to stop teaching him kendo after one day. He asks what else they can do. Soul Society won't survive the next invasion. They fall silent. Shunsui says he has permission and calls in his choice. Nohana enters, and he identifies her as Yachiru. The first, Ichigo and Renji fall through the air, arguing over who should absorb the impact. They notice Kon beeping from Ichigo's coat before he bulks up. Kon laments being discovered at the worst time and falls below them. They land directly on top of him and walk away as he deflates and protests. Renji says it wouldn't have been good for him to crash just after healing. Ichigo claims he would have used a breath and assumes Kon hid in his Shihakusho and stayed hidden since there were only muscular men in Kirinji's hot springs. Hikifune boisterously greets them, nearly knocking them off the platform. Ichigo demands if only idiots reside here. Later, Hikifune cooks huge amounts of food. Ichigo admits he thought her method would involve more grueling training. Fune says Ichigo grew up distrustful due to Urahara. The Gaten Den is a palace of food, and her only job is to fill their bellies. They enthusiastically begin eating. Ichigo can't stop. Renji holds up a fried insect-like thing and praises its taste and texture, annoying Ichigo. Ichigo stops and questions if they should really be doing this while everyone trains for the next battle. Renji calls him an idiot. The bath healed their injuries, and eating builds strength for the tough training ahead. Ichigo admits he makes a good point. They resume feasting. Hikifune laughs and says Renji understood fully, then parts a veil to reveal she's slimmed down, shocking them. She explains their rituals are infused with Soul King power and million-year history, on a whole different level from Seireitei options. They demand to know who she is. She realizes she never explained. Later she details how cooking uses all her reiyatsu and makes her lose weight, forcing her to stay bulked up. She warns them each royal guard created something significant. She invented Gikon and Gikongan. The food was filled with that essence, drastically increasing their reiyatsu. They stare at their bodies in shock. She tells them to proceed with caution. The next palace, Huden, is Uetsu Nimaya, the creator of the Zanpakuto, and completely unpredictable. Mera informs Nimaya that Ichigo and Renji have arrived. Nimaya acknowledges it while holding a sword. In the landing area, Ichigo observes no one is there. Kon chastises them for using him as a cushion. Ichigo says he has no right to complain since he came willingly. Kon says he'd have happily stayed at the Gatenden. Spotlights shine down and speakers activate. Nimaya greets them with a microphone and finger gun. Shortly after, they're before an assembly of beautiful women commenting on their appearances. Ichigo warns Renji not to let his guard down. The women are likely men. Nimaya asks if they liked the show, introduces himself, and initiates handclaps with Ichigo. Ichigo asks Renji to trade places since he can't keep up. Nimaya criticizes their energy. They deliberate and bow to stay. Nimaya says the formal apology is balancing on head and forearms. They reluctantly do it. He takes a picture and shows the women. Mira kicks Nimaya in the head and takes them to the real Huden, a dingy shack. She explains he built the galaxy Huden because he won't accept where he lives. Ichigo is in disbelief. Kon tearfully begs to go back. Inside there's no floor. They fall into a pit. Nimaya reveals all the women were Zanpakuto. He asks if they can't tell the difference, holds up their broken swords, and says they're irresponsible. He shatters most of the remaining blades. He says an unloved Zanpakuto is easily broken, and tells them they're surrounded by the anger of Zanpakuto. Glowing eyes appear in the darkness. Nimaya promises to consider repairing the swords if they make it out alive. Renji is irritated. Nimaya counts down, says he doesn't make swords for losers, and greets an irate Ichigo again. Renji notes there are a lot of figures in the darkness. Ichigo wonders what they are. Nimaya identifies them as a Sauchi, the Zanpakuto that can become anything. Blank humanoid figures with mouths for eyes step forward and lunge at them. Nimaya explains are nameless Zo issued to Shinigami during their time in the Shino Academy, and officially once they graduate. Every Shinigami eats and sleeps with their Asauchi, imprinting their soul's essence onto it through continuous training to create their personalized Zanpakuto. Nimaiya reveals he creates all Asauchi. Ichigo demands to know why they have to fight them. Nimaiya says the Asauchi are angry at how Ichigo and Renji treat their Zanpakuto. Ichigo doesn't understand. Nimaiya says this doesn't surprise him and asks if they treat their Zanpakuto like acquaintances or lovers. The Asauchi leak fluid from their mouths. Nimaiya declares they're fundamentally different and suggests they start by examining whether Shinigami or Zanpakuto are superior. Meanwhile, in Mukin, an elevator opens to reveal Kenpachi, who grins and comments on the grandiose stage. He's surprised Unohana got permission. She says it was Shunsui's orders. Mukin is closed off and infinitely large, the only place suitable for Kenpachi to swing freely. Kenpachi counters they'd be criminals without their power. Unohana turns with her hair down and a depraved grin. She says she suggested this place because he fits as someone with no power. Kenpachi admits he figured and says he's fine living as a captain or dying as a criminal. He'll go to hell from fighting her no matter what. Unohana says he's talkative today. She prefers when he's quiet because his voice makes the scar he gave her ache. Kenpachi says she's not the only one with an aching scar. They rush at each other with Zanpakuto drawn. In his office, Shunsui recalls Unohana as part of the original strongest Gotei 13, the most infamous criminal before Yamamoto recruited her, who gave herself 8,000 styles to reflect her mastery. He apologizes for calling this a Zanjutsu lesson. Either Unohana or Kenpachi will have to die once they cross blades, which he already knew, while they clash fiercely. Isain finds a note left by Unohana and weeps. Yachiru finds Kenpachi's eye patch and expresses concern. Kenpachi comes down on Unohana with a powerful slash, but she pushes his sword arm aside and cuts through his neck. He recovers quickly and attacks again. She steps on his Zanpakuto's guard to evade and slashes. He spins and kicks her sword arm, sending her flying back. She springs off a pillar and they clash, creating a shockwave. Unohana commends him for having his eye patch off from the start, but says it exposes his limit. She stabs a dagger into his left shoulder. He sends her sliding back with a swing. Unohana calls him weak and expresses disbelief at someone fighting with one arm not using the other. She says he can't be enjoying this. Kenpachi criticizes her cheap tricks and says she's changed from the person he admired. Unohana berates him for admiring his enemy, disarms him, and pins him against a pillar with her blade to his throat. She reveals she hasn't changed. She just didn't have the opportunity for cheap tricks in their first battle. She realizes she's saying he got weaker. He recalls admiring her because he felt indifferent to cutting anything in his youth, like swinging a sword alone in the dark. He felt fear and joy for the first time battling her. He sheds a tear and asks if she's saying he'll die here without ever defeating her. Unohana shoves her Zanpakuto through his throat. He spits blood, curses, and loses consciousness. Suddenly, he finds himself alive and crossing blades with her. She asks if he was distracted. He forces her back, wonders what that was, and dismisses it. He doesn't have time to think. He resolves to focus on the battle. Unohana internally declares he won't die. He grows stronger every time he's near death, which is both an unconscious limiter he placed on himself and her sin. Kenpachi regains consciousness while hurtling through the air and realizes it's happened again. He flips over and slides back across the ground. Unohana stands several meters away. He rushes forward and continues clashing, wondering how many times he's done this. He mentally notes this brings back memories. He's never enjoyed battles so much that he lost himself or fell unconscious, except for the day he first fought Unohana. Flashback shows Unohana in the Rukongai as rain falls. A subordinate says they're unlikely to find anyone strong enough to fight her. Unohana admits she's impressed he figured out her true intentions. The subordinate observes the mountain of bodies next to her represents her dissatisfaction. Unohana questions how long it's been there. Young Kenpachi appears at the top of the pile. He leaps toward her. Unohana internally says she was searching for opponents to please her because she was bored, which is why fate drew them together. Kenpachi overpowers her and stabs his Zanpakuto into her chest between her clavicles. She's astonished and elated at the unparalleled joy of crossing blades with a child, but she never expected that child to place shackles on himself because of their battle. Back in the present, Kenpachi cuts Unohana's left arm and realizes he can now counterattack rather than just react because he feels reborn every time he regains consciousness. Unohana mentally reveals Kenpachi has been unconsciously restraining his power since their first battle. She questions why he barely lost to Ichigo and barely won against Noitra. Others attributed it to strong opponents, but she knew he suppressed his power in both fights. She recalls their unparalleled joy and says her sin was leading him to learn the joy of fighting on the edge. She was weaker than him, which left him despairing at the idea of never experiencing true battle, so he slowly sealed his power to bring himself to her level. In the present, Unohana notices him breaking his shackles bit by bit and cuts open his chest. She resolves to kill and revive him hundreds of times until he returns to his true power and surpasses her. Kenpachi recovers without being healed and slashes his Zanpakuto down her body with tremendous force. Una's Bankai disappears. She praises Kenpachi and says the battle is over while dropping her Zanpakuto. Kenpachi throws his away and catches her as blood spurts from her back. He expresses disbelief at her dying and begs her to stay so they can keep fighting. She calls him childish for crying. He has foes and comrades to cross swords with equally, and a partner who just awakened. Her blood flows into her Zanpakuto, and it flies out of her grasp. She says she has nothing left after passing everything to him. Even the title of Kenpachi she couldn't pass on when they first fought. She expresses bliss at dying while carrying out her true purposes and passes away. A voice addresses Kenpachi by name. He demands to know who's speaking. She says her voice has finally reached him and identifies herself as the one who's watched him longer than anyone. Kenpachi recalls his first encounter with Kiganjo. The spirit of his Zanpakuto tells him her name. Meanwhile, in the Soul King Palace, Aya returns to the pit and admits he's impressed. They lasted almost 3 days. He announces Renji passed, but tells Ichigo he failed. Ichigo protests he can keep fighting. Nimaya says he's done. There's an emotional limit, and the last 3 days proved Renji is a Shinigami, while Ichigo isn't. Ichigo begs him not to send him away. Nimaya says he'll open a way out and tells him to never enter Soul Society again. A human without a Zanpakuto has no right. Ichigo refuses to give up and asks what will happen to Zangetsu. Nimaya says he won't fix it either way. Ichigo rushes at him in anger. Nimaya restrains him with Kido rings and activates the Chokaimon. Ichigo disappears in the portal. Nimaya says Ichigo needs to go because he doesn't understand the significance of not being chosen by an Asauchi and fighting so long without one. He must discover his roots, even if doing so prevents him from coming back. Ichigo stands before the Kurosaki clinic in the rain, realizing he's back in his human body despite leaving it at the Urahara shop. He calls out for Urahara before remembering he's still in Hueco Mundo and questions who brought his body here, suspecting Isshin. Isshin comes out to greet him, but finds the porch empty. Ichigo runs through the rain. At Ikumi's apartment, she dries his coat and expresses disbelief at him, coming to her so shaken after months, comparing him to a high school girl who fought with her parents. Ichigo apologizes from the shower. He ruminates on getting kicked out of the Soul King Palace without fixing his Zanpakuto, unable to face his friends or father. He's grateful Urahara, Orihime, and Chad are still in Hueco Mundo. Ikumi throws a hot dumpling at his face, burns it, and tells him to eat and warm up. She points out dry clothes and laments the fit Kaoru would throw if he knew she let Ichigo shower here. Ichigo apologizes for not showing up for work. Ikumi slams her hand into the locker, headbutts him, and says she'd rather he come to work than apologize. She's felt like an older sister since she hired him, so he can come to her anytime. Ichigo points out she's stretching older sister since she's 10 years older. She kicks him and berates him for not being moved to tears. The doorbell rings, but no one's outside. Isshin appears in Shinigami form. Ichigo tells Ikumi he's fine and leaves. She notices his substitute Shinigami badge under the towel and decides to deliver it tomorrow. Back at the clinic, Isshin offers to make food. Ichigo tells him to stop acting cheery. He must know what's going on. Isshin confirms Urahara told him about Ichigo's Zanpakuto breaking and the royal guard kicking him out. He says Ichigo can't fix his Bankai because he doesn't know anything about himself. Ichigo grabs him by the collar. Isshin says he promised to wait until he was ready to explain his past, and now the time has come. He clarifies he's not a Shinigami, but also not ordinary, and begins telling Ichigo what his mother was. Flashback shows young Masaki running over to a wounded Isshin in the rain, asking if he's alright. Isshin questions who she is since she took out that thing on her own. Masaki introduces herself and says she's a Quincy. Outside the Hoodin, Nimaya infers Renji also noticed it was pointless for Ichigo to keep battling the Asauchi. He reveals he knows the location of every Asauchi he's ever forged. Shinigami transform them into personalized Zanpakuto through continuous training, the foundation of their relationship and absolute truth. He muses this is true for the Royal Guard and Gotei 13. Even Kenshi gained an Asauchi from a dead Shinigami's corpse. Not a single Shini has awakened their own Zanpakuto without an Asauchi he forged since the beginning of Soul Society. This method was never going to work for Ichigo, which both he and Renji knew, while Ichigo didn't. Ichigo needs to know the whereabouts of his soul. In the past, Rangiku searches for Isshin while subordinates sympathize. She throws a tray at a rustling tree, hitting him. He claims he caught it, but she stomps the tray into his face. She addresses him as Captain Shiba and says they're going back to the office. Rangiku says he'll disgrace the main Shiba clan branch by avoiding work. Isshin deduces she just wants more free time and calls her a devil. He grabs her arm, says her breasts are glistening with sweat from chasing him, and gets smacked. Hitsugaya finishes paperwork. Isshin lifts him, praising him as future captain. Rangiku protests she's next in line. Hitsugaya says he's making progress on Bankai training. They pull each other's lips. Isshin opens a cabinet and finds his manju missing. Hitsugaya quickly brings up a report about an incident in Naruki City. Isshin insists they discuss his manju first and calls him a dirty thief. Hitsugaya asks if he remembers the report from 2 months ago. A Shinigami died in Naruki City. He holds up last month's report revealing 2 more died. Isshin rushes outside, says he's leaving to investigate, and tells Rangiku to cover for him. He disappears with Shunpo. Hitsugaya declines to follow, saying Isshin left alone because it's dangerous and they'd only get in his way. Meanwhile, in a hidden lab, Aizen enters a room of gestating masses and asks about progress. Gin says none have been made. Aizen details how souls can't withstand holification. Aizen says they're close to locating Shinji and the others, and concludes everything is in their hands. In Naruki City, 2 Shinigami move through the air, noting the sky growing cloudy and ruminating on the previous 2 stationed here dying on rainy days. Isshin appears behind them and says it's good to know rainy days are dangerous. He claims he got lost looking for the bathroom. They don't buy it. He tells them to go home if it starts raining. Elsewhere, White stands on a rooftop as clouds gather. Meanwhile, at the Ishida residence, Izumi eats dinner with Masaki and asks about her progress at school. Masaki says she goes every day. Izumi wants to know about her training. Masaki nervously says it's going okay. Izumi slams the table, demands to know what she means, and reminds her she's the last of the Kurosaki clan with no siblings. They only took her in because she's a fellow Quincy. Ryukin opens the door and tells Izumi to calm down. Izumi returns to her room. Katagiri cleans up and tells Ryukin that Soken is training at Fünftfeld. Ryukin apologizes to Masaki for Izumi taking out her loneliness on her. Masaki says there's nothing to forgive and retires, mockingly telling Ryukin dinner was excellent. Later, Ryukin tells Katagiri that Masaki knows she was brought in to protect the Ishida clan's Echt blood. He questions if she'd be happy marrying him. Katagiri says his kindness would make her happy. Ryukin wonders what's kind about wanting her happy so they can look to the future of the Quincy, not their own. Masaki curls up on her bed. Near Naruki's south gate, the rain comes down hard. The 2 Shinigami decide to stay despite Isshin telling them to leave. They'd be punished for returning. Isshin internally theorizes the enemy targets Shinigami or reacts to high Ryatsu, so he exerts his own to lure them out. The Shinigami are awed by it. One gets his head cut in half from behind. Isshin stops exerting Reiatsu, realizing size isn't what attracts the enemy, and sees 2 blood. White crashes onto the rooftop behind him. Isshin is astonished to see a black hollow standing before him as White looks back. Isshin is astonished to see White is a black hollow. He mentally notes the hole in its chest is filled with a mass, but its Reiatsu is unmistakably hollow. White rushes to attack. In his lab, Aizen sees Isshin on surveillance and wonders what he's doing in the human world. Tosin says there's no deployment order. Gin says Isshin is on an unauthorized trip. Aizen says this could be a great opportunity and requests a way to watch up close. In Karakura, Masaki senses 2 massive Reiatsu, 1 hollow, and runs out. Ryukin stops her, reminding her they're supposed to let Gemished Quincy handle it. He says Echt Quincy shouldn't shed blood so easily. Masaki protests. Isshin flips through the air, clashes with White, and notes it fights like a Shinigami despite its appearance. He gets pushed back into Karakura town. A Shinigami approaches, saying Karakura is under 13th Division protection. Isshin warns him to run, but White obliterates him with a chero from between his horns. Masaki senses it and tells Ryukin that taking care of herself means doing what she can as soon as she can. She runs off, unable to forgive herself if she let someone die while she could act. Ryukin tells Katagiri they're heading out. Isshin expresses disbelief at White firing a chero like a Menno. He clashes again, wondering who's covering up the incidents. White remains silent. Isshin releases his Shikai and Getsu, coating his sword in flame-like energy. Before he can attack, Aizen slashes him across the back from behind. Aizen muses on how the cloaks completely suppress their Reiatsu and make them nearly invisible by kneading Kido into the fabric, thanking Urahara for leaving them behind 80 years prior. Isshin falls to a rooftop below, realizing he was cut by a Zanpakuto rather than a hollow. He knows there's a traitor in the Gote 13 and demands his attacker show himself. Above, Gin asks if Aizen wants to leave already. Aizen says Ishin's Bankai takes a heavy toll on his body, so his current injury will prevent activation. White is another failure prototype if he can't defeat a captain using only Shikai. Tozen requests Aizen refer to White by name. He's the first hollow ever created from a Shinigami soul, in another dimension compared to the others they've made. Aizen acknowledges it and apologizes, musing on White gaining his name from the whiteness contrasting with his black armor, and expresses appreciation for the irony. On the rooftop, Ishin blocks a heavy downward slash from White, blood spurting from the wound on his back. He stomps on White's free arm to prevent attack, internally noting he can't focus Reiatsu enough to use Bankai with this deep of a wound. White flings him into the air with brute strength and leaps after him. Ishin warns White not to underestimate him, draws blood from his back wound into his mouth with his free hand, and spits it onto Ngetsu, creating a horizontal pillar of energy that detonates into a large explosion upon contact. Masaki arrives below and sees White's severed left arm embed near her. Ishin is impressed. White keeps fighting with one arm. White pins him down and charges another Kero between his horns, aiming directly at Ishin. Before firing, White narrowly evades a Heilig file from Masaki, who stands on the pavement with a Heilig bogan formed. Tosen offers to eliminate her since a Quincy wasn't part of the plan. Aizen excitedly stops him, curious to see what happens. White rushes down to attack Masaki. Ishin can't follow due to his injured ankle. Masaki fires dozens of Heilig fail, but White evades them all. She changes tactics and disperses her bow. Ishin urges her to run. Aizen is startled. White reaches her and bites deep into her left shoulder. Masaki calmly notes she's got him, forms a handgun-sized Heilig bogan in her right hand, and fires a powerful Heilig fail at point-blank range through White's head. White's shattered corpse falls away from Masaki. The mass in his chest swells and detonates in a massive explosion. Ishin pulls her away just in time. In the aftermath, Masaki runs to a prone Ishin and asks if he's okay. He confirms it. He thanks her for saving him and mocks himself for needing help from a young girl despite being a captain. Masaki says he wouldn't have been so badly injured if he hadn't protected her from the explosion. Ishin laughs and says they're even. She promises to heal him. He asks who she is since she defeated White. Masaki internally debates revealing she's a Quincy, but introduces herself anyway. Ishin admits he's never seen a Quincy in person, and says he feels lucky to meet one like this. Masaki is surprised by his reaction and laughs, hoping this is what all Shinigami are like for the sake of Izumi, Ryukin, and the other Quincy. Above them, Ryukin and Katagiri watch and decide they can leave since Masaki is safe. Back in the lab, Tosen slams his hand on a console, calling White a failure for passing to a Quincy instead of a Shinigami after surpassing hollowification to reach the metastasized stage. Aizen denies it. White strayed from his goal due to aspects they couldn't predict. He's fascinated that a hollow created from a dead Shinigami chose a Quincy, the opposite of himself, and asks if they don't want to see what happens next. In the First Division meeting hall, Ishin concludes his report. Yamamoto notes an unauthorized excursion is a violation but overlooks it since Ishin minimized casualties and prevented excessive damage. Mayuri mockingly says failing to retrieve the hollow's remains is a serious crime. Yamamoto asks if Ishin left anything out. Ishin recalls Masaki and says he didn't. At Sato High School, Masaki sits in class thinking about Ishin, wondering if he made it back safely and realizing she never asked his name. Ishin lies on a walkway, remembering Masaki, and decides to go back to the human world to properly thank her. Masaki walks home with friends Kanan and Shiho. Kanan says every day must be exciting living with Ryukin. Masaki denies anything going on since he's her cousin. Kanan insists she'd express affections even if related. Masaki suddenly feels crawling darkness across her left side and stumbles into Urahara. He continues walking but stops in surprise, sensing something strange from her. He furrows his brow as her friends walk away with her. Rangiku cheerfully calls out for Ishin, claiming she has an urgent mission to the dumpling shop and wants him to handle her paperwork. She finds he's already left for the human world, with a note telling her to make up an excuse for Yamamoto. She tears it up, berating him for returning without authorization, before throwing the crumpled remains of the note against the wall while Hitsuga points out the hypocrisy. Meanwhile in Karakura, Masaki returns to the Ishida residence. Izumi confronts her about fighting a hollow to save a Shinigami. Masaki denies it. Izumi berates her for breaking Quincy rules. Ryukin confronts Katagiri in the laundry room, demanding why she told Izumi. Katagiri reveals Masaki sustained a wound from White. Her bloodline could become tainted without treatment from Izumi and Soken. Ryukin says it doesn't matter. Katagiri reminds him his marriage to Masaki was for the future of the Quincy. Ryukin runs back and tries to take responsibility, but Masaki collapses. Ryukin turns her over and sees a hollow hole forming in her chest. Izumi realizes what it is. Ryukin asks where Soken is. He says they're trying to contact him and orders Ryukin to stay. He opens the doors and leaps away with Masaki, leaving Izumi with a hollow wound covering her lower right leg. Ryukin internally admonishes himself for not stopping her. A massive hollow appears behind him. Ishin cuts it in two from behind and recognizes him. Ishin sees the hole in Masaki's chest and rushes down. Ryukin tells him not to come closer. She's in this condition because she saved him and broke Quincy rules. Ishin picks up on the bite wound causing this. Ryukin says he'll never forgive him. Urahara appears in the air, says they have no time to argue, and requests they come with him so he can explain their choices for saving Masaki. In her subconscious, Masaki envisions drifting into a peaceful black hole. She doesn't feel afraid because she can sense someone down there who needs her. She opens her eyes but finds herself floating into the gaping mouth of a massive hollow head.
With rain pouring outside the Urahara shop, Urahara has Masaki laying on a table and informs Ishin and Ryukin he's been researching the same symptom for close to 100 years. Ishin questions who he is. Urahara introduces himself as an exile from Soul Society, stunning Ishin. Ryukin demands he restore Masaki to normal. Urahara says she can never go back. She's undergoing hollowification, the process of a hollow's soul being poured into another soul, destroying the boundary between them. It was meant to strengthen a Shinigami's soul but proved uncontrollable. Using it on a Quincy is outside its purpose. Ryukin assumes there's no way to save her. Urahara says he can save her life but not restore her former self. Hollowification turns the subject into a monster. Then soul suicide destroys the boundary between the soul and the outside world. He's discovered a way to counteract it by injecting a substance into the soul to maintain balance. For a hollified Shinigami, a vaccine from a Quincy's Heilig file and a human soul can stabilize them indefinitely. But Masaki requires a stronger counteracting force, one that must remain at her side forever to continually suppress her hollowification. Ryukin protests. Urahara says he has no choice because the one with a choice is Ishin. He pulls a sheet off a gigai made from a human soul that envelops the soul inside to make it fully human. Ishin's choice is to become a hybrid of Shinigami and human, the opposite of Masaki's Quincy and Hollow mix, to be the counteracting force. But there are downsides. Ishin will bind his soul to Masaki's and the Hollow with a reishi string for as long as she and her descendants live. He'll lose his Shinigami powers and be unable to see hollows inside the gigai. He'll likely never return to his Shinigami form. Ryukin mentally notes there's no way Ishin will accept. Urahara explains the string must be incredibly strong, preventing Ishin from leaving the gigai so long as it's tied. Ishin bluntly agrees, stunning both Ura and Ryukin. He chastises Urahara for talking too much and tells him to hurry up. He confirms he'll give up being a Shinigami and protect Masaki for the rest of her life. Urahara asks if he has doubts. Ishin says he won't be able to live with himself if the person who saved him dies because he had doubts. Urahara acknowledges his resolve and says he'll begin the procedure. In Masaki's subconscious, she shields herself from the encroaching hollow head. Ishin appears between them, grabs her under his arm, and announces he's come to rescue her. Ishin promises the hollow inside Masaki won't touch her now that he's here. He notices it looking at him and assumes it's confused because it doesn't have fingers. He fires a diagonal Getsuga Tensho that cuts through the hollow, shattering it. Masaki watches in awe, recognizes Ishin, and says she wanted to see him again. She asks about his wounds and requests his name as Ishin yells at her for being so excited while naked. In the real world, Masaki stops sweating and takes a deep breath. Urahara holds up peace signs and confirms she'll be alright now that he's bonded their souls. Masaki giggles and blushes, reminiscing about Ishin getting mad. Ishin grinds his knuckle into her forehead and reprimands her for not learning her lesson. Ryukin walks through the rain and finds Katagiri with an umbrella. She asks if he left Masaki behind. He tells her to return to the Yoshida estate and inform his mother he can't protect the Quincy. Katagiri refuses to leave him, saying her life belongs to him from the moment they met. She tearfully asks him not to be sad. Ryukin decides they'll go home together. After Masaki graduates high school, she leaves the Yoshida family because her soul is mixed with a hollow. Ishin infers it was Ryukin's decision as his way of letting go. Ishin opens the Kurosaki clinic with Urahara's help, while Masaki comes by from college to make fun of his white coat. He tells her he lost his Shinigami powers after being banished, but she saw through the lie immediately. Any lie felt meaningless with Masaki. She always saw through them and forgave him. He remembers a movie with an old man comparing his elderly wife to the sun. The line stuck with him because Masaki was like the sun, attracting everything, forgiving everything, illuminating everything, and spinning everything around herself. He was just happy to be spun by her. In the present, Ishin stands before Ichigo and says he was born after this. He recounts Ichigo gaining Shinigami powers from Rukia, manifesting his Zanpakuto, and awakening his inner hollow. Ishin's Reiatsu could no longer suppress it, so he regained his powers by breaking the connection to his Gigai after 20 years. He says Ichigo doesn't know the full truth about Masaki's death. 9 years ago today, Ichigo recalls Masaki's death. Isshin says she wasn't supposed to die that day. Ichigo is confused. Isshin brings up Bleach, which Ichigo remembers Urahara describing as an enhancement of abilities by infusing reishi in veins. Masaki was an ect Quincy before merging with a hollow, so she could use Bleach from birth without training. Her Bleach vein was exceptionally powerful, which is why White's wound was such a concern, and why she never sustained a hollow injury in the years after. Isshin pauses and says, rather than being unable to help her that day, he chose not to. He felt their Reiatsu from the clinic, and would have gone if she'd been in trouble even without powers. But the difference between her and Grand Fisher was so vast, she should have won without a scratch. He asks if Ichigo knows about Uryu's mother. Ichigo doesn't. Uryu doesn't talk about family. Isshin identifies her as Kanae Katagiri and reveals she fell ill 9 years ago on June 17th and died 3 months later. Ichigo is shocked. Isshin explains Yhwach initiated out to filter through surviving Quincy. A legend claims the sealed Quincy king regains his pulse after 900 years, his mind after 90, and his strength after 9, which he accomplished by robbing impure Quincy of their powers. Katagiri fell into a fatal coma, while Masaki lost her powers and then her life for the same reason. Ichigo asks how Yhwach can do this. Isshin reveals he's the father of the Quincy, the progenitor whose blood runs in every Quincy. Ichigo recalls Yhwach's comments about his lineage and the jail not containing Quincy. He regains his resolve and thanks Isshin. Rain clears and dawn approaches. Ikumi returns Ichigo's substitute Shinigami badge. Ichigo takes it and tells Isshin he's leaving. Meanwhile in Silburn, Hashvalth approaches Yhwach. He steps aside to reveal Uryu in a stutter uniform. Yhwach welcomes him as his son and invites him to fight together. Ichigo prepares to leave. Isshin asks how he'll get back. Mera appears in a puff of smoke, says the timing is perfect, and tells him they're going. Ichigo finds himself back in the Hououden pit. Mera explains the Chokai-mon has a strict round-trip time limit. Nemaya planned to bring him back after one night from the start, since he'd either change or not at all. Nemaya pops out, impressed by the resolve in Ichigo's eyes, and says he should be able to do this now. The Asochi respond by kneeling before him and turning black. Ichigo looks to a specific Asochi, says it's the right one, and holds out his open hand. The Asochi reaches up and grips it, its black skin flaking off to reveal white skin underneath. It looks up at Ichigo with a hollow's face. Nemaya grins and tells Ichigo to come up. He'll personally reforge his Zanpakuto. Meanwhile in the Serete, Nagakiso paces among Shinigami practicing Zanjutsu, admonishing them for not performing swings capable of cutting down Quincy. 2 unseated Shinigami discuss Hitsugaya losing his Bankai, calling him finished. Nagakiso reprimands them. Hitsugaya opens the door, bows, and requests Nagakiso train him. His Bankai being stolen means he must retrain from the basics. He takes his place among the others and begins swinging, ruminating on perfecting his Bankai after Aizen's defeat, only to have it stolen anyway. He tells himself there's no time to mourn, he must look forward. On the Rukongai outskirts, he follows Kensei to a clearing. Kensei wants him to use Bankai. His Bankai wasn't stolen, but there's no guarantee for next time. Mashiro leaps down, donning her hollow mask. Kensei warns Hisagi she's strong, and he'll only survive if he achieves Bankai. Mashiro punches him in the stomach, collapsing him. Kensei berates him. Mashiro says no lieutenant could defeat a super lieutenant. Hisagi forces himself up, says he respects Kensei, but he has no right to disparage Kensei stares down at him. Meanwhile, Iba finishes lifting boulders and looks toward a cave entrance, wondering when Komamura will come out. Inside, Komamura stands before the Wolfman clan elder, who opens his eyes and says he has nerve coming back. Akon enters the control room. Kuna wonders if it's okay for him to walk around. Akon admits he's still in pain, but won't lie in bed all day. He asks where Mayuri is. Kuna says Mayuri has stayed in his office with Nemu since the Quincy invasion. Akon notices the surveillance bugs are inactive and opens a panel, explaining Mayuri never leaves them inactive for more than 24 hours. He concludes Mayuri is either in crisis or conducting secret experiments. He presses a red button, creating a screen from a hidden camera he installed. He and Kuna are bewildered when the feed shows Mayuri asking someone on a table if they can move. Akon is aghast at what he's creating. At the Omaeda estate, Mario finds Marichio lounging on the porch and asks him to play. He declines, saying he's busy. Marajiro Saburo offers to read her a book. Mario refuses, saying his books are creepy, and tells Marichio she's going for a walk. Marichio looks at the sky and wonders why Sui Feng didn't take him with her. Meanwhile, Sui Feng does one-handed push-ups on a rocky spire.
In the cave, the Wolfman clan elder asks Komamura what he wants. Komamura says he's come to learn their secret technique. The elder laughs, reminding him he has no right after hiding his face to pretend to be human. Komamura says he's no longer concealing himself, and the world has changed enough for their clan to live openly, but it's now under threat. The elder angrily tells him to be silent, saying the world will remain intact while its bearers change, and their clan will stay unharmed in the shadows. Komamura insists they must change for their children and grandchildren. The elder says it doesn't matter who controls the world, and vows to crush Komamura if he disrupts their peace. Komamura welcomes the challenge. In the Soul King Palace, Ichigo hurtles down a slide with Namaya and the Asochi, crashing into a pool. Namaya commends his courage for diving headfirst after being warned. Ichigo angrily counters Namaya shoved him. Namaya directs his attention to large waterfalls forming a massive body of water. He says this is why the Hoenn was built on a cliff. A Bankai can't be reforged without all this water. He reveals this is where Ichigo and Zangetsu will say goodbye. Namaya announces his show. His bodyguards, Sumiko, Hasuka, Mera, Nonomi, and Toki, crash down onto him, injure him, and proclaim they're his bodyguards. Ichigo and the Asochi stare blankly. Namaya beckons the Asochi forward. It transforms into a shining blade, hurtles around Ichigo, and embeds in the ground next to Namaya. Mera breathes fire at the stone furnace. Toki spawns water from a bucket. Hasuka pulls the blade with her hair. Sumiko sculpts a tooth into a mallet. Namaya ties his hair, removes his glasses, and begins hammering the blade. He asks Ichigo what he sees. Ichigo says it's brighter, and wonders if he should have kept his glasses on. Namaya says he couldn't see the flame's color if he did. He deduces Ichigo's first reaction to the Asochi turning white was being reminded of his inner hollow. He confirms the Asochi represents Ichigo's inner hollow, and was the catalyst to draw out his Zanpo spirit. Ichigo is shocked when Namaya reveals his inner hollow is actually his Zanpo spirit. Aizen created white by layering Shinigami souls in a method identical to Namaya's Asochi creation, allowing it to enter Ichigo's soul and become his Zanpakuto spirit. Ichigo realizes what this means for the Zangetsu he knows. Namaya reminds him he's saying goodbye to Zangetsu here. He says Ichigo should already know the truth about the man masking as his Zanpakuto spirit. In his inner world, Ichigo stands before Namaya urges him to look closer. He's already seen this man up close recently as the enemy who destroyed Soul Society. Zangetsu is Ichigo's Quincy powers, taking the form of Yhwach from 1,000 years ago. Ichigo recalls his first confrontation with Yhwach and ruminates on why he felt drawn to that location, why he went straight to Yhwach without knowing anything, why he believed Yhwach was the most important enemy, and why Yhwach's face almost reminded him of someone. Standing before Zangetsu in his inner world, aghast, he asks if it's true. Zangetsu says it is. He is not named Zangetsu. The building cracks and splits, submerging them in deep water. Ichigo asks if he's really Yhwach and not Zangetsu confirms he's the source of Ichigo's Quincy powers, and both is and is not Yhwach. Ichigo furiously demands if everything he said is a lie, and if he's enemy or ally. Zangetsu says he's neither. He clarifies there were no lies except the name he told Ichigo. He always had help from the inner hollow when teaching about his Zanpo. The one to save Ichigo in mortal danger was always the hollow. He explains he didn't want Ichigo to become a Shinigami, so he suppressed his budding Zanpo spirit to become the center of his abilities. Ichigo asks why. Zangetsu wanted to keep him from danger and conflict, believing he'd eventually have to kill Ichigo himself if he became a Shinigami. But Ichigo chose that path anyway, gained strength, and persevered despite being hurt. Zangetsu's heart wavered, and he leaned to support Ichigo's decision. His body begins disintegrating. He says he feels joy stepping away and is satisfied watching Ichigo grow strong. Ichigo rushes toward him, begging him to wait. Zangetsu sheds a tear and disappears, leaving only the sword. He tells Ichigo he's been using a mere fragment of his power. Now he can fight with his full power using his true Zanpakuto and the real Zangetsu. The sword explodes into light around Ichigo. Internally, Ichigo admits that there were no lies in the words of either Zangetsu. Recalling how Zangetsu used a Quincy shadow to help him, Blute to stop his bleeding, and power to help him win when he was weak, Ichigo leaps between the crumbling buildings in his inner world and asserts that both his Quincy powers and his inner hollow are Zangetsu to him, which he hopes they can agree to. Back in the real world, in Namaya's forge in the palace, Ichigo grabs the blade of the Asauchi while it is still in the furnace, and despite Hasuka's protests, Namaya affirms that he was just thinking this would be completed by Ichigo pouring his soul into the blade. At Namaya's urging, Ichigo pulls the blade out of the furnace in an explosion that evaporates all the water in the bay. With the bodyguards astonished by this, Namaya puts his glasses back on and asks Ichigo if he can handle those Zangetsus, as Ichigo stands with two distinct blades in his hands. One long, with a hollow section in the middle,
and the other short with a complete blade. While the bodyguards look on in awe at him wielding 2 blades, and Namiya confirms that they are both real, Ichigo promises Zangetsu that he will not ask him for power anymore, Zangetsu that he will not push him away anymore, and both of them that they will not have to fight alongside him because he will fight on his own before declaring that they are him. Meanwhile, the Sternritter and Soldat gather before a stage and salute with their Quincy crosses as Yhwach walks on stage and announces that he has news to share with them. On stage in Silburn's Cathedral, Yhwach announces he has something to say and brings Uryu onto the stage. He reveals Uryu, the last Quincy and survivor, is his successor. The Vondenreich is shocked. Baz B stomps his foot and demands Yhwach wait. Haschwalth holds an arm out to stop him. Yhwach says there's no need for objection because they'll learn of Uryu's power in the battles to come, then departs with him. In a hallway, Baz B throws a bottle, shattering it, and demands an explanation. Mask says none of them know. Uses only Yhwach could explain. Baz B refuses to accept it, pushes away an attendant, and leaps between pillars to the floor below. Mask asks where he's going. Baz B says he's entering Yhwach's throne room to talk. Haschwalth stands in his path. Baz B says he assumed Haschwalth would be successor, and nearly all Sternritter would have accepted it. Haschwalth says Yhwach's word is everything. He has no room to complain. Baz B calls him cowardly and demands he give up his position. Haschwalth places a hand on his sword and orders him to calm down. Baz B grins and says he's calmer than Haschwalth. A gift ball forms between them. Askin sarcastically praises Baz B's calm in not attacking. He says he was saving them. Fighting isn't good and they're being watched. Pepe chuckles from above. Askin disperses the gift ball and tells Haschwalth and Baz B to let it go, saying fighting could be poisonous for Haschwalth, whom he addresses as their next emperor. In the throne room, Yhwach sits before a kneeling Uryu, who drinks his blood from a cup. Yhwach says the ritual is complete, Uryu's power will awaken soon, and he'll have the Shrift of A, just like Yhwach himself. In Yhwach's throne room, Uryu asks why he was appointed successor. Yhwach is surprised by the question. Uryu points out how this will create friction among the Sternritter. Yhwach says he's relieved Uryu isn't a fool who accepts things blindly. He asks Uryu why he's still alive. Every Gemisht Quincy perished under Auswahlen 9 years ago except for Uryu, making him the only survivor. Yhwach calls him the last survivor, concludes he has some kind of power that exceeds his own, and named him successor for that reason. Uryu accepts and goes with him. Shortly after, Bambietta invites a soldat to her room for relief. She cuts him in half. Candace, Meninas, Lil Tato, and Giselle brushes off the mess. Lil Tato says cookie crumbs and blood splatters aren't the same. Menina says she could do it outside. Candace says she needs to deal with her urge to kill attractive men when angry. Giselle says Candace wants to fraternize instead. They argue. Bambietta blows a hole through the wall and tells them to keep it down. She's worried about the Vondenreich's future. In the tower behind Silburn, Haschwalth returns to his quarters. His attendant suggests he counsel Yhwach on the appointment. Haschwalth says naming a successor this way was guaranteed to breed unrest. Yhwach intended this because scrutiny will be focused on Uryu, preventing any move against him. Uryu's only path now is to dedicate himself to Yhwach's will. In Hueco Mundo, Orihime reaches the Nagal ruins, laments how long it took, and eats a potato-like food. She recalls Chad refusing it. Pero flies next to her. Urara sent Pero with a camera to monitor her. Orihime muses he didn't come when she was chased by a hollow. Chad approaches from the stairs, says she took her time, and declares everyone is here. Orihime is shocked to see 2 figures behind him. Simultaneously, Urara expresses relief she reached safely, and looks at Quilge's medallion crackling with black electricity, noting his research will take more time. At the Kurosaki clinic, Yuzu prepares lunch and calls Ishin and Karin to eat. Ishin says he'll be there once he gets rid of his patient. Karen says she'll join once she defeats a video game boss. Yuzu wishes Ichigo was back from training camp. In Ichibe's temple, Rukia and Renji stand across from each other with wooden swords pointed, sweating, until bells ring and they collapse in relief. Renji complains it's tough. Rukia wonders what's difficult about standing still. Renji says he's not suited to pointing a weapon at a friend. Rukia says it doesn't suit her either. The reishi density is so high it feels like they're underwater. Rukia gets a call on her Denrei Shinki and excitedly tells Renji it was Korinji. Byakuya has recovered. Korinji notes Byakuya spent more time under his care than anyone. Byakuya muses his lack of power prevents anything from going to his head and resolves to become strong enough to change that. Renji is excited but realizes Byakuya will go to Hikifune, Nimaya, then Senju's palace, which he's traumatized by. Rukia warns him not to think about it. Renji remembers Senjumaru insisting he remove his fundoshi too. When he questions why, she decides to remove his testicles instead, making him frantically strip. In the present, Renji snaps back. Rukia says she's glad he didn't reach the part where he took it off, and expresses remorse Byakuya must go through it. Ichibei throws open the doors, comments on how chatty they've become since they were too weak to stand, and invites them to train in the back. In the 5th Division barracks, Shinji yells into a Denrei Shinki, begging Hiyori to help. She tells him she can tell his head isn't bowed over the phone. Hachigen brings a package from Shinji and Mayuri. Hiyori decides the Visored will fix distortions in the human world. Lisa and Love aren't enthused. In Karakura, Tatsuki, Mizuhiro, and Keigo walk. Keigo asks about Ichigo. He doesn't know. Keigo says Karin and Yuzu told him Ichigo was training with the soccer team even though the tournament ended. Mizuhiro notes Orihime, Chad, and Uryu aren't around either. This must involve Soul Society. Shunsui approaches from behind. Tatsuki reminds Keigo he's obviously connected to Ichigo. Mizuhiro identifies him as the 8th Division captain. Shunsui says he's flattered to be remembered but would be more so if Mizuhiro was a girl. He reveals he's come to discuss them saying goodbye to Ichigo. Keigo assumes Shunsui is joking about saying goodbye to Ichigo and compliments his kimono. Shunsui says he didn't come to joke. Keigo expresses disbelief at him saying it so casually and accuses him of getting Ichigo mixed up in something again. Shunsui confirms it. Mizuhiro says it's fine because that's who Ichigo is. He asks why this means saying goodbye. Shunsui says Ichigo is in a special location. He'll likely come back safely, but if his power becomes immense enough to adversely affect the human world, he won't be allowed to return. Keigo grabs Shunsui by the collar and lambasts him. Shunsui says that's how it will be if it comes to pass. Mizuhiro points out it's only hypothetical and asks how likely. Shunsui admits 1 in 10,000 or less. Yuki is confused why he came all this way for something so unlikely. Shunsui says it wouldn't be fair to keep Ichigo's friends uninformed. He hands out soul tickets to see Ichigo if it happens, with some sent to his family. He assures them it won't happen today or tomorrow, and promises to tell Ichigo to spend time here before the battle. In Hueco Mundo, Orihime sits against a pillar, drinking water. Sato asks if she's tired. Orihime says she was thinking about how peaceful it is. She wishes they could keep working together and respecting each other's worlds so the battle would never start. Suddenly, in the Schattenbereich engulfs everything, replacing the entire city with the Vondenreich's city. Yhwach, Uryu, and Hashwalth stand atop Silburn. Akon and Hyosu struggle with impossible readings. Akon realizes the Serete is gone. Yhwach asks Uryu if he knows the Kaiser Gesang. Yu recites it. Yhwach reveals a 4th verse. The king will regain the world in 9 days, and invites Uryu and Hashwalth to join him in the last 9 days. In Ichibei's temple, a shirtless Ichigo grabs the 2 blades of his Shikai from the pedestal. In the Serete below, the Schattenbereich engulfs buildings, replacing them with the Vondenreich city. Shunsui stands in his office with Nanao, admitting he didn't expect to lose their territorial advantage despite setting traps. Sentaro and Kiyone panic and call out to Ukitake in the Sakahone district. In the SRDI, Su frantically fiddles with terminals, refusing to believe the Serete is gone. Akon says the numbers are everything. The surrounding equipment is suddenly removed as well. Atop Silburn, Yhwach declares Shinigami couldn't comprehend this. The Quincy fled to Soul Society 1,000 years ago and hid in the shadows of the Serete, calling it the Wandenreich. Askin calls the invasion successful and reveals Soul Society is brimming with reishi, letting them build strength for 1,000 years. Hashwalth approaches Shunsui and Nanao, saying they appeared within the Shakonma. Shunsui thanks him and welcomes him to the office, musing Yhwach has capable subordinates. Hashwalth introduces himself as Sternritter Grandmaster. Shunsui introduces himself as Captain Commander and apologizes for being recently appointed. He asks if Hashwalth knew that. Hashwalth confirms. Shunsui calls him impatient. Hashwalth says Yhwach loves peace and ordered the Wandenreich to annihilate the enemy instantly. In the SRDI, Askin tells technicians he's always been here. Mayuri appears in a doorway, noting Quincy operating from shadows meant 2 worlds existing in the same space. He and Nemu are clad in light-emitting garments. Mayuri says data from the last invasion let him deduce the Wandenreich used shadows, so he modified his lab to not emit any. He invites Askin to find out if his department is intelligent. In front of the 10th Division barracks, Shinigami rush at Baz B, who engulfs them in flame. His flames clear to reveal them unharmed behind a wall of ice. Hitsugaya approaches with Rangu, admitting it's too late to stop them but pointing out Baz B's flames didn't get through. Marechio looks up at the Vondenreich city, wondering where his family mansion went. Nearby, Shinigami attempt to rally. He laments this happening while Sui Feng is gone. Mareo pulls on his Shihakusho, begging him not to leave because she's scared. Marechio kneels, says he has to go to protect her, his family, their neighbors, and all of Soul Society as a member of the Gotei 13. BG9 slams into the ground near them. Marechio recognizes him as the one who stole Sui Feng's Bankai. Meanwhile, Bazbi recognizes Hitsugaya as the ice captain who got his Bankai stolen by Kang Du. Hitsugaya introduces himself. Bazb says they're a good match. Tsugaya agrees. Their fire and ice clash in an explosion, sending a shockwave through the city. Ku orders the Shinigami to fall back. One picks up a shard of ice and realizes how thin it is. Bazb blasts his ice, pointing out how flimsy it is. Tsugaya internally muses he only needs to keep this up a bit longer. Rangiku informs him their subordinates have fallen back and offers to help. Hitsugaya thanks her since he still has trouble controlling it by himself.
Rangiku smiles and says losing his Bankai produced something nice. Haya is aggravated by her calling him cute. Rangiku releases Hineko, spreads the ash across the air, and tells him to prepare for Operation Millefeuille. Hitsugaya protests he didn't name it that. Bazb assumes it's an ordinary ice wall and launches more fire. Rangiku uses house, leaving the ice intact. Bazb demands to know what this is. Haya reveals it's a multi-layered wall of vacuum ice. Rangiku separates Hineko's ash into thin layers. He covers them in thin ice with Hyorinmaru, then retracts it to leave a vacuum layer that prevents heat from piercing. Bazb is bewildered. Haya notes Hyorinmaru has the least difference between Shikai and Bankai. His Shikai just produces less ice, so he trained to fight with less. It was enough to stop flames of Bazb's level. Bazb blasts a powerful fireball, but Haya remains unharmed. He separates the ice walls, levels his Zanpakuto, reminds Bazb his flame can't penetrate the vacuum ice, and attacks with Shinku no Kori no Yaiba, slamming a large hollow blade of ice into Bazb's right shoulder. Bazb is pinned against a pillar by Hiya's attack. Nearby Shinigami celebrate, thinking they can defeat the Wandenreich without Bankai. Hitsugaya and Rangiku walk through the crowd. Simultaneously, BG9 slams Maurecchio against a wall and demands to know where Suifeng is. He couldn't locate her Reiatsu anywhere.
Maurecchio says he doesn't know and calls BG9 an idiot for not understanding. He wasn't told and would let it slip even if ordered not to. BG9 fires a tendril into a nearby building, revealing Maurecchio impaled on the end. He's detected 3 other matching Reiatsu within 30 meters and promises they'll all die if Maurecchio refuses again. Maurecchio slams his Shikai into BG9's helmet, demanding he let her go. BG9 says he has 2 questions, embeds tendrils into his shoulder, and warns Maurecchio will die if he doesn't answer. He deflects another attack and assumes Maurecchio lost speech from shock. Maurecchio says Bane is dead. BG9 reveals his Reishi minigun and opens fire, but Suifeng breaks the barrel off and drops the bullets. She muses BG9 is more advanced than expected. BG9 didn't sense her. Suifeng questions if he thought the Ono couldn't conceal Reiatsu. BG9 lists her titles and notes the wind-like Kido behind her. She reveals it's Shunko. BG9 says it should be unperfected. Suifeng says she perfected it after her battle with Yoruichi and trained to improve it further. She fully unleashes her wind-like Shunko, wraps herself in a vortex she can maintain indefinitely, thanks BG9 for helping her improve without her Bankai, and unleashes a powerful blast that sends him hurling back. The Shinigami around Hitsugaya and Rangiku recognize Suifeng's Reiatsu and declare she won. As things are looking up, Bazb gets their attention, criticizes the idea of being left behind, and melts the ice encasing him with one hand. He hasn't even begun to fight. Simultaneously, Suifeng stops walking as BG9's eye glows from within the dust cloud. Askin examines Mayuri between his fingers and gives up on fighting him. Killing Mayuri would require too many scenarios, and he prefers quick fights. Mayuri tells him he can go wherever he wants since he needs more time to analyze his Reiatsu. Askin calls him scary and is relieved he didn't give away his abilities. The building shakes. Mayuri recognizes Suifeng's Reiatsu. Askin says this is just as Yhwach predicted. The battle still falling under predictions means the Gotei 13 is still in danger. Bazb emerges unharmed from the melted ice. The Shinigami express disbelief his attack didn't rip him apart. Bazb says his cape was shredded, and laments ruining his best uniform before removing it with a grin. Suifeng grabs a tendril and slams BG9 through multiple buildings. She's surprised he's still breathing. BG9 emerges without his cloak, saying he was never breathing. Missile pods emerge from his body. He thanks her for data on Mukyu Shunko, but expresses disappointment at this being the extent of her power, before firing missiles that engulf the area in explosions. Suifeng leaps out with light burns. BG9 impales her wrist with a tendril, catches up, and engulfs her in a massive explosion. Bazb brings up Hitsugaya's earlier statement about shielding his flames, and reveals all Sternritter struck by Yamamoto are still alive. He offset Yamamoto's flames with his own. He melts the remainder of Shinku no Kori no Yaiba with one hand, expressing disappointment at Hitsugaya not having his Bankai. Hitsugaya slashes a wave of ice, but Bazb melts it with flames. Hitsugaya orders Rangiku to regroup while he holds him off with Ryojin Hyoheki. Bazb says all he needs is a finger, and fires Burner Finger 1, piercing through the wall and Hitsugaya's chest.
chest. Haschwalth is cut off from Shunsui and Nanao by Hakudan Kapeki. He taps it with his sword, creating a ripple, and he can't get through. Nanao explains the barrier temporarily protects against all Quincy powers. Haschwalth infers she created this Kido. Nanao says her talent with it is the only reason she's a lieutenant, though Shunsui denies it. She criticizes the Vandenreich for leaving Reiatsu traces during their first invasion, making countermeasures inevitable. Haschwalth asks if other captains can use it. Nanao admits they can't. Haschwalth admires her for perfecting the spell but not refining it for others. It's prevented captains from dying instead of being slaughtered. Hitsugaya runs from Baz B, who taunts him. Hitsugaya erects a wall of ice, but Baz B cuts through it, only to find himself surrounded by thick, icy fog. Baz B disperses it with burning stomp. Hitsugaya admits there was no time to plan, but reveals he set a trap. 6 sigils surround Bazby as Rokui Hyoketsujin encases him in ice. Bazby quickly melts it, questioning if Hitsugaya is trying to make him angry enough to use a second finger. Hitsugaya erects another wall. Bazby fires Burner Finger 2, creating a tall, vertical explosion that slashes Hitsugaya across the chest and breaks his Zanpakuto's blade. Hitsugaya collapses. Changdu lands behind Bazby and says he'll take over because of their agreement to leave captains to the ones who stole their Bankai. In the SRDI, Mayuri observes 2 Reiatsu disappeared, Hitsugaya and Sui Feng, and notes he's the only one who can fight without Bankai. Urahara contacts him, greets him affably, and reveals he's completed the method for regaining Bankai. Changdu arrives to finish off a gravely wounded Hitsugaya. Bazby says Yhwach will punish him for stealing a kill. Chang reminds him it was Yhwach's order for captains to be killed by their own Bankai, which Bazby scoffs at. Chang pushes his cloak aside and drops Rangiku, who's been slashed across the side of her neck, to Hitsugaya's alarm. Bringing up Rangiku being Hitsugaya's precious lieutenant, Chang declares this is why they'll die together. He introduces himself and explains it's his style to ensure those who live together die together as well. He activates Daigoden Hyorin Maru, noting this must be the first time Hitsugaya seeing it from the other side. He calls it beautiful, before apologizing that it'll be the one thing of Hitsugaya to survive his death. Simultaneously in the SR Urahara to repeat what he said about reclaiming stolen Bankai. Urahara elaborates he found a flaw in the Quincy method that will not only prevent any more thefts, but return the currently stolen Bankai to their owners. Mayuri praises the discovery, but brushes it off to focus on Urahara installing a communication device without permission, calling it a serious crime. Urahara emerges from a Senkaimon behind him and announces he was joking. He explains he was calling from the Dangai and asks for Mayuri's help. They move into the hidden lab, where Akon has the technicians linked to Wandenreich systems. Urahara pulls out Shin Eyaku pills. He explains he stayed in Hueco Mundo because he witnessed the clue there, and Arrancar's Resurrection is nearly identical to Bankai, yet not a single one has been stolen. There must be either an inability or a disadvantage. Urahara's research ruled out inability, so there's a disadvantage. The technicians locate captains and lieutenants. Through Tentekura, Urahara explains the Shin Eyaku will react to anyone with Bankai and permeate their soul. Tsugaya touches one, engulfing his fingers in glowing energy, while Chang expresses confusion. Mayuri admits something about Quincy always bothered him. Hostility against Hollows couldn't be based on resentment. Such fundamental fear could only come from what endangers one's life. Urahara agrees. Quincy have no antibodies against Hollows, making them poison.
Hollows weaken their powers, decay their souls, and eventually kill them. They can't undergo hollowification like Shinigami can. If Shinigami absorb a small amount of hollow power, their Bankai becomes poison to Quincy. A shocked Kang's left ice wing breaks off in a shower of blood. Kang wonders why he lost the left wing of Daiguren Hyorin Maru and sees Hidaya standing up with a left wing of ice forming on his back. Kang demands to know what he did since there are no irregularities with the medallion. Hitsugaya admits he doesn't know and theorizes that Hyorin Maru wants to come home. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, BG9 kneels over an incapacitated Sui Feng behind a reishi wall, extending tendrils from his chest toward her. Marichio grabs her and moves her to a nearby rooftop with Shunpo before the tendrils can reach her. BG9 expresses surprise he can still move and dissipates the wall. He says he wished to extract more data before she dies. Marichio drops a Shinyaku into Sui Feng's palm, causing it to evaporate in a golden glow, and tells her it should bring her Bankai back, though he admits he didn't understand Urahara's explanation. BG9 begins walking toward them and asks Marichio to speak up since his Sonic Collector's sensitivity drops after explosions, but he stumbles and realizes his connection is weakening. Sui Feng informs him her hollowified Bankai is weakening him. Marichio is startled she heard the announcement too. Sui Feng says it was impossible to stay asleep with that annoying voice in her ear and activates Jakuho Raikoben. She orders Marichio to brace himself, responds to BG9 questioning why her Bankai is back by suggesting he analyze it himself, and fires the missile at him, engulfing him in a massive explosion that blasts through the clouds. During this, Kong criticizes Hitsuya for assuming the Sternritter didn't train to control the Bankai they acquired and sends a powerful wave of ice with his Reishi claw, but it stops and diverts upward before hitting Hitsuya's wing. Tsugaya tells a confused Kong he should stop since Hyorinmaru can't attack himself. Kang comes down with a powerful kick blocked by ice, tells him to stop acting like Hyorinmaru has a mind of its own, and delivers several more rapid kicks before kicking him into the air, asserting he doesn't believe in pantheism. Kang follows into the air. Aya refers the matter of belief to Hyorinmaru, who confirms it and notes it's been a while since he heard Hyo's voice before welcoming him back as an altered Hyorinmaru appears behind him. Kang realizes his remaining wing has disappeared. Hitsuya stands with both wings and an icy extension on his sword, noticing a mask-like fragment of ice covering his left eye, which he attributes to the momentary hollowification and decides to accept. Alarmed, Kong fires Sheijin Zhao, but Hitsugaya points his sword down and unleashes a wave of ice. In the aftermath, Kong is frozen inside the center of a massive cross of ice. Hitsugaya stands on a rooftop, details how this is the symbol of Hyorinmaru, and apologizes for not making it a pentacle. Baz B disparages Kang for losing and departs. Tsugaya notes it's over and begins walking toward Rengiku, promising he'll be with her soon, only to collapse while his right wing shatters and a shadow approaches him. As Bambietta and S-Nut watch the Bankai leave their medallions, Uryu stands beside Yhwach in his throne room and muses that Yhwach predicted the Shinigami would find a way to regain their stolen Bankai, which Yhwach confirms. Simultaneously, Bambietta blows up a large portion of a tower, gruesomely killing Shinigami, and admonishes her fellow Sternritter for panicking over losing a power they never owned. She points out Komamura isn't even here despite being her mandated opponent, and complains about not being informed earlier before turning to the Bambis, only to find Lil Tato, Candace, Meninas, and Giselle aren't there either. Angered by this, and because Lil Tato suggested they act as a group today, Bambietta unleashes a vast explosion from her body that levels the surrounding area. Promising to smoke out her friends as retribution, Komamura crashes down in front of her in full body armor and a helmet. Bambietta observes it didn't take long for him to come back and questions why he's wearing a bucket. Komamura says it was a gift. She suggests it's too early for the hero to show up, but Shinji appears behind her and says they can't be heroes because they're not patient enough to wait. Bambietta begins to see the world warp and twist. Shinji reveals this is Sakane's effect, reversing her sense of direction, and admits he's been practicing speaking backward so opponents can still understand him. Bambietta rushes at him in frustration. Shinji reappears behind her, introduces himself, but she can't understand him due to reversed words. The world warps again, and she collapses. Shinji muses he's not a fan of killing girls and apologizes. Simultaneously, Yhwach explains he knew the Shinigami would take measures to regain their Bankai and would eventually discover a method, but tells his Sternritter to rejoice as a spike of energy forms on Bambieta's chest before her Volständig, Zophiel, activates. Bambietta reveals she'd been unable to use it until now because keeping Komamura's Bankai prevented her, making her grateful to the Shinigami. Kang, BG9 and others have their Volständig activate as well in Pillars of Reishi. Yhwach proclaims the Shinigami will soon regret regaining their Bankai. Hope-filled battles are over and true despair begins here. Mayuri notes things got complicated. Urahara is contacted by Ichigo. In the Soul King Palace, Kirinji announces the Royal Guard are ready and tells Ichigo he should be too. Ichigo steps forward in a heavily layered garment and confirms. He looks around in confusion and asks about the Tenchurin's absence. Kirinji reveals it's not here. Ichigo is going back on foot. Senjumaru taps the platform, causing a circular portion to retract and extend a flight of stairs down into the clouds. Kirinji says it'll take a week with Shunpo, eagerly expecting a panicked response, but Ichigo readily acknowledges it and says it'll only take half a day if he hurries. Ichibei approaches, praises his confidence, and assures him he doesn't need to worry about reaching ahead of the Vandenreich since the second invasion began 3 hours ago. Ichigo hurdles down the gap, reprimanding Ichibei for not telling him earlier. Hikifune throws him a pack of onigiri. He catches them and promises to sneak off to eat them if he gets hungry mid-battle. Hikifune observes he's changed, and Kirinji recalls how shaky his Reiatsu used to be. Ichibei denies him getting stronger, rephrasing it as him growing. Stronger in both body and spirit, making him a true Shinigami. Shortly after, Ichigo calls Urahara, informs him of the situation, and says it'll take a bit longer. Urahara tells him to be careful. Ichigo requests they hold out even if the battle gets bad because he'll finish it when he gets there. Urahara smiles and promises they'll be waiting. Ichigo muses. Urahara didn't say how the battle was going, pulls fabric from his cap over his eyes and accelerates downward. Meanwhile, in the Seirete, Banbietta stands with her Vollständig active before Komamura and Shinji, who wonders what this is before being struck by a powerful concentrated explosion. Elsewhere on a rooftop, Candace notices the wings of her own Vollständig coming out due to resonance. Giselle recalls Candace just learned to use it and declines to do the same since it tires her out. Candace claims she doesn't want to either. Meninas observes Banbietta seems to be using it. Lil Tato affirms it since Banbietta was already enraged by their earlier disappearance. Giselle calls Banbietta using the technique scary because her stupidity might end the war very quickly. Shinji is sent flying back into rubble by a powerful explosion from Banbietta. Another projectile strikes and engulfs him in a second explosion, leaving his chest smoking with a large wound. Banbietta calls his sense reversal ability lame and declares she'll simply destroy everything around herself with the explode if she can't determine up or down. She flies into the air and blankets the ground below with explosions. The smoke clears to reveal Komamura standing over Shinji. Inamori leaps into the air behind Banbietta, calling out to Shinji. Asks whose lieutenant she is. Hinamori attempts to attack with Tobumi, but Banbietta fires dozens of reishi projectiles at her. Komamura grabs Hin and pulls her out of the air before the explosion hits. Landing on a rooftop, Komamura chastises Hinamori for being reckless and warns her the projectiles can't be stopped by Tobium or without armor. Banbietta flies behind Komamura and does he believes his helmet can protect him. Komamura draws his sword and slashes at her. She evades, flies higher, and fires a projectile at him. Komamura mentally notes he believes his armor will turn the projectile aside, since bombs have a pause between impact and detonation. But just before it strikes, he notices something and moves his head to the side as his left forearm blocks the blast. Banbietta praises this, attributes his action to animal instinct, and confirms her projectiles can't be blocked. They're not bombs themselves, but turn anything they touch into a bomb. She fires dozens more projectiles. Komamura has Hinamori get behind him just as they're engulfed in an explosion. Banbietta infers only his armor is destroyed, but the smoke clears to reveal Komamura with a human face and body. In the past, Komamura stands before the defeated Wolfman clan elder. The elder explains the humanization technique. Temporarily breaking the chain of sins lets them return to forms before they were condemned as beasts, granting immense power. Komamura asks how it's done. The elder tells him to give up his heart. Komamura counters that he has a debt to repay. Yamamoto took him in after he abandoned his clan, and the Quincy killed him, so he must avenge him. He rips his heart out while the elder watches. In the present, Banbietta stares in shock. Komamura grabs his sheathed Zanpakuto and activates Kokujo Tengen Myoo, Dangai Jo, summoning his Bankai as flames burn in its eye sockets. Banbietta narrowly dodges a powerful strike from Komamura's armorless Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Myoo, Dangai Jo, and flies back. She comments on the lack of wolfen traits even in his Bankai, questions if there's a wolf beneath its monstrous visage, and fires dozens more projectiles at it. Kokujo Tengen Myoo blocks them with its left hand. Banbietta is shocked to see the resulting hole in its palm rapidly closing as tissue restores. Komamura explains that Kokujo Tengen Myoo is an armored Bankai imbued with life. Dangai Jo strips it of armor, leaving only Reiatsu and power behind, preventing the explode from properly harming it. Kokujo Tengen Myoo slams its hand into her and a building below. Banbietta blows through its hand with another explosion and flies out of the smoke with a singed uniform. She asserts its Reiatsu being exposed means Komamura's weaknesses are exposed too, since the explode turns whatever she fires her Reiatsu at into bombs. She detonates several projectiles along its left arm, but Komamura says becoming a bomb is only frightening to something alive. There's no fear when something isn't alive. Banbietta is confused. Komamura clarifies the life of Kokujo Tengen Myoo lies within its armor, so Dangai Jo strips it of life as well. Banbietta demands to know what he's talking about since she knows how it works from possessing it and that its status is linked to its possessor. She fires a dozen projectiles into its chest, causing corresponding explosions on Komamura's own chest. Ta falters when she sees his heart is missing from his chest, leaving a gaping hole. Komamura details his body is now an empty shell meant only for defeating her people. The humanization technique offers his clan temporarily immortal bodies in return for their hearts. He can't die in this form. Alarmed, Bambietta begins fleeing. Kokujo Tengen Myoo leaps after her. She fires hundreds of projectiles behind herself, expressing disbelief at him throwing his life away. Komamura counters. He staked his life instead of throwing it away. Yamamoto did the same for this war. He says he left his life behind before entering this battle. Kokujo Tengen Myoo slashes its sword into Bambietta, creating a massive explosion. In his cave, the Wolfman clan elder praises Komamura for proving he's one of them as the cup containing his heart overflows with blood. Bambietta realizes her projectiles aren't detonating in time after Kokujo Tengen Myoo's attack. She deduces the force is pushing them back into her body before they can explode. The explosion immolates her and sends her crashing to the ground. Kokujo Tengen Myoo lands nearby and looks at Silburn. It begins approaching but falls to its knees alongside Komamura, cracking and shattering its head. Komamura begs the humanization technique and his heart to last longer so he can reach Yhwach, forcing himself up as his canine teeth lengthen. The elder wonders if Komamura has noticed his desire for revenge, just as he once saw Tosin do, but assures him this is fine. Revenge is their clan's true form. His ears transform into wolfen ones, his left arm becomes a large paw, fur envelops him, and his feet transform. The elder confirms he'll soon lose his human body forever and become a beast of revenge. He encourages Komamura to let his anger reach its limit so the elder can sustain himself. The elder consumes his still beating heart. In the city, Komamura lies on the ground as a fully transformed, ordinary-sized wolf, musing this is the price of selling his soul for revenge and sullying the Gotei 13's name. Aiba appears with Shunpo, hoists him over his shoulders, says he did nothing wrong, and declares they'll confront Yhwach and avenge Yamamoto. Elsewhere, Bambietta lies among rubble, smoke coiling off her, expressing disbelief at losing to a Shinigami and being the first of the Bambis to lose. Candace, Lil Toto, Meninas, and Giselle appear over her. Giselle promises to help her since they'd be lonely without her, despite Bambietta's frantic pleas. During this, Rukia and Renji fall toward the replaced Seirete from the Soul King Palace. Renji corrects Rukia that it's now the Vandenreich city. Rukia urges him to hurry since it will soon grow dark. Haschwalth observes the battle evening out. Shunsui agrees, but Haschwalth says it's his job to tip the scales. He draws his sword and Shunsui moves in front of Nanao as Hakudan Kapeki is destroyed in a large blast. Haschwalth confirms he was gradually absorbing Reishi from his side of the barrier. Nanao draws a hexagon, reforming the barrier as hexagonal plates, and points out she had time to form a new one. Haschwalth muses it looks different. Nanao asks if he thinks it looks weak. Haschwalth deduces it's a trap and decides to resort to rougher measures. The Vandenreich emblem appears behind him. He's being called back to Silburn and begins departing. Shunsui questions if he's really leaving. Haschwalth says Yhwach's orders are absolute. Shunsui asks when he'll return. Haschwalth says when ordered. Shunsui promises fine tea. Elsewhere, Ikkaku observes night has fallen. Yumachika questions if it hasn't been nighttime for a while. Ikkaku clarifies it was cloudy before. Now night covers all of Soul Society, and he doesn't like it because shadows are darker. Hisagi climbs over rubble and recognizes them. He explains the terrain made him lose his way, and the Vandenreich spread high-density reishi to prevent tracking. Ikkaku warns traveling at night is what they want. Mask falls down onto them. Simultaneously, Kang and BG9 kneel tied to posts in Silburn. Yhwach announces judgment of the defeated and beckons Haschwalth. BG9 pleads to continue fighting since they were revived by Volstandig. Yhwach says they were fortunate to escape death. Haschwalth draws his broadsword and says battles should be fair. Lives saved by good fortune will be removed with equal misfortune. He slashes at Kang's neck, but is startled to find it turn to iron. Kang reminds him he's the Iron, invites him to try to cut him, and refuses to be killed by anyone but Yhwach. Haschwalth calls this Kang's second good fortune, and asks if he can see the scales of balance tipping before effortlessly slicing through his right side. Outside, Mask pins Hisagi down and counts to 3 to declare victory. He tells James it's lackluster to not have a crowd witnessing his feats. James agrees. 2 lights burst through the clouds and descend into the city. Rukia and Renji land. Mask notices Rukia and Renji's arrival, but doesn't know who they are since they fell so far away. He muses on whether to go after them. James points out the spectacle would ensure Mask gets the spotlight if he defeats them. Mask decides to go and encourages James to keep up. Hisagi's Shikai wraps around his ankle. Despite Hisagi refusing to be defeated just because Mask reached a 3 count, Mask yanks the chain, pulls Hisagi toward him, and delivers a brutal clothesline before attempting to stomp on him. Quincy stops Mask's foot with his own and admonishes Hisagi for getting knocked out without displaying training results. He introduces himself. Mask is elated to face a captain but says he regrettably can't fight since he's on his way to investigate the fallen objects. Rose approaches from behind and decries this since Mask has 2 captains to face. Mask is intrigued. Quincy promises it won't take much time and activates his Bankai, Tekken Tachikaze, gaining gauntlets connected by a band behind his head. Mask rips off his cloak, promises to defeat Quincy in a 10 count, and launches with Star Dropkick. Quincy casually blocks with his left gauntlet, pushed back several meters, and expresses disbelief at Hisagi being defeated by such a weak attack. He switches his right gauntlet to spikes and drives it into Mask's stomach, cratering the area. Mask collapses in pain, James concerned at a single hit doing this. Quincy picks him up by the collar and explains his Shikai detonates things in its trajectory, while Tekken Tachikaze compresses that force into his fists. He buries his right gauntlet in Mask's midsection, causing repeated tremors, and sends him flying hundreds of meters into a building. Rose muses, Quincy won't need help. James tells Mask he can't lose. Quincy notes the enemy's weakness makes them look like villains. He warns Quincy to take out James first. James begs Mask to come back, causing his eyes and Mask to glow with golden light. Mask jumps down, lands behind Quincy and Rose, and sends them flying with powerful punches. He introduces himself and declares James's cheers are the source of his power. Quincy sits up at the top of the tower he crashed into, cracks his neck, and launches himself down toward Mask, who's still posing with his back turned. Mask disappears and reappears in front of him with Hirankiaku, kneeing him with Star Eagle kick and smashing his head with Star Head. Quincy switches his right gauntlet to brass knuckles and punches Mask's blocking forearm, creating a barrage of force. James cheers again. Mask grabs Quincy's fist, says it won't work on him, breaks Quincy's right arm with a downward chop, and smacks him to the ground. Quincy screams in pain as bone protrudes from his elbow. Mask slams down knee first into Quincy, sees he's lost consciousness, and says he won't need a 10 count. Rose rips James in half with Kinshara. Mask curses him for harming an innocent fan. Rose says he doesn't care. Mask can't release his power without James, and he won't let Quincy's efforts go to waste. He activates his Bankai, Kinshara Butoden, creating a dozen humanoid figures, large hands in the air, and a conducting wand. He describes it as a dance troupe of death whose admission cost is massive. The figures encircle Mask and initiate Sea Drift, crushing him in a surging flood. For his second attack, Prometheus, the figures blast Mask with fire from the petals on their faces. Mask expresses disbelief at a Zanpakuto using both fire and water, realizing it must be an illusion. Rose confirms it. Illusions captivate the heart. His control of music causes the melody to captivate Mask's heart, so he'll burn and breathe his last from hearing it. Mask's right shoulder is burned off. Before Rose can finish with Ein Heldenleben, Mask sticks his fingers in his ears. Rose says covering his ears won't help. Mask withdraws his fingers covered in blood. He ruptured his ears to deafen himself. Horrified, Rose realizes what he's done. Mask grins and blasts a star-shaped hole into Rose's torso with Star Flash, declaring the villain shall die by the hero's beam of light. He laughs maniacally but stops when Rose's hand twitches, commenting on his vitality before unleashing another Star Flash. Renji deflects it with Zabimaru into a building, appearing in front of Rose in new clothes, and introduces himself to a surprised Mask as a villain. Rukia lands next to Renji as he confronts Mask. Renji tells her to carry Rose and Quincy to safety, while he handles Mask alone. Rukia agrees, since Mask is no match for what Renji has become, and carries the captains away with a shawl. Mask questions if Renji doesn't want to gang up on him since Quincy and Rose teamed up against him in a cowardly manner. Renji decides to fight in a cowardly manner because of this. Mask admits he can't hear what Renji said due to his ruptured eardrums and calls on James, whose top half leaps over and cheers to heal his eardrums. They quickly reform. Mask proclaims his hearing is better than ever and invites Renji to test it. An unnerved Renji calls him creepy. Mask says this insult is unforgivable and launches with Star Rocket Headbutt, pushing them both several blocks back. The dust clears and Mask tells Renji to die, but finds him completely unharmed. Renji slams his right elbow into Mask's back, smashing him into the ground and embedding his head in stone. Mask pulls his head out and admits Renji seems to have luck on his side, but warns he made a mistake, angering Mask. The star crest has appeared on his fist as a sign he's meant to defeat evil. He attacks with Star Satsujin Punch, claiming it's 10 times stronger. Renji emerges unharmed, holding Mask's fist back with his own hand, and asks if he can't kill a Shinigami with a murderous punch. Infuriated, Mask performs dozens more Star Satsujin punches, toppling buildings and creating a massive dust cloud. James tearfully apologizes before being cut into pieces. Mask is shocked. Renji reveals he took care of James while Mask was throwing punches to prevent regeneration. Mask calls him a coward. Renji grins, reminds him villains are supposed to be cowardly, and slashes Zabimaru horizontally across Mask's abdomen. Blood spurts from Mask's abdomen as Renji watches impassively. Mask forces the wound shut and declares a star cannot be killed by a villain. Multiple clones of James emerge from the bloody remains, cheering Mask on in a chorus of voices. His wound heals, his mask changes color and design, and his muscles rip through most of his clothes, leaving him nearly naked. Mask declares his star power-up is complete. Renji wonders why it changed his mask's appearance. Mask waggles his finger and recalls Renji is the one he defeated with Star Dropkick during the first invasion. He forgot because heroes don't remember every villain they vanquish. Renji realizes Mask didn't even know who he was fighting until now. Mask admits he doesn't know how Renji became this strong, but says he should be proud to witness his true power. He winds his arm back and unleashes Star Lariat, creating a wave of air pressure that cuts through a building and sends Renji hurtling back. Renji can't overcome the pressure. Mask brags he can take down an enemy from a mile away with his 1-mile arts and performs a rapid volley of punches that impact Renji with pressure waves, pushing him back faster and preventing him from grabbing onto a building. Mask activates his Volstandig, gaining a cape and Heiligenschein, and promises Renji will die and turn to dust at the hands of a divine superstar without ever touching the ground again. He traces a large star in the sky with his flight pattern as the clones cheer below, creates an energy star, and unleashes Star Flash, Supernova, slamming it into the ground and incinerating the stunned clones. Mask watches from above and bids Renji farewell, but expresses confusion upon seeing Renji emerging from the smoke with a thick blade protruding from a large snake skull around his right hand. Or, Star Flash obliterates the clones of James as they weakly call out. Mask assures James their link will bring him back so long as Mask stays alive. He sees the large snake skull in the clearing smoke and assumes Renji activated his Bankai just before dying, but is bewildered when Renji's hand grabs the underside. The skull clamps down and produces a long blade from between its fangs. Mask questions if a Bankai is supposed to change form like this. In the past, at Ichibe's temple, Ichibe tells Renji that the name Hihio Zabimaru is a lie, only half of the true name. Renji is aghast. Ichibe clarifies his Zanpakuto only partially acknowledges him. He cheerily announces he'll tell Renji the real name. Renji assumes he's joking. Ichibe reveals he named every Zanpakuto, Shikai, Bankai, and Phenomenon in Soul Society because the Soul King assigned him the title Monk Who Calls the Real Name. He promises to reveal the true name, but warns Renji he'll have to prove his strength to Zabimaru right now to wield it. In the present, Renji activates his true Bankai, Suzaba of the snake skull and protruding blade on his right hand, a large ape-like left arm on his shoulder, and a snake spine coiled around his waist. Mask calls it dangerous. Declaring he can't let Renji live after withstanding his ultimate move, Mask flies down. Renji uses Hihio to grab him with the large left arm. Mask attempts to break it, but the hand easily breaks his left arm, causing him to scream in pain, and throws him into a building. Mask bursts out cursing him. Renji activates Orochio, giving his blade a serrated edge, leaps up, impales Mask, twists it, and unleashes Suzabimaru, Zagateo, a giant snakehead of burning reishi that bites down on Mask, reducing him to an ashen husk. As Mask's body crumbles and flies away, Renji observes he completely burned himself out and concludes this is what Mask ultimately wanted. Over 1,000 years ago, an infant Yhwach lies unable to see, hear, speak, or move, with no means of surviving, but remains unafraid. People around him treasure him because touching him heals ailing lungs, fills lonely hearts, grows courage, and regains lost legs. His power automatically imparts a portion of his soul to whoever touches him, healing what their own soul couldn't and ingraining their knowledge and abilities into that piece. which returns to him when they die. Those who touch him die within days or years, but people keep coming. His senses and body slowly heal as soul pieces return. Eventually, he gains hearing and realizes people refer to him as Yhwach, the name of the god they worship. He makes it his own as he grows. In the present, Yhwach sits on his outdoor throne, musing James is dead, praising his performance, and having his soul return. Elsewhere, Uryu approaches Yhwach's throne room. Hashwalth stops him, saying Yhwach is asleep. He can only fulfill his role as father of the Quincy by saving strength in that state. Uryu says he doesn't need to explain his business to Hashwalth and observes he seems different from daytime. Hashwalth notes he and Yhwach are two halves of a balanced scale. He assumes the mask of the ruler when Yhwach sleeps. He says Yhwach is connected to all Quincy. As Yhwach's successor, Uryu has a right to know. Hashwalth explains Yhwach could share his soul since childhood. Unlike Quincy who gather reishi, Yhwach alone shares his soul. He discovered a stronger method by engraving letters directly onto the recipient's soul. Uryu's own soul has already been engraved. The cup of blood he drank completed the ritual. Hashwalth assumes Uryu joined to avenge Katagiri, but says it's too late to retreat. Everyone who received a piece of Yhwach's soul returns their power upon death. Pieces were scattered across the Seirai during the first invasion. All Sternritter and Shinigami who came into contact with them offer their souls to Yhwach upon death. No matter who dies, Yhwach only grows stronger. Fighting is his means of living. He'll revert to his senseless state if he ever stops absorbing souls. There's no escape. Hashwalth and Uryu live and die for Yhwach. Dawn breaks. Yhwach awakens and thanks the souls of the dead for allowing him to see clearly again. In the past, Rukia tells Renji they should decide what to do once they land. Renji reminds her they already settled on splitting up, defeating the enemy, and regrouping to storm Silburn. Rukia clarifies that's not what she means. They'll be landing in enemy territory and will be at a disadvantage if surrounded. She warns Renji to conceal himself after each battle to avoid surprises. In the present, dawn breaks. Renji wakes up inside a building and muses it's time to find the next Sternritter now that he's hid long enough. He looks around to make sure he's alone and departs. From behind the pillar, Nanana expresses disbelief at Renji having actually been asleep the whole time. He came to find out who killed Mask, assumed Renji was setting a trap, and cautiously observed him through the night, only to be left aghast at him sleeping in enemy territory. Nanana grins and says his luck has run out. He's never observed someone this long and declares it's over for the Red Monkey. Elsewhere, Rukia moves through the air, noting she can't sense any Gotei 13 Reiatsu, which shows how badly outnumbered they are, though it allowed her to find Aizen treating Rose and Quincy. She lands on a rooftop and considers meeting Renji to attack Silburn since she can't sense Quincy nearby either. She feels a thin hand grip her wrist, pulls back, and realizes someone's there. Esnut appears behind her, says he's lonely, and asks where his Senbanzakura Kageyoshi is. They identify each other. S discards his cloak and questions Byakuya's whereabouts. Rukia declines to answer. S wonders if Byakuya would come if he kills her. Rukia dodges dozens of reishi thorns and sees them spread dark liquid, realizing this is his fear-inducing ability. She intercepts another with a wall of ice from Sode no Shirayuki. Ez calls it useless. Fear can't be stopped by ice, and the liquid splashes onto her arm, freezing her and dropping her sword. Ez gloats that this is what fear feels like. An unaffected Rukia questions if his fear is fear having no effect. Ez is stunned that Rukia is apparently unaffected by the fear. He leans to the side and coldly says this is impossible. Rukia invites him to fire more reishi thorns and tells him to behold the true power of Sode no Shirayuki. Ez attacks with more thorns, mocking her confidence since she was running seconds ago. Rukia catches one with her left hand, freezes it solid from the point of contact, and lets the frozen chunks fall. She admits she was running. It takes time to draw out Sode no Shirayuki's true power, so she couldn't afford to be hit until then. S dismisses this, saying fear can't be stopped by ice. The fear-inducing liquid dissolves and seeps in from the slightest skin contact with no way to stop it. He explains everyone has places of safety and fear. Safety is tied to life, fear to death. All living things avoid death and fear, so they live and grow solely to evade fear. Fear will always have an effect so long as Rukia is alive. Rukia clarifies she's not alive right now. S is confused. She reveals Sode no Shirayuki doesn't emit frozen air. It lowers her own body temperature below freezing to freeze everything it contacts, extending her range with its blade. S calls this ridiculous. Her body couldn't function if below freezing. Rukia confirms she's currently dead, having gained the ability to temporarily kill her body by controlling its reishi. causing molecular movement to cease and the fear seeping in from her palm to stop functioning at the surface. S is shocked. Rukia moves past him with Shunpo, cuts and freezes his left shoulder and announces she's at minus 18 degrees Celsius. Blood freezes and won't flow.
Reaching minus 50 degrees,
The ground shakes from her freezing the water beneath to cause an ice quake. As S rushes toward her, Rukia reaches minus 273.15 degrees and internally muses she can only function at absolute zero for 4 seconds before freezing as completely solid, leaving him to mentally wonder if this is what fear is. Rukia slowly raises her body temperature, mentally noting her tissue breaks down if she doesn't do this gradually, making the power troublesome. She notices a small cut on her thumb, indicating she spent slightly longer than 4 seconds at absolute zero. She senses something and turns to look at S, who disparages the idea of this being fear. The only thing he fears is being rebuked by Yhwach, making this pain and fear nothing by comparison. The ice encasing him shatters, ripping large chunks of flesh off his face. His eye rolls back to expose a Vondenreich emblem and he activates his Vollständig Tatarf, gaining a long stitch along his body, barbed wire-like Heiligenschein and wings. Landing behind Rukia, he stands still as she leaps forward and slashes at him several times, but her blade doesn't reach his body each time. He attributes this to her becoming afraid and stilling her feet. Rukia says it's impossible since her body is still dead, but S points out she's seeing him since her nerves are active and reveals Tatarforus instills fear through the optic nerves. Rukia finds herself inside a large dome of diamond-shaped plates, each forming a large eye that looks at her. S declares she can't escape his gaze. She frantically closes her eyes, but S says bad memories last longer than good ones. Fear experienced once resonates stronger once she closes her eyes, like fears surfacing at night. Rukia envisions Ichigo, Orihime, and Byakuya with pure black eyes and screams in terror. S promises to burn her soul away with her past fears. The dome is vertically cut open behind each, releasing hundreds of blade petals and revealing Byakuya standing in the air. The rest of the dome crumbles around them. Rukia stares at Byakuya in astonishment. S welcomes his arrival, saying he's been looking for him, and asks how his internal organs are doing. He reminds Byakuya how his stomach was scraped out, meaning he must have lost weight.
Rukia realizes this was all to lure out Byakuya. She warns him not to look at Ass, who says it's too late as pieces of the dome coalesce around him. Byakuya destroys them with blade petals forming thick thorns that impale them, questioning whom it's too late for. Ass assumes he's surrounded the area with his Bankai and wants to keep it. Byakuya indicates his bladeless hilt, reminding him he's using his Shikai. Ass is bewildered. Byakuya says he was able to rediscover the true essence of Senbonzakura because Ass stole his Bankai. He could examine his bond like a pointillist painting. He thanks him. Enraged, Ass refuses to kill him and pushes his organs out while the eye material gathers around his body, creating a larger being. He promises to engulf Byakuya in a sea of pain and fear while keeping his mind intact. Byakuya walks up to Rukia, says he could sense her Reiatsu as he approached, and praises her strength. He says fear is born from insecurity rather than in a vacuum, and asks if she still has any fear. She denies it. Ass forms a larger, misshapen, grotesque version of his body with skin hanging off its chin, and declares it's time to end this. Byakuya apologetically says he's not the one putting an end to it and walks away, leaving Rukia to hold up Sode no Shira. Ass claims he's had enough of Byakuya's mockery. Byakuya tells Rukia he sees no fear in her. The only fear here is what Ass feels. Rukia activates her Bankai, Haka no Togame, in a pillar of ice that engulfs Ass in a vast cloud of freezing air. In the past, Ass lies in a hospital bed on a ventilator, thinking about how painful it is just to breathe and live. Life is inconvenient because he's not dead yet. He wonders if heaven is a place where it's easy to breathe, and hell is even more agonizing, which scares him. Yhwach appears next to his bed and decides to grant him power for surviving. In the present, frozen by Rukia's Bankai, Haka no Togame, Ass realizes he's going to die, apologizes to Yhwach, and begs forgiveness as the top half of his larger body's head is destroyed. The rest crumbles. Standing in front of Ass's remains in an icy kimono with transparent adornments and light-colored hair, Rukia's hand begins to crack. Byakuya grasps it, his fingers encrusted with ice, and encourages her to undo it slowly. Rukia exhales cold air. Byakuya calls her Bankai magnificent, but warns it's perilous and could take her life with a single misstep. He advises her to handle it with caution and never be impatient. He concludes nothing can be won by a sword swung in exchange for one's life, and invites her to come protect Soul Society. She accepts. Meanwhile, Ne watches over unconscious Rose and Kensei.
Yachiru returns with more bedding, commenting on how high quality it is.
Isane apologizes for the dangerous assignment. Yachiru says it's no problem. She has nothing else to do since Kenpachi is taking a while to return. She runs in to get what she needs whenever she spots bedding or medicine. Isane expresses surprise at them not being discovered yet. Gunail Lee finishes her thought aloud, appearing on her back. He promises she won't see him again. Yachiru punches him in the face, but he vanishes, leaving her confused. He hits her in return, laughing, and claims his presence will completely disappear from their sight and minds. Isane rushes to Yachiru, who's just been struck in the face, and asks if her nose is bleeding because she bumped into something. Yachiru admits she doesn't know. Gunail confirms this is how it's supposed to be. He identifies himself as V, with the power of Vanishing Point, which will prevent them from seeing, feeling, or even remembering him. Yachiru punches him, but he vanishes. Internally, Gunail details Vanishing Point's 3 versions. Version 1 makes his body disappear, version 2 makes his existence disappear, and used successively, opponents see an illusion of hitting him. He returns to version 1 and slices Yachiru's left shoulder. She turns and punches the wall. He remains unharmed, switching between versions instantly. He expresses glee at the one-sided game, but is startled when Yachiru nearly hits him again, observing she's attacking faster each time. He switches to version 3, which makes his existence disappear from their minds, causing them to forget him. When he returns and greets them, Yachiru immediately throws a punch, forcing him to hide. His cheek is scratched. He's aghast she attacked impulsively, with no idea who he was. Isane lectures Yachiru for attacking without knowing if someone's an enemy. Yachiru says he's probably an enemy. Isane questions why she's punching on a hunch. Gunail praises her, but internally urges her to explain why she believed he was the enemy. Yachiru simply claims she got a funny feeling. Gunail deduces her attacks are instinctual, calls her a wild animal, and vows to hunt her down. Yachiru retrieves her Zanpakuto and tells Isane the funny feeling is important. It's like feeling cold, hot, or happy. Kenpachi said he can't help but fight people that give him this feeling. She concludes Kenpachi won't be mad if she fights Gunail since he's not here. Gunail appears behind her with his reishi dagger, berating her for getting carried away. He attempts to stab her in the back. Yachiru whirls and slashes horizontally. He uses version 2 and leaps back, but finds the bridge of his nose cut through. Yachiru reveals her Zanpakuto cuts enemies even if they dodge because it has copycat blades that precede and follow each attack. Enemies are more likely to get hit the more they gauge her timing. She brings out the 2 beasts of Sanpo Kenju and delivers a powerful downward slash. Yachiru manifests the 2 beasts of Sanpo Kenju and initiates a dance, with them mimicking her movements. Isane is stunned. Sanpo Kenju doesn't transform into a living creature like Unohana's Minazuki or create one like Hitsugo. It hasn't changed the sword's shape or performed a manifestation of the Zanpakuto. Isane admits she didn't know such a Shikai could exist. Gunail steps out from behind the doorway, blood pooling from his face. Yachiru says she thought she cut him in half. Gunail counters she's idiotic for thinking she could kill him right after explaining her power. He used Vanishing Slider to shift slightly backward without making his existence disappear, evading attacks faster than bodily reaction. He finds a large chunk taken out of his left shoulder when he tries to turn invisible. Gremi confirms it's his doing, sitting inside the barrier next to Isane. Isane demands to know how he got in. Gunail questions if it's already over. Gremi confirms he did well for a product of his imagination. Gunail insists he can easily dispatch them, but Gremi praises his ability to erase himself as so potent he's vanished from Gremi's own mind as well. Gunail furiously attacks Gremi, who apologetically says he can no longer imagine a future for him before obliterating him, showering blood across the room. Isane urgently requests Gremi step away from the barrier, but he reveals he already killed Rose and Kensei. Horrified, Isane inspects them and realizes they're truly dead. Yachiru attacks him. Gremi casually ducks and observes it was easy to dodge because he saw it coming. He grabs and twists her right arm, rapidly breaking the bones and forcing her to drop her Zanpakuto. Yachiru looks down in confusion. Gremi informs her the bones in her arm are now made of cookies, which would break. He predicts her next thought will be that the rest of her bones are as well. Yachiru collapses, realizing her other arm has crumpled. Gremi asserts imagination is the most powerful force. Everything he imagines becomes reality. Yachiru is terrified. The ceiling caves in, and Kenpachi expresses his confusion at finding a brat when he came looking for Yachiru due to her shaky Reiatsu. Kenpachi stands on the destroyed roof above Yachiru and Isane. Yachiru murmurs his name. He leaps down. Isane nervously asks about Unohana. Kenpachi bluntly says she's dead and he killed her. Isane can kill him for it if she wants. Isane collapses, tearfully expressing relief because it means Kenpachi has succeeded her title, which he confirms. Gremi infers his identity and praises his strength being just as imagined. He raises the room and building with dozens of pillars, causing Kensei and Rose to fall. Isane leaps after them. The pillars coalesce into a massive stone fort. Gremmy announces he set the stage for Kenpachi, wanting to welcome him properly. Kenpachi questions if it's a spell. Gremmy denies it, it's just reality. He introduces himself as the real Stern Ritter V and claims to be the strongest. Kenpachi rushes forward and brings his Zanpakuto down, but the blade stops at Gremmy's shoulder without piercing. Gremmy reminds him he turns fantasy into reality. He's envisioned his body stronger than steel. Kenpachi suddenly slashes him down the length of his body from his shoulder. Gremmy falls to one knee, blood pooling. Kenpachi berates him for not mentioning his body's toughness earlier. He would have attacked with enough force to cut steel from the start. Gremmy's expression shows he didn't believe he could be cut. Kenpachi declares there's nothing Gremmy's imagination can produce which he cannot cut, because he is the Kenpachi. On the ground below, 11th Division members look on in disbelief, but one realizes the Reiatsu is Ken's, and they rejoice. Atop the fort, Kenpachi comments on their noise. Gremmy says it's fine. They're free to imagine Kenpachi means they can win. Kenpachi sees Gremmy's body is unharmed, and in Furner he can heal himself. Gremmy clarifies he imagined his body had already fully recovered. One Shinigami wonders why none noticed Kenpachi's Reiatsu until the fort appeared. Gremmy assumes his power sounds like a bad joke to Kenpachi. He beckons Kenpachi to attack, promising not to use a single finger and vowing to win using only what's in his head. Lava surges around him. Kenpachi calls his powers ridiculous, but admits he doesn't mind fighting beyond reason. He slashes through the lava, sending it in thin streams onto the ground near Yachiru. He orders Yachiru to take cover. Gremmy says every bone in her body is cookies. Kenpachi is confused. Gremmy corrects to Rakugan, which Kenpachi recognizes, and berates Gremmy for not mentioning this earlier. He leaps to attack. Suddenly, he's floating in a cube of water suspended in the air. Gremmy comments the air Kenpachi jumped into was already underwater. He opens a crevice, slams the cube into it, and seals it, noting Kenpachi won't die from being crushed, but everyone dies if they can't breathe. A slow, painful death taking an hour at most. Kenpachi bursts out with Yachiru under his arm and slashes at Gremmy, who creates a metal bar to block. Observing Yachiru's bones are normal, Kenpachi theorizes Gremmy was too focused on defeating him to maintain the alteration. Askin watches the battle from afar with binoculars, sitting with a picnic basket, commenting on how impressive Kenpachi is to keep up with Gremmy. He wonders why Yhwach let Gremmy out. Pepe agrees from behind, saying a monster like Gremmy should be locked up. Askin counters, Pepe is a monster too. He gets up to leave, having no intention of getting caught in Gremmy's coming catastrophe. Pepe admits they're not safe even at this distance. Askin muses how peaceful it is that most people can't do anything with their imagination. Back at the battle, Yachiru hops down from Kenpachi's arm. Kenpachi notes Isane is still nearby, and tells Yachiru to go get her arm fixed. She happily complies and leaps off the fort. Gremmy expresses surprise Kenpachi noticed his imagination for Yachiru was interrupted. Kenpachi affirms there was no way Gremmy could keep it going. He asks if Gremmy intends to fight here. He brings up Gremmy calling himself the strongest and says he should want to crush the strongest opponent. Gremmy is shocked. Kenpachi invites him to start the battle and says he can't call it a fight if he's distracted by someone else. Kenpachi rushes forward. Gremmy projects horizontal pillars of stone. Kenpachi smashes through dozens of them. Gremmy mentally admits he never considered this. No one ever challenged him, so he never wanted to crush anyone. But as Kenpachi bears down, Gremmy grins maliciously, realizing he wants to obliterate him. He summons dozens of assault rifles and opens fire. Missiles join the bombardment, engulfing the fort in explosions. The last missile is cut in half, forcing Gremmy to shield himself. Kenpachi stands with slight scuffs and notes Gremmy used his fingers after all. Calling his joyful expression a good look, Kenpachi says his Zanpakuto is finally going to have some fun. Gremmy admits he doesn't know what his expression looks like, but gleefully wonders why he feels so good as Kenpachi renews his assault. Gremmy creates a dome of triangular metal plates with blades between them, but Kenpachi cuts through it easily. He embeds his blade deep in Gremmy's body with the same slash and berates him for thinking steel would stop him. He finds himself unable to pull his Zanpakuto out, just as a gigantic stone hand slams down palm first onto him. Gremmy criticizes him since cutting doesn't mean anything. Kenpachi slashes up through the stone hand and across Gremmy's chest as he rises, leaving Gremmy realizing his lapse will leave him late to heal. Kenpachi comes down and slashes him diagonally again. Gremmy bleeds heavily, internally questioning why he can't stop Kenpachi's blade and considering the possibility of losing. Kenpachi notices his state, stops his assault, and asks if he just envisioned himself losing. Gremmy realizes what's happening and heals his wounds, thanking Kenpachi for helping him wipe away all thoughts of death. Kenpachi says he won't regret it. Gremmy creates a clone of himself, promising to show his greatest power. Kenpachi asks if it's an illusion. Gremmy clarifies he can create life with imagination. Kenpachi attacks the original, but he blocks the slash without harm. Gremmy gets up and asserts neither clone can be harmed while his imagination doubles. A massive meteor appears above the city. He reveals it will obliterate both Kenpachi and the Seirei, leaving only himself alive. Kenpachi simply notes he's never cut a meteor before, and comments to Nozarashi on how exciting this is. As the meteor falls, Bazz-B looks up in panic, demanding to know what Gremmy did.
Soldat and Shinigami across the replaced Seirei look up in alarm alongside Pepe and Renji. Askin questions if this is possible and says this is why Gremmy should have remained locked up. A Shinigami tries to reassure others that the Shakonmaku will destroy anything from outside, but the meteor breaches it without stopping, prompting everyone to flee. Haschwalth orders Soldat to protect Yhwach, who looks up solemnly. Gremmy brings up the hypothetical of Kenpachi killing him. He avoids imagining it, and reveals the meteor wouldn't disappear even if that happened, leaving only himself alive. Kenpachi looks up with unrestrained glee, counters that Gremmy is the one who can't do anything, and launches himself toward the meteor, releasing his Shikai, Nozarashi. On the ground, Yachiru watches and recalls meeting Kenpachi as an infant. He saw she wasn't afraid of his sword and realized she had no name just like him. Kenpachi cuts completely through the center of the meteor, splitting it in half. The two halves explode into thousands of chunks that rain down. Gremmy shields himself. In the air above, Kenpachi stands with Nozarashi, a massive war cleaver with a bandaged hilt and large red tassel resting on his shoulder. Gremmy watches chunks of the meteor crash into the city, shaken and calling Kenpachi a monster for destroying it in one strike. Kenpachi reminds him there's nothing he can't cut. Gremmy smiles and creates several more clones around him. Kenpachi says cloning won't help. Gremmy and his clones proclaim they'll kill him with something formless, creating a pocket of outer space around him. Kenpachi screams in agony as his blood boils and fluids evaporate from his eyes and mouth. One clone details his lungs collapsing and tissues soon breaking down. The clone finds Nozarashi nearly cutting him in half. Kenpachi pulls himself out by grabbing the edge. Observing Gremmy forgot to harden his body. He cuts the clone in half, but it sprouts a bomb on its chest. The remaining clones grab Kenpachi and detonate in unison, creating a massive explosion above the fort. Gremmy pants heavily. Kenpachi emerges with moderate burns and his Haori destroyed. Gremmy calls him a true monster and says he'll simply make himself more powerful. He leaps toward Kenpachi, increasing his muscle mass, mentally insisting he wants to win for the first time. Before he can reach Kenpachi, his muscular body begins fracturing and pulling apart from the strain. He falls out of the air. Kenpachi deduces Gremmy envisioned him as too strong to overcome and killed himself trying to surpass a standard he considered impossible, calling it foolish. Gremmy lies on rubble, wondering if he was killed by his own imagination, then denies it. Kenpachi lands and Gremmy says his imagination was correct. He accurately envisioned Kenpachi's power, which made it too correct. He was killed because he failed to understand that only Kenpachi's body can withstand his power. He begins declaring his imagination didn't lose, but realizes it's an excuse and stops himself, admitting he strongly wanted to win. A brain in a case bursts from his disintegrating body and lands nearby. Gremmy reiterates his promise to kill Kenpachi without raising a finger. Even his own body is a creation, so he kept his promise, but he died anyway. His imagination is at its limit, and it's scary to envision a world where he can no longer imagine anything before disappearing completely, leaving only his brain. The stone fort disappears. Kenpachi's subordinates celebrate his victory and rush to join him. Kenpachi looks at Gremmy's brain, observes the stage and blood are gone without a trace, then coughs up blood, deducing his internal organs were damaged. He laments barely hearing anything from the explosion and walks through rubble, calling for Yachiru. He steps on her empty Shihakusho and lieutenant's badge lying on the ground. His subordinates approach and rejoice. He asks if they've seen Yachiru. They admit they haven't and suggest she may have run off. Kenpachi demands they find her, even though they can't sense her Reiatsu. As they run off, they're blasted by lightning from Candace, who celebrates taking them out in one attack as she arrives with Lil Tato, Meninas, and Giselle. Candace's lightning blast fries several of Kenpachi's subordinates, who call out to him before collapsing. The remaining Shinigami curse at the four Sternritter. Giselle mocks Candace for barely killing any, since many are getting back up. Kenpachi behind Candace with Shunpo and slashes at her. She evades and engulfs him in lightning between her hands. Meninas punches him hard, sending him crashing into the ground. Candace admits it was close and wonders how he can still move after fighting Gremmy. The remaining Shinigami rally to protect Kenpachi, but Lil Tato lands before them and says exploiting his condition is reasonable since he's a special war power. She forms a large mouth that bites off the top halves of several Shinigami, continuing to eat more and lamenting she's still hungry. Kenpachi tries to warn them to stop, but Candace blasts him with another lightning bolt.
Meninas appears above more Shinigami with a large building, crushes them with it, and claims it's pointless to rush to a captain about to die. Giselle is confronted by more Shinigami, promising she doesn't have combat capability. One slashes her diagonally across the chest, leaving a large gash. Unfazed, Giselle reveals those touched by her blood become corpses that follow her commands. The assembled Shinigami kill themselves with their Zanpakuto. The four Bambis assemble around an incapacitated Kenpachi, who internally realizes he can't move. Giselle observes he's barely breathing. Lil Toto asks who will finish him. Menina suggests rock, paper, scissors with only rock and paper where rock wins. Candace points out everyone will choose rock. They're all alarmed by an explosion occurring in the sky above them.
Marechio carries his unconscious captain, Sui Feng, and younger sister Mareo on his back as he faces Soldat, lamenting he could easily take them if Sui Feng were awake. Shinji commends him for coming this far carrying two people, as Hinamori incinerates the Soldat with Tobium. Shinji says he's touched, though Hinamori assures Marechio he's lying. Shinji infers Marechio intends to help Kenpachi despite his injuries. Marechio points out Shinji is heavily injured too. Shinji acknowledges it and insists they go help Kenpachi no matter what. He deduces Marechio can sense Kenpachi's Reiatsu, and that the Sternritter plan to kill him while weakened, which would tilt the odds in the Wandenreich's favor. They have to stop them at any cost. Basby appears on a rooftop above, thanking Shinji for the analysis and saying they can't let anyone aid Kenpachi. He uses Burner Finger 3 to melt the building into lava, engulfing Shinji and Marechio and promising they'll die easier than Kenpachi. Elsewhere, Rukia and Byakuya move through the air. Rukia sees lightning strike at Kenpachi's location and insists they hurry, but Byakuya warns her to be patient since she hasn't recovered. Rukia stops and asks if he senses what she does. Renji, Ikaku, and Yumichika look up as well. Rukia recognizes the Reiatsu. The Bambis look up in shock as a figure breaks through the Shakunmaku and crashes into a tower miles away, leaving them confused. Ichigo appears behind them with Shunpo, admitting he came in too fast. The Bambis whirl around. Ichigo stands over a charred and immobile Kenpachi, observing he's way more injured than usual. Kenpachi questions why he's here. Ichigo admits he never thought he'd say this and announces he's here to save Kenpachi. Ichigo stands over Kenpachi and announces he's here to help. Kenpachi admits he never thought the day would come when Ichigo would save him. Ichigo asks if he can stand. Kenpachi warns him to be more concerned about himself. Candace comes down on Ichigo with lightning. Ichigo grabs her arm and throws her into a tower, destroying it. The other Bambis come at him. Ichigo evades Giselle and Meninas, but Lil Tato's enlarged mouth snags his cape. He punches all three in the chests, sending them crashing into other buildings. They free themselves. Lil Tato identifies Ichigo as the main special war power. Candace says that's irrelevant compared to him covering her in dirt, an insult to how early she wakes to prepare her hair. She fires a Galvano blast, claiming 5 gigajoules will turn him to ash. Ichigo emerges from the smoke in a secondary outfit with a red-scaled pad on his left shoulder and an X across his chest after his oaken clothing is destroyed. Lil Tato says 1 or 2 arrows won't defeat him. The Bambis all fire at Ichigo, who draws his Shikai, Zangetsu. Meanwhile, Yhwach observes Ichigo's arrival from atop the tower and invites Hashwalth and Uryu to begin the ceremony. Askin notices from below, realizing it's beginning and wondering if he'll be chosen. The Bambis all fire Heilig File at Ichigo, leveling surrounding buildings. Candace crashes into a building with Giselle, Meninas, and Lil Toto slamming into her in succession. She lashes out with lightning, accusing them of doing it on purpose. Giselle notes Ichigo is strong. Lil Toto says he parried every arrow in a way that made her hungry. Meninas calls him annoying. Candace activates her Vollständig, Barbariel, and suggests they execute Ichigo. Lil Toto questions if she's serious. Giselle declines since it's tiring. Meninas says murder isn't right. Candace demands to know how they'll face Yhwach if they let Ichigo make a fool of them. She decides to do it herself, saying Yhwach will grant her any wish if she kills the top special war power alone. Meninas envisions a gilded bedroom. Lil Toto envisions piles of food. Giselle envisions darkness. Candace rushes at Ichigo, removing 2 of her wings and attacking. Ichigo blocks with both blades of Zangetsu and observes it's good he uses 2 swords too. Candace tells him to shut up. She uses 6, and repels him with electricity. She throws a wing with Galvano Javelin, but Ichigo fires a small Getsuga Tensho from his smaller sword that cancels it out. Candace summons a torrent of electricity and warns him not to get confident. She channels electricity around her arm and unleashes electrocution. Ichigo slashes his 2 swords through the air to counter with Getsuga Jujisho, an even larger cross-shaped blast. Ichigo's Getsuga Jujisho blasts through Candace's electrocution and hurtles toward her. She refuses to be hit and tries to counter with more electricity, but Ichigo urges her to dodge instead, just before the blast explodes on contact.
Watching from the tower, Yhwach orders Hashwalth to use the key. Hashwalth forms the Hagal rune on the roof with his broadsword as Yhwach looks at Uryu and thanks the one who has guided them to the light. In the clearing smoke, Candace curses and clutches the stump of her left arm, lost in the blast. She orders Giselle to heal her without using her own blood. Giselle grumbles she couldn't turn Candace into a zombie unless she was already dead since she's a Quincy. She manipulates flesh from a dead Shinigami and reforms her arm. Candace praises her handiwork and responds to Lil Toto criticizing her impatience by telling her to shut up before rushing at Ichigo. All 4 Bambis are rapidly shot through the abdomen by separate burner fingers 1, causing them to curse and fall. Baz B stands atop a building with his Vollständig active and asks them to stay dead for a short time. Glory is meant to be stolen by those who show up late. Candace crashes into a rooftop in the distance. Na appears behind Baz B with Pepe and Robert, observing he should have shown up later.
Robert suggests they share the stolen glory equally, since 4 have arrived at once. Lil Tato asserts there are still 8 of them, and rises with her wounds still bleeding alongside Candace, Meninas, and Giselle. She tells Baz B they can't be taken down with a single burner finger 1 each. The one who kills Ichigo gets all the glory. All 8 Sternritter surround Ichigo. A blue beam of light pierces the sky behind him. Ichigo turns to see it emitting from Yhwach's tower. Yhwach proclaims his sons will go and be one with him. Ichigo is alerted by the pillar of light from the tower behind Silburn. Yhwach addresses him as the one who will guide them to the light, and thanks him for making the invasion of the Soul King Palace possible. He reveals the robe Ichigo is wearing is oaken clothing, woven from royal guard bones and hair, meant to force him through the 72 barriers between the Serete and the Soul King Palace, while protecting him from friction. The sheer defensive power means the 2 barriers it broke cannot close for 6,000 seconds. Ichigo is alarmed and rushes toward the tower. Meninas shoves him headfirst through several buildings, criticizing his naivety. He evades Na, finds Robert's reishi pistol pointed at his face, pushes it aside and slashes, but Robert evades. Baz B grabs him by the collar and prepares burner finger 1 at point-blank range. Renji's Zabimaru hurtles between them, separating them.
Renji tells Ichigo to go while he holds off the Sternritter. Ichigo has a score to settle with Yhwach. Ichigo dashes off. Baz B and Na attempt to follow, but are cut off by Byakuya's Senbonzakura, as he, Rukia, Ikkaku, Yumichika, and Hisagi join Renji, who reiterates the Sternritter are not getting through. Byakuya, Renji, Hisagi, Ikkaku, Yumichika, and Rukia stand in the Sternritter's way. Baz B counts them and expresses annoyance there aren't enough to split into one-on-one battles. Robert confirms the group has no special war powers. Baz B summons his Heilig Bogen and tells them to move because they're useless. Ikkaku crashes down on him with Hozuki Maru. Baz B evades and aims at Ikkaku, places his arm in ice with Sode no Shirayuki, reiterating they're not getting through. Ikkaku says they'll only move when the Sternritter die. Yumichika notes this is ridiculous. Baz B shatters the ice. Lil Toto refuses to let Ichigo get away and suggests they blow the Shini away with Vollständig. She, Baz B, Robert, Na, Meninas, and Candace activate theirs and rush toward the Shini alongside Pepe. Meanwhile, Ichigo approaches the tower screaming Yhwach's name. Hashwalth offers to intervene, but Uryu steps forward and fires a Heilig File at Ichigo, who deflects it and is aghast to see him there. Uryu tells him to leave before he wastes his life. Ichigo demands an answer. Uryu raises his Heilig Bogen and unleashes Lichtregen. Orihime intercepts with Santen Kashun as she and Chad emerge from a Garganta nearby.
Yhwach asks Uryu if he said all his farewells since it'll be an eternal parting. Uryu confirms before he, Yhwach, and Hashwalth begin rising in the light beam. Ichigo continues calling out to Uryu, who remains silent before disappearing alongside them. Ichigo demands Uryu explain what's happening, but Uryu remains silent before disappearing with Yhwach and Hashwalth in the Pillar of Light. A powerful blast rockets out from the tower across the area. Shielded by Orihime's Santen Keshun, Ichigo screams Uryu's name as rain begins to fall. Orihime sits with Ichigo and Sato under her barrier, assuming Uryu created the blast, but wondering if it was Yhwach. Ichigo remains solemn, sauces him into the air and throws him into a building, asking what he's doing. He says they're just as shocked, but worrying does no good. Uryu must have reasons, and it doesn't change what they have to do. Ichigo admits Sato is right. Uryu is too stubborn to be talked out of it, and decides to chase him down to ask why. He promises to smack Uryu and bring him back regardless. Urahara appears on a nearby chunk, says he arrived a bit too late, and offers a ride to the Soul King Palace. Ichigo accepts. Meanwhile, Renji stands with his Bankai, holding up rubble that had flown toward Rukia, and asks if she's all right. She confirms, and notes the shockwave separated them.
She questions why Uryu is defecting. Baz B appears above them, comments on them being former friends now angered by his betrayal, and offers to team up to kill Uryu. Renji shatters the rubble and blasts it toward Baz B, calling him a chicken head and denying they need help to smack Uryu. Baz B warns him not to demean his mohawk. Renji sarcastically says chickens are awesome for getting up early to lay eggs. Infuriated, Baz B points all 4 fingers at Renji, says he thought Renji would be cool because of his stylish eyebrows, and uses burner finger 4, engulfing his hand in a flaming sword as the area is consumed by fire. Meanwhile, pillars on the vestibule road of the Soul King Palace shatter as Yhwach, Haschwalth, and Uryu arrive. The pillar of light carrying Yhwach, Haschwalth, and Uryu blasts through the end of the vestibule road, alerting the royal guard. Yhwach comments on this being the Soul King Palace. Haschwalth claims to know how he feels, but Yhwach questions what he means, because he feels nothing from looking at this decaying grave. Haschwalth, at Yhwach's prompting, Haschwalth uses a shadow to bring out Soldat that rush toward the stairs. Kirinji appears with Shumpo and repels them with a swing of his sealed Zanpakuto. He proclaims they don't allow losers into the Soul King Palace. Yhwach identifies him as the first officer and divine general of the East. Kirinji says he wouldn't be here if he didn't think he could stop him, summoning a tidal wave of white-bone hell water that engulfs Yhwach, Haschwalth, and the Soldat, the latter rapidly boiled. He asks how the temperature is, explaining the bath squeezes out blood and Ryu and promises he wouldn't cool it down even if too hot. He leaps into the air, unsheathes his oar-shaped Zanpakuto, and releases his Shikai, Kinpika. Simultaneously, Ikkaku holds Hozukimaru to Giselle's throat as Yumichika stands before her. Giselle warns him not to cut an unarmed girl. Yumichika deduces she's baiting them and advises caution. Her emphasis on being cut means it's dangerous to be sprayed with her blood. Giselle nervously denies it. Yumichika confidently accuses her of actually being a man, holding his hand over his mouth in disgust. Giselle is aghast and calls out a zombified Bambietta, who blasts Ikkaku and Yumichika with explosive reishi projectiles. She lands before Giselle, who wraps her arms around her neck and encourages her to destroy the Shinigami. In Mayuri's hidden lab, Urahara types on a console as Ichigo, Orihime, and Chad sit inside a replica of Kukaku's Ichigo questions when Urahara found time to build it. Urahara reveals Mayuri began building the base structure after foreseeing the Wandenreich invading the Soul King Palace around the time the Royal Guard visited. Urahara himself only put on finishing touches. Ichigo admits he's impressed. He thought Mayuri was just crazy. Urahara says Mayuri is a genius second only to himself, but clarifies it's not an exact replica. The Kakaku Taiho is uniquely built with Shiba clan secrets, so their replica will disintegrate after a single shot. Their true problem is lack of energy to fire it. Yoruichi appears, having completed her assignment. Chad asks Ichigo what he thinks about Orihime's clothes. Ichigo stares at her and remarks she's revealing a bit too much. Orihime panics, explaining Urahara lied to her. Sado recalls Ura claiming Ichigo would love it. Yoruichi sticks her hand between Orihime's breasts, tells her not to cry, slaps Ichigo and berates him for thinking she enjoys wearing it instead of being tricked. Urahara chuckles, saying he wasn't expecting the dress to cause such a stir. Yoruichi reveals 2 rows of glass bottles with a mysterious substance. Urahara explains he sent Yoruichi to investigate distortions at the boundary between worlds. Large amounts of energy are created whenever they appear and disappear. Shinji directed the Vizard to collect it. He announces they're traveling to the Soul King Palace. Meanwhile, Ikkaku runs from a zombified Bambietta's projectiles alongside Yumichika, questioning how she throws so many bombs. Yumichika deduces they turn anything they touch into explosives. Ikkaku leaps toward Bambietta. Yumichika launches rubble with Hado Daber 57 to intercept some projectiles. Ikkaku stabs Hozukimaru through Bambietta's neck. Yumichika cuts off her arm. Giselle calls them stupid. Nothing can kill Bambietta because she's already dead. Bambietta creates an explosion, blasting them down. Giselle explains she had to squeeze the life out of Bambietta herself to make her a zombie. She bites her finger and says it's easier to turn Shinigami with her blood. Mayuri appears in his anti-shadow clothing with Nemu, praising her ability as interesting. Giselle questions who he is since she can barely see him through the light. Giselle can't see Mayuri because of how bright his clothing is and asks who he is. Mayuri calls her ignorant for not knowing great people often appear shining. Giselle says she wasn't asking why he's shining. Ikkaku notes the voice sounds like Mayuri even if he can't see him. Yumichika affirms it. Only Mayuri would wear such an outfit. Eda leaps down in front of Giselle, drooling and begging for something she can't go on without. Giselle slaps her, berates her for being insatiable, and promises to give her the treat when the battle's over. Mayuri praises this dynamic and turns down the brightness so Giselle can see him. She picks up on him calling her ordinary after calling her outstanding. Mayuri clarifies everyone is ordinary next to him. Giselle has Bambietta activate her Vollständig and launch projectiles at Mayuri. Nemu pulls him out of the smoke unscathed. Mayuri observes the projectiles move at the same velocity and has Nemu prepare the Reishikoti Sochi. He scatters the devices with a 3-second delay, absorbing Bambietta's projectiles before they surround her and Giselle with delayed explosions. The smoke clears to reveal Giselle shielding herself with a burnt Bambietta. Mayuri explains the devices halt Reishi activity for a preset time. It simply paused the projectiles for 3 seconds. Giselle summons dozens of zombified 11th Division Shinigami, asking which two will be test subjects. Ikkaku and Yumichika recognize them. Mayuri says this poses a problem since they're former Gotei 13 members. He doesn't have the heart to fight them. Charlotte, Lupi, Chiruchi, and Dordoni step forward with surgical scars and stitches across their bodies. Ikkaku stares in shock at a zombified Lupi, whom he once fought in the human world. Yumichika is astonished to see Charlotte, whom he definitively killed in the fake Karakura town. Charlotte peers down at Yumichika, calls him ugly, and pretends to forget his name because of this, aggravating Yumichika, who promises to kill him again despite Iku's caution. Dordoni looks around for Ichigo. Cirucci demands to know where Uryu is so she can make him pay, and Lupi remains uninterested. Dordoni and Cirucci admonish Lupi for being calm when Mayuri could change his mind and kill them at any time. Mayuri flips a button and delivers electric shocks to the three of them, questioning who gave them permission to talk. He casually mentions the button sends a pain signal directly to their brain rather than electrocuting their bodies, which Dordoni says is worse. Mayuri muses it was still worth finding them in Saelaporo's vault. Giselle observes Mayuri got his own zombies and ridicules him for thinking he can win with just 4 of them. Dordoni, Cirucci, and Lupi assert they could never lose to Shinigami and leap down to attack the zombified Shinigami. Ikkaku and Yumichika protest, since most are from their division. Mayuri counters that Shinigami should die in service of the Gotei 13 and be killed if they harm it. These were Yamamoto's words. Dordoni kicks Shinigami away. Lupi assures him there's no issue since Ikkaku was splashed with Bambietta's blood without effect, and Chiruchi cuts a Shinigami in half, noting they're already dead. Dordoni fights without reservations, creating a large dust cloud. Giselle comments on the mess and reattaches Bambietta's severed arm. Charlotte appears behind Giselle, claiming his instincts tell him to fight her because they're very much alike. Giselle is repulsed and questions how this is true. Bambietta activates her Vollständig and fires projectiles at Charlotte, who casually dodges them, grabs her head, and throws her into a building near Mayuri. Mayuri says it's too bad Charlotte couldn't hit him. Charlotte says his hand slipped. Bambietta flies out of the dust, and Charlotte deduces she won't stop until reduced to dust. He forms a heart with his fingers and fires a Chero, propelling her high into the sky. Giselle concludes Bambietta is no match for Charlotte and calls out Hitsuga, who stands on a roof in a Wandenreich uniform, shocking everyone present. Ikkaku and Yumichika express disbelief at seeing a zombified Hitsugaya appear on a nearby rooftop, having sensed his Reiatsu nearly vanish. When Hitsugaya prepares to attack, Yumichika attempts a Bakudo spell, but Ikkaku warns him it won't stop Hitsugaya and slams Hozukimaru into Yumichika, sending him flying back. Hitsugaya's slash unleashes a massive wave of ice. Yumichika tumbles to a halt and thanks Ik, only to be horrified that Ikkaku's right leg has been frozen. Aya appears behind him, stabs his Zanpakuto into Ikkaku's right shoulder, and slashes him across the back. Yumichika intercepts the next slash and attempts to release his true Shikai, Ruri Kujaku, but Hitsugaya knees him with a shard of ice on his kneecap, butts him, and slashes him across the chest, leaving him to collapse. Mayuri comments on his lack of diminished mobility despite zombification. Hitsugaya attacks him, but Mayuri unharmed behind him. He theorizes Hitsugaya was zombified while still alive because Bambietta still has a mind of her own. Giselle confirms this keeps the cells fresh, lets them move faster, and removes their personality to make them easier to control. Mayuri questions what's fun about controlling individuals with no minds. Giselle says she doesn't know since she's not a sadist. Charlotte lands in front of Hitsugaya, assuming he'll be his next opponent, and expresses joy at fighting an attractive young man. Mayuri urgently warns him to retreat, but Hitsugaya slashes through Charlotte's chest and cuts off his left hand. Mayuri erects a Kido barrier to block Hitsugaya's finishing strike and punishes Charlotte for not realizing Hitsugaya is far more powerful. He turns to Hitsugaya and refuses to let him kill his test subjects. Mayuri asserts he would never harm someone without consent, attributing this to overflowing kindness. Mayuri announces he has several drugs to test on a zombified Hitsugaya and assures him this is all for the Seirite. Hitsugaya attacks, but Mayuri evades and fires sticky web fluid from his sleeves. He dodges and comes down with rapid slashes, but Mayuri effortlessly blocks every attack. He assumes Hitsugaya is wondering how he can be so proficient in Zanjutsu when he rarely leaves his laboratory, and informs him he installed a sensor on his Zanpakuto that detects and intercepts any blade within 2 feet at an angle of 60 degrees or more, automatically blocking all strikes. Hitsugaya attempts to knee him, but Mayuri catches it with a cushion that explodes, burning his knee and forcing him to cover it with ice. Mayuri slashes at him, but Hitsugaya blocks and activates Daiguren Hyorin Maru, encasing Mayuri's Zanpakuto in ice, slashing up his body and shoving his blade through Mayuri's chest, making him cough blood. However, Mayuri appears unharmed several feet away, with his Bankai deactivated, repeating the same dialogue about the sensor and the drugs. Hitsugaya demands to know what's going on. Mayuri expresses delight that he can still hold a conversation in this state. Hitsugaya activates his Bankai again and engulfs Mayuri in icy air, freezing him solid. Mayuri commends his strength. Suddenly, Mayuri appears unharmed once more. The scene reset. Hitsugaya questions what's happening. Mayuri realizes Hitsugaya's brain is becoming aware. He explains the post-cognition drug. Every time Hitsugaya kills him, his mind returns to a past moment. His future continues forever if he doesn't kill Mayuri, and ceases whenever he does. The shortcoming is, it affects the hippocampus, preventing short-term memory, so Hitsugaya can't remember how many times he's returned. After 10 or more returns, the sense of balance becomes paralyzed for 30 seconds. Hitsugaya drops his Zanpakuto and collapses. Mayuri presumes he has no issue with this paralysis since he's so kind-hearted, but notes it can be fatal in battle. He laments the drug can't be marketed yet, asks Hitsugaya to ponder when it was administered, and stabs his Zanpakuto downward, drawing blood. Mayuri stabs his into Hitsugaya's neck and releases his Shikai, Ashisogi Jizo, to paralyze his limbs. He withdraws a syringe and claims it pains him to administer this to someone who can't fight back. Hitsugaya begs him to stop. Mayuri notes he can at least resist with words, and pushes the syringe into his neck, causing darkness to spread across his body as Hitsugaya screams in pain. Rose, Quincy, and Rangiku appear behind Mayuri. He says another 2 captains and a lieutenant being turned into zombies is too pitiful to be funny, and asks his Aaronkar to take care of them since they're interrupting his follow-up observation. Lupi attacks Rangiku, Chiruchi clashes with Rose, and Dordoni kicks Quincy, kicking up a dust cloud. Mayuri watches the darkness progress across Hitsugaya's body. Meanwhile, Byakuya stands among rubble over the unconscious bodies of Nanana, Candace, and Robert. Lil Tato calls them pathetic. This points out it makes sense they're the only ones left considering their abilities. Lil Tato questions if Byakuya is really the captain defeated by S, and curses his toughness. She demands to know where Pepe has gone since the battle would be more even with his powers. Hisagi lands near Byakuya and announces he defeated one Sternritter, but realizes Byakuya has already defeated 3 others, displaying the difference between captain and lieutenant. He approaches Byakuya, who strikes away one of his Kusarigama. Hisagi questions his intentions and swings the other, but Byakuya blocks it and theorizes Hisagi is under enemy control or an enemy in disguise. Hisagi assures him he's himself, proclaims he's following his master's will, and attacks again. Pepe floats along the ground, describing how a glance from him splits one's heart and body so they can belong to him. He introduces himself as Sternritter L, the love. He fires a heart-shaped projectile at Lil Tato, but she dodges and it hits Menina's instead. Menina's becomes enamored and punches Lil Tato in the face. Pepe half-heartedly tells them not to fight over him. Byakuya repeatedly clashes with Hisagi. Pepe asserts all battles are sad because love is always present. Love for one's wife, child, parents, friends, master, and God are all motivations. He claims there are no battles without love, and that this is what makes them beautiful. Byakuya slams his Zanpakuto's hilt into Hisagi's abdomen, collapsing him, and assumes Pepe is done with his speech. He deduces Pepe's babbling about love simply means he can control people at will, and points out this means nothing if those controlled are immobilized. Cutting down the puppeteer severs the strings. Pepe confirms this, praises Byakuya as scary, and unleashes a heart-shaped beam. Byakuya rushes across rubble to evade, cutting through the beam. Pepe questions why he blocked it with his Zanpakuto if he knew it couldn't control rubble. Byakuya is forced to let the Zanpakuto cut his free hand instead, as Pepe reveals he knows Zanpakuto have souls and didn't steal Bankai because he can steal a Zanpakuto anytime. Byakuya throws his sword into a nearby wall, but Hisagi pulls it out, now controlled by Pepe. Hisagi begins rapidly assaulting Byakuya with both blades. Byakuya fends off the strikes with Hakuda, internally musing he can only do this so long and using Kido may kill Hisagi. He chastises himself for not breaking his blade. Pepe appears behind Byakuya and hits his right shoulder with Love Kiss, but Byakuya continues defending himself. Pepe refuses to forgive Byakuya for having no love and activates his Vollständig Gudoero, becoming nearly naked with cherub wings, large eyes, and a flat Heiligenschein. He embeds 3 love ropes in Byakuya's shoulder and prepares to kill him with a Heilig feel from his throat. Suddenly Quincy kicks Pepe in the face, sending him crashing into a building. Byakuya turns to see Quincy and Rose with black markings on their faces. Quincy and Rose stand before Byakuya, who questions what happened to them. Hisagi falls on Kensei with a downward stab of Byakuya's Zanpakuto, but Kensei punches him in the gut and slams him into the ground, knocking him out. Kensei picks up Byakuya's Zanpakuto and offers it handle first, surprising Byakuya. Mayuri steps up behind Byakuya and calls it a coincidence to find an enemy like this, perfect for testing his corpse unit. Byakuya interrogates him about what he did to Kensei and Rose. Mayuri counters he actually saved them. In the past, the zombified Kensei and Rose lie incapacitated before the Arrancar. Mayuri reveals he injected the post-cognition drug into the Arrancar's bodily fluids, causing Kensei and Rose to come into contact with it when sprayed with their blood. Shiruchi looks in shock. Mayuri advises her against trying to inflict it on him since his body has tolerance for all his drugs. He injects more into Kensei and Rose, making them scream. Mayuri turns to Giselle and infers the amount of blood needed to zombify someone depends on their race. Weak individuals need 1 drop, strong ones need it to multiply throughout their body. This is why the captains and lieutenant she controls have a reddish-brown hue. Mayuri reveals his drug alters that blood composition using blood samples of every Gotei 13 officer, replacing Giselle's blood with his own. Giselle admits she doesn't understand. Mayuri skips to the conclusion. This drug turns her zombies into his zombies. Quincy and Rose rise behind him. Mayuri thanks a mortified Giselle and has Quincy stab her in the chest, telling her she loses. In the present, Byakuya says Mayuri could have let them die and demands to know why he's toying with their lives. Mayuri says it's the duty of the Gotei 13 to protect the Seirei even in death. Byakuya calls it rationalization. Pepe fires a heart-shaped mark at Quincy's shoulder, claiming the love is stronger than the zombie, but Quincy punches him in the face. Mayuri reminds Pepe that Quincy and Rose are now his zombies and don't understand love. Pepe curses Mayuri, but is startled when a bloodied Lil Tato appears behind him. Lil Tato confronts Pepe, who claims he's glad she's okay. She wordlessly activates her Vollständig Gagael and approaches him. She reminds him he tried to kill the other Sternritter by pitting them against each other and asserts he knows how to take responsibility. She enlarges her mouth with the glutton. Pepe tearfully begs for forgiveness before she devours him. Meanwhile, in the Soul King Palace, a sweating Kirinji stands before Yhwach with his unsheathed Zanpakuto, bewildered at his inability to hit him. Yhwach suggests he stand aside. Kirinji slashes through the floor, but the cut and a large portion of the vestibule road are warped around Yhwach, Hashwalth, and Uryu as they proceed. Kirinji is baffled at how this is happening when Yhwach isn't dodging or deceiving his eyes. Senjumaru appears at the top of the stairs with a dozen divine soldiers flanking her. She observes it's been a long time since she's seen Yhwach and says defeating Yamamoto has gone to his head if he's entering uninvited. Yhwach silently climbs the stairs. Senjumaru tells him to become rust on the Soul King's blade as the divine soldiers stab toward him, but their blades slash away from him in a circular pattern. Senjumaru is startled. Nyanzol emerges from a shadow at Yhwach's feet and calls them discourteous. Their attacks are squishy and bent, nowhere close to Yhwach. Simultaneously, a section of the ground in the replaced Seirei opens and the artificial Kakaku Taiho emerges with loud music. Ichigo yells at Urahara to turn it down, but Urahara claims he can't hear and says the music establishes a mood. Ichigo realizes he can actually hear him. Urahara counts down from 3, preparing to launch Ichigo, Orihime, Chad, and Yoruichi. Urahara counts down the launch from the artificial Kakaku Taiho. Ganju rides into the cannon chamber on Bonnie, reprimanding them for forgetting about him. Ichigo admits he recognized the voice and questions if Ganju is here because he has nothing better to do, wants to grow, or wishes to be popular with women. Ganju counters he's not going for drinks, joining a club, or playing in a band. Ichigo points out it was Kukaku who launched the Tenchurin, not Ganju. Ganju confirms it but pulls out a roadmap to the Soul King Palace given to him by Kubo, claiming they need it to reach the palace. Ichigo questions Urahara about this. Urahara asks if he believes he hasn't prepared for this. Ichigo questions if Ganju is sure about coming since the battle will be more dangerous than any other. Ganju says that's exactly why he's coming. Ichigo acknowledges his resolve, and Ganju joins them. Urahara fires the replica Tenchurin, which launches in a zigzagging pattern, shocking Ichigo as he realizes this is why it can only be used once. Inside, Orihime notes this brings back memories of saving Rukia when Yori was still in cat form, and Uryu was with them. Yori offers to turn into a cat if Orihime wants. Orihime wonders if Uryu will come back. Ichigo firmly declares he will. They decided to smack him and bring him back after defeating Yhwach, though he claims this is obviously secondary. Meanwhile, at the Soul King Palace, Nianzol stands between divine soldiers whose swords bend away from him. He identifies his power as the wind. Every enemy he finds bends and warps to avoid his body, preventing Kirinji's attacks from hitting Yhwach. Senjumaru notes he said too much as more divine soldiers rush from fabric sheets. Nianzol admits he's often criticized for not explaining enough while the soldiers' swords bend away. He clarifies he finds enemies through instinct and moves his finger toward them, warping their bodies and splitting them in two. Senjumaru assures him they all have bad habits and reveals she retailored his robe while he dealt with the soldiers. Nianzol sees the royal guard's insignia on his coat and can't slip out. Senjumaru says he should be grateful to wear it as a foot soldier and shouldn't expect to remove it while alive. Dozens of spikes impale Nianzol through the robe, killing him instantly. Senjumaru recalls that she was just talking about bad habits, and as the spikes impaling Nianzol from within his robe retreat, she admits that her bad habit is failing to remove her sewing needles from her garments. With Senjumaru apologizing for not explaining herself clearly, Nianzol's corpse falls to the ground and splatters blood across the road as Senjumaru is joined by more divine soldiers and observes that their blades can finally reach Yhwach. However, Yhwach merely questions if this is true and creates another shadow that several soldat emerge from. Claiming that they will be enough to handle the divine soldiers, Yhwach startles Senjumaru by bringing out Leela, Valkyrie, Pernita, and Askin from another shadow while he declares that his royal guard will be Senjumaru's opponents. With the three Schutzstaffel other than Pernita dropping their hoods, Askin realizes that he was the only Sternritter to be brought up from below and muses that he has to prove himself, prompting Gerard to boisterously confirm this and promise to cut down Askin himself if he proves to be useless. After discarding his cloak, Gerard draws his weapon, Hoffnung, and rushes towards Senjumaru to slash down at her, shattering the sewing needle that she blocks with, and drawing blood from her, while proclaiming that a woman's slender arms cannot block his sword. As the attack blows a hole in the vestibule road, Senjumaru leaps back and calls out the second-level divine soldier, who lands behind her with a loud boom as Gerard comments on its size. Despite this, Pernita mutters something unintelligibly, and when Senjumaru wonders if it has something to say, Leela clarifies that Pernita stated the size of the second-level divine soldier does not matter, while Pernita extends a thin arm from beneath its cloak and inhales just before the second-level divine soldier is brutally twisted and crushed into a ball, leaving Senjumaru to stare in shock at it. Assuming that Senjumaru is realizing the Soul King Palace might fall, Leela casts aside his cloak to reveal his spirit weapon, Diagram. After claiming that the losing side is always late to realize and react, Leela concludes that the Soul King Palace fell the second Yhwach set foot in it and fires a bullet-shaped Heilig file that punches a hole through the top of Senjumaru's head, whose corpse collapses with blood pooling from the hole in her head. Gerard criticizes Lil for killing her there because her body is in Yhwach's path. Lil has Pernita crumple her remains and roll them aside. Gerard observes it was easy and questions if the royal guard can't do better. Leela reminds him no enemy has ever proven a challenge and shoots down all 5 cities before them. He kneels before Yhwach and invites him to proceed. Yhwach remains stationary. The falling cities are revealed to be fabric that ripples and withdraws, leaving Leela bewildered. Their surroundings pull away as fabric, revealing tree branches and an unharmed Senjumaru. She reveals this was a false Soul King Palace constructed to lure them in, while the real one is hidden by Ichibei, whose mid-air seal reveals itself alongside the real palace. Ichibei deduces she revealed this because the cage is ready. Leela levels his spirit weapon and fires a hot feel at him, but a tree branch intercepts it. Hikifune confirms it's ready and admits she hasn't created a womb this big in a long time. The fabric withdraws to reveal a cage of life surrounding the platform. Askin and Gerard are unnerved. Leela fears 4 more arrows, but they do minimal damage. Hikifune explains the tree bear's fruit by feeding on her Ryatsu. Leela's Hylig file are highly concentrated reishi, so the cage grows faster than it can be pierced. Nimaya lands before the Schutzstaffel with Saifushi in a tank of gel, introduces himself, declares there's no path for them, and invites them to come at him all at once. The Royal Guard's fight begins here. Nimaya confronts the Schutzstaffel with Saifushi drawn, daring them to attack all at once. He notices the blade rattling and laments it's likely from not drawing it in a while. Gerard leaps forward and slashes horizontally, creating a shockwave that damages nearby branches. Impressed by Nimaya casually leaning back to evade, Gerard decides to continue his attack, but Nimaya says it's his turn and moves past Gerard, who abruptly collapses with blood spurting from a stab wound in his torso. Nimaya reminds the remaining Schutzstaffel he's the #1 Royal Guard whose blade cuts down everyone in a single swing. Leela accuses him of using a strange trick. A blade soaking in jelly with a wobbly blade couldn't kill Gerard. He raises diagram and fires a Hylig file, but the projectile splits in 2 and is deflected. Nimaya says he did nothing but hold Saifushi at the right angle to slice it in 2. He effortlessly cuts through Leela's subsequent arrows and slashes him across the chest, severing his hand and part of diagram. Nimaya throws Saifushi through Pernita when its hood wriggles, pulls it out, and slashes Askin across the chest. Askin remains alive, having moved backward in time with the slash because he realized how sharp Saifushi is. Nimaya praises him, then cuts his throat open. He explains Saifushi is a failure, its edge is too sharp and blade too smooth, preventing it from chipping, but he can't create a sheath strong enough to hold it. He thanks Yhwach for storming the Soul King Palace so Saifushi can be put to use. Askin asserts the battle isn't over, the wounds weren't fatal. He reveals Yhwach selected him for the Schutzstaffel because he simply wouldn't die, an ability he considers disgraceful, and licks the blood from his hand. Askin reveals his shrift is the death-dealing, and explains it allows him to accurately calculate the lethal dose of any substance and adjust it at will. When Nimaya expresses confusion, Askin admits he found it confusing too, but assures him he doesn't need to understand since he's about to die anyway. He lowers the lethal dosage of Nimaya's blood, licking more blood off his hand, noting that the blood allowing Nimaya to move will now bring him closer to death the more it flows through his body, which he can't do anything about. Askin concludes this is a fatal feeling and gulps more blood from his palm as Nimaya fully collapses. He approaches Nimaya, inferring he underestimated him, and admits he's okay with looking and talking like an underling. It used to bother him, but he's convinced himself it's one of his charms. He draws his Hylig bogan from his bracelet and apologizes for sounding pessimistic. Another fatal flaw. Nimaya suddenly thanks him for the information and uses Saifushi to cut open the side of his own neck, causing a large amount of blood to spurt into the air. He reappears next to Askin with Shunpo and slashes at him, but Askin narrowly evades by rolling away, losing his cape. Nimaya insists that lowering the lethal dosage means he'll die from having too much blood, so he simply needs to lose enough to go under the lethal dose. Askin warns it's not that simple. From his physique, Nimaya weighs about 62 with roughly 4 liters of blood.
The lethal dosage for his blood is currently set to about 1.6 liters.
Meaning his own blood will kill him unless he bleeds himself to death. Askin assumes Nimaya is having trouble determining if he's standing or collapsing. Nimaya calls on Kirinji, who envelops him in a massive wave of blood pond hell water. Nimaya reveals the water replaces lost blood with new blood, astonishing he attacks faster than Askin can perceive, coming to a halt behind him and asking if he looks cool after being reborn. Askin admits he does look cool, chastises himself for prematurely thinking he won, and concludes this was fatal before blood spurts from a stab wound in his chest, causing him to collapse. Nimaya turns to Yhwach and announces it's his turn as Yhwach's hands begin glowing with energy. Nimaya readies Saifushi, debating whether to close in on Yhwach or let him attack first, since data on his powers comes from Yamamoto's battle and Royd copying him. Unable to discern Yhwach's plan, he decides to take off one of his arms with his first slash before the cage of life glows with bright light. In a cave below, Giselle sucks on Bambietta's blood, demanding it back since Bambietta is already dead. She bashes her head into the rocks until it cracks open, killing her, then cradles her body and says she's cute when dead. Lil Tato peers in with her Vollständig active and confirms Giselle isn't dead. Giselle activates her own Vollständig and asks about Lil Tato's face. Lil Tato says Pepe did it. Giselle calls it embarrassing. Lil Tato reveals she ate him and he tasted terrible. She says Candace was defeated and Menina's had to be incapacitated because Pepe controlled her. Robert presses his Reishi pistol to Lil Tato's head, asking if she knows Yhwach went to the Soul King Palace. Lil Tato says they'll fight until he returns. Robert reveals they're doomed. They've been deemed unnecessary for the coming battle. The Stern Ritter exists to serve Yhwach, and since they're unnecessary, they'll become fuel for the next Auswählen. Robert is struck by a thick beam of light from above, stripping flesh from his bones. 2 more follow nearby. Lil Tato tackles Giselle back into the cave just as a pillar strikes where they stood. Their Vollständigs begin disintegrating as their Reishi is pulled into the pillar. Lil Tato furiously demands what they mean to Yhwach. Yhwach simply calls them comrades, stating comrades help each other so they can resurrect and move forward, as Gerard and Lille are revived by feathery Vollständigs partially activating, and regains consciousness as well. Yhwach tells a stunned Nemaya and the Royal Guard to prepare themselves. Screaming in agony from being caught in the center of one of the beams produced by Yhwach's Auswählen, Baz B responds to Renji, wondering what is going on by asserting that this is what he wants to know, and angrily inquiring if this is Yhwach's way of doing things. With Rukia watching in concern, Giselle frantically assures Bambietta Basturbine's corpse that she will not die, leading Lampard to refuse to die here as well alongside Baz B. During this, as Byakuya notices the light shooting up from the Seireitei toward the heavens, Shunsui tells his lieutenants, Nanao and Genshiro, that he is leaving the barracks because the Soul King Palace is in danger. Seconds later, on the vestibule road far above, Nemaya finds 2 fist-sized holes punched in his left shoulder by Leela, and questions what this is, leading Haschwalth to explain that Auswählen collects the lives and power from unnecessary Quincy to redistribute them to others in need, with those taken from dying and those given to receiving additional power and coming back to life. After Haschwalth concludes that it being a transfer of power prevented the Cage of Life from blocking it, Nemaya assumes that his wounds are the result of the power increase granted by Auswählen because Leela's Heilig File were not able to reach him before now. However, Leela counters that Nemaya has 2 things wrong and clarifies that rather than being a power increase, this is a power he has always possessed and simply did not have time to use earlier, prior to asserting that Nemaya's body was not pierced by a Heilig Feel and firing another shot directly at Nemaya's chest with his spirit weapon diagram. Though Tenjiro and Hikifune intercept the shot with their Zanpakuto, they are shocked to find that a hole has been punched between their Zanpakuto and through Nemaya's chest, regardless, as Leela reveals that this power cannot be blocked by anything.
Explaining that his power is the X-axis and that it allows his gun to uniformly pierce everything between its muzzle and his target, regardless of durability, which is why he would like the remaining Royal Guard to line up so he can kill them all with one shot. During this, Pernita uses the compulsory to break open a section of the Cage of Life, allowing Yhwach to move outside of it with Hiro and appear before a sitting Ichibei. When Yhwach addresses him by name and asserts that Ichibei will let them through, a grinning Ichibei gets up and observes that Yhwach says his name so lightly, before warning Yhwach that he risks losing his voice from this. Ichibei observes the rubble and wonders if the Seireitei's structures will return intact even after removing the Wandenrite. Ukitake assures him they'll just rebuild if not. Shunsui hops down, and Uke reveals the Kage was prepared in expectation of the enemy being allowed to invade the Soul King Palace. Ukitake's shadow lengthens into a humanoid silhouette framed by a large ring with an oversized eye in its chest. Shunsui assumes he can push himself now, and Ukitake smiles. Shunsui walks past, promising to catch up later, and says he's going to see Central 46. Meanwhile, in the Soul King Palace, A draws 2 lines across the platform with his brush and promises to defeat Yhwach within that space. Yhwach says it seems small since Ichibei will die 3 steps away. Ichibei draws a seal to bar entrance to the Greater Soul King Palace. He tells Yhwach not to say his name lightly. A gigantic hand from slams into Yhwach, sending him hurtling back. Ichibei appears beside him, explaining the technique sends anything it hits flying 1,000 ri away. Yhwach finds himself unable to speak when he tries to attack. Ichibei reminds him he was warned about losing his voice. He manifests another hand, ordering Yhwach to fly back and reflect. Yhwach digs his fingers into his own throat, drawing blood, and infuses it with reishi to give himself a voice. He manifests his Sankt Bogen and fires 6 massive Heilig File upward, impaling himself with one to propel back to Ichibei's level. Ichibei is lightly scratched. He stands behind Yhwach and comments on the absurdity of him shooting himself. Yhwach breaks the Heilig File in his abdomen without injury. Ichibei promises to kill him for not listening. Ichibei calls Yhwach a rascal despite his age, for refusing to avoid saying his name and coming back after being slapped away. He promises to kill him before they draw their respective weapons. Meanwhile, rain falls across the Seireitei as Yushiro leaps across rubble with a large bundle, urging Yoruichi to wait. Urahara draws a line in the mud and is approached by Hiyori, who questions why he's preparing outside instead of inside with the others. Urahara says he was waiting for Hiyori, Love, Hachigen, and Lisa. Hiyori asks where Yoruichi went. Urahara says she already departed for the Soul King Palace. Hiyori stops him and asks why he let Ichigo and the others go ahead instead of waiting for the Visored so they could all go together. Urahara says the situation changed. Hiyori demands to know what he'll do if they die from going ahead, warning him against being willing to let them die to delay the enemy. Yushido expresses disbelief that Yoruichi already left, lamenting bringing so many things to help her after she contacted him. Urahara assures him the items will still be of use and has him follow inside. Back in the Soul King Palace, Ichibei and Yhwach clash with great force. Yhwach notes Ichibei's expression changed and admits he didn't think his face could become so terrifying from making up his mind to kill him. Ichibei reveals his brush cuts names, not flesh. Yhwach's arms fall limp as Ichibei informs him the name of his arm has been cut in half, leaving him with R and half strength. Yhwach struggles to raise his sword, but Ichibei slashes down his body and smacks him into the platform between the lines he drew. Noting Yhwach is now just Yahweh, Ichibei grins and asks how it feels to be smashed. However, long tapestries of energy rise from a circle around Yhwach, who smirks and asks if he looks like he's feeling low. Yhwach asks Ichibei if it looks like he's feeling low, and explains that nothing feels better than the leader of the royal guard fearing his power enough to cut it in half. He presses some of the energy tapestries into his chest to restore his strength, revealing that he can simply give this stolen power back to himself, surprising Ichibei. Yhwach declares that no one can take anything from him. Everything in the world exists for him to take, and sends the other tapestries hurtling toward Ichibei as sharp energy beams. Ichibei clasps his hands together around the beams, crushing them in his grasp, and shakes his head while claiming he reduced Yhwach's power by half for his sake. He says Yhwach would have his reputation tarnished among the Quincy if he lost at full strength. Ichibei launches down toward Yhwach, admitting reputation doesn't matter when one is dead, and unleashes Bakudo number 62, Hyaporankan. Yhwach extends Blut from his hand, forming a spherical barrier with Blut Vine Anhaben that intercepts and destroys the beams. Ichibei performs Ura Hado, Sanodo, Tepusatsu, manifesting a large dragon's head that blows a powerful wind, shattering the barrier and allowing Ichibei to grab Yhwach by the throat. Blut veins encroach on Ichibei's body as Yhwach explains the technique corrodes everything that touches it. Ichibei flexes his muscles, shattering the blut and causing Yhwach's facial veins to explode in a shower of blood. Leaping back, Ichibei expresses disbelief at Yhwach trying to trespass in a royal guard's body. He decides it's time for punishment and releases his Shikai, Ichimonji, painting a black streak through the air as its head transforms into a blade. Black leech begins seeping from living beings in the Serete below as Ichibei releases his Shikai, Ichimonji. Yhwach looks over the blade and notes he doesn't sense any Reiatsu from it, despite its size. He sees the blade briefly transform back into a brush, leaving him confused. Ichibei questions if he can't understand what he's seeing. Yhwach summons his Reishi sword and clashes with Ichibei 3 times, each splashing more ink onto his blade. He separates and wonders what Ichimonji is supposed to do, since it's only splashed ink around without cutting anything. Yhwach asks if the ink can cut names in half like the brush, mocking that Ichibei knows he can restore names and capabilities cut in half. Upon concluding Ichibei can't defeat him, Yhwach finds himself unable to say his sword's name and is left speechless. Ichibei grins and reveals Ichimonji removes the names of anything it coats with ink, stripping them of their power. Both Yhwach's sword and Quincy cross are now useless. Yhwach decides to steal Ichibei's power with his own and initiates Sanct Altar, forming a large Quincy Zaichin above him. The energy draws the black color from Ichibei's beard and eyebrows, but Ichibei shrugs it off with a shockwave, returning to normal. He explains that while Yhwach did steal his power, it doesn't belong to him. Ichimonji's power encompasses all the black in the world, contributed by all living and dead beings. Ichibei slashes Ichimonji at Yhwach, covering most of his body with a massive splash of ink. Ichibei creates a massive splash of ink that extends off either side of the walkway, almost completely coating Yhwach. He addresses the man formerly known by that name and muses that losing his name must be agonizing. He decides to give him a new name and activates his Shinuchi, Shirafude Ichimonji, turning the blade of his brush back into bristles that emit white energy, forming a large circle around himself. Ichibei explains that the modern term for this would be Bankai, but he doesn't use it because Ichimonji became the first evolved Zanpakuto long before the term Bankai existed. He informs Yhwach that Shirafude Ichimonji can write a new name on anything that's had its name removed by Ichimonji's ink. He writes Black Ant on Yhwach's body and asks how it feels to possess the power of such a frail and fleeting life. Yhwach admits he never could have imagined this. Ichibei assumes he's referring to the gap between their powers and declares his fate ends here. He uses Senritsu Tensho to stop Yhwach through the platform with a massive leg, bids him farewell, and crushes him between two massive palms, while Hashwalth looks on in shock. However, as Yhwach hurtles through the air, he clarifies that he never could have imagined being able to see this much with his eyes closed. His eyes suddenly gain an additional pupil, pushing both to the corners of each socket. The fabrics containing the staffel glow with bright blue energy. The platform behind Ichibei is pierced by a thick reishi beam, and as he turns in confusion, Ichibei spits up blood upon finding himself stabbed in the chest by a reishi sword held by Yhwach, still covered in ink. Grabbing the blade, Ichibei demands to know why Yhwach isn't dead yet, and is shocked to see the characters he wrote on his chest flaking off alongside the ink. Hashwalth reveals Yhwach now has access to his true power, the Almighty, and can see everything about to happen, with the power he witnesses being unable to kill him. He asserts that Yhwach has been fighting with his eyes closed this whole time. He dismisses the idea of him doing so because he took his enemies lightly, recites the Kaiser Gesang, and clarifies to Uryu that opening his eyes before the 9 years elapsed would have risked his power going out of control. Now that the 9 years are over and Yhwach has opened his eyes, Hashwalth concludes their 1,000 years of prayer are about to be answered. Meanwhile, an ink-free Yhwach stands before Ichibei and presumes he wants to know why he's not dead, why his powers aren't working, and why he's going to die. He explains that his eyes opening means he can see everything into the distant future, know everything that will happen, and render himself immune to death and harm from all powers he sees, the Almighty. Ichibei refutes the idea of losing and ridicules Yhwach's arrogance following the removal of his Black Ant name. He reminds Yhwach all the black in the world still belongs to him, and performs a lengthy ceremony to initiate Futen Taisatsuryo, creating a massive mausoleum around himself with darkness taken from 100 nights, 100 years in the future. He describes how the skulls and graves will turn Yhwach's flesh, blood, and bones black to completely eradicate him. Ichibei concludes Yhwach's soul will be obliterated, but is shocked when Yhwach mirrors his sentence about falling into a pitch-black hell. Yhwach reminds Ichibei there's no room for comprehension or countermeasures against his power. All he sees and knows is powerless against him. His eyes gain a third pupil, and he asks if Ichibei still believes him to be nameless before proclaiming himself Yhwach, the one who will rob Ichibei of everything. He raises his hand and blasts Ichibei with enough force to destroy his torso. With Ichibei's remains scattered across the floor, Yhwach walks over to the seal and destroys it by simply placing his hand on the barrier, opening the path to the Greater Soul King Palace. Noting the royal guard lies dead within the cage of life, he proclaims it's now the Soul King's turn to fall. The replica Tenshurin crashes into the vestibule road. Ganju tumbles out and hits his head as Orihime apologizes for not cushioning him. Ichigo and his friends as Sato wonders if the silence means the battle is over. They gasp in horror upon seeing Ichibei's severed head. Orihime rushes over as Ichigo identifies him as a royal guard who trained him in Rukia. Ichigo hears Ichibei's disembodied voice telling him to call his name. After expressing confusion, Ichigo says his full name aloud, causing Ichibei's eyes to open as a black mass forms under his head, raising it aloft and dissipating to reveal his restored body. Ichibei thanks a terrified Ichigo and explains that all power resides in names. Having Ichigo call his name, let him take a tiny portion of his power to restore his body. Laughing uproariously, Ichibei calms himself and requests Ichigo stop Yhwach as the royal guard is defeated and his own power takes too long to fully restore. He assures Ichigo he can stop Yhwach without killing him and emphasizes that the Soul King's death will cause the human world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo to collapse. Ichigo and his friends run toward the Greater Soul King Palace. However, inside, Yhwach shoves his reishi sword through the Soul King's chest and bids him farewell, identifying him as his father, the one who has seen the future. Within the Soul King's chambers, Yhwach finishes slaughtering the attendants and approaches the Soul King, whom he calls an imperfect god for being unable to escape even a moment like this. He promises to bring an end to his endless humiliation, ponders the possibility that the Soul King foresaw this day, plunges his reishi sword into his chest, and bids him farewell as his father, who has seen the future. In the replaced Sarite, Rukia and Renji leap between damaged buildings and land outside Urahara's laboratory, where Shinji comments on them only just arriving. Renji asks about his injuries, but Marichio interjects, recounting how Shinji used Sakanade on Baz B at the last minute, so Burner Finger 3 veered away, leaving him deeply grateful. Renji recalls how Marichio used to call Shinji an outsider and made fun of him behind his back. Suifeng slams her fist into Marichio's side, telling him to shut up, and clarifies that her wounds and Moreos have finished healing thanks to Hinamori. Renji complies and muses that Suifeng has become less strict. Shinji reminds him the message urged all captains and lieutenants to convene here, even if it means disengaging from a fight, which is dire enough to make everyone come as fast as they can. Suifeng presses a panel, opening the door to reveal Urahara, Yushiro, Byakuya, and Nanao inside. Yushiro introduces himself and thanks them for what they've done for Yoruichi. A tearful Suifeng gives him money to spend. Urahara reveals the 7th Division asked to move independently. Rose and Kensei will meet with the 12th Division. Kenpachi and Hisagi are receiving medical care. Shunsui has business with Central 46, and Hitsugaya and Rangiku cannot be reached. He announces they're going to storm the Soul King Palace, shocking everyone. The Tenshi Heiso, Mayuri's pedestal, and the collective Reiryoku of the captains and lieutenants should make it possible. Simultaneously, as Ichigo and his friends are transported to the Greater Soul King Palace on Orihime's Santen Keshun, Ichibei apologizes and reveals they cannot defeat Yhwach. Ichibei sits alone on the vestibule road and apologizes to Ichigo and his friends because they cannot defeat Yhwach, but assures them this is fine since it's what peace is all about, and infers that Yhwach believes the same. Meanwhile, in Ura's lab, Shinji informs Urahara's 4th Division seems to be done treating the wounded. Ukitake opens the door and reveals they finished performing tertiary care, commending Isane and Hanataro. Shinji questions why Ukitake was involved in healing when he needed healing himself. Ukitake explains he's well enough to help and is quite familiar with Kaido due to his recurring illness, which Sentaro and Kiyone praise him for, while noting he shouldn't admit that last part. Ukitake concludes everyone except Kenpachi has recovered enough to be active again. Kenpachi emerges, annoyed at being described as unable to be active, and asks Ura about Yachiru's whereabouts. Urahara says his division is still looking and instructs him to wait here. Kenpachi tries to leave, but Urahara blocks his path with a Bakudo spell and apologetically refuses to let him leave yet. Nanao steps in front of Kenpachi, pointing out other Shinigami can search much faster and his power is crucial for building the gate. She asks if she's wrong. Kenpachi admits she's probably right and turns back. At Ura's behest, the captains and lieutenants stand inside the circular platform and are handed orbs to charge with their Reiatsu. Urahara opens the ceiling, admitting they're going to get a little wet from the rain outside. In the Greater Soul King Palace, Yhwach stands before the impaled Soul King and turns to find Ichigo and his friends confronting him. He calls Ichigo an insect doomed to be crushed by the cogs of fate and promises to lay him to rest personally. With the ceiling of Urahara's lab opening, Shinji is alarmed when Hiyori approaches from behind with her fellow visored and a large teapot. Shinji demands to know why she's here. Hiyori reminds him they're here because he forced them to run his errands. Hiyori pours the liquid contents into the basin, and Rukia observes it doesn't feel wet. Urahara details how the substance was formed by distortions between worlds, making it the energy source they need to enter the Soul King Palace, with Yoruichi having collected a sample earlier before the visored refined the rest. Hiyori announces she's done, and Urahara instructs her and the others to put on their Shihaku show. Love throws Hiyori over his shoulder and walks away, while reminding her that Kensei and Rose are putting their lives on the line. Kenpachi questions if they're going to fly into the sky once the orbs are charged, but Urahara clarifies he's making a gate, which begins forming as a crackling string of energy. He admits there might not be a way to return, angering Suifeng, who lectures Ura for disrespecting the Gotei 13 by assuming they would cower if told the truth earlier. Ukitake reminds him they all feel the same about fighting for the Gotei 13, and Kenpachi says he only cares about crushing the Vondenreich. Urahara smiles and admits they're right. Meanwhile, Ichigo confronts Yhwach and declares they've come to stop him. Yhwach claims he foresaw this and concludes Ichigo would be too late, stepping aside to reveal the Soul King impaled with his reishi sword. Despite Yhwach stating the Soul King is dead, Ichigo moves past him and grabs the sword, attempting to pull it out. Yhwach encourages him, and as Ichigo slowly pulls it out, Yhwach concludes he can now destroy Soul Society. Veins run up Ichigo's arm and face, forcing him to swing the sword. Yhwach informs him the Quincy blood within him can never forgive the Soul King. A screaming Ichigo is forced to slash the crystal and cut the Soul King diagonally in half. Falling to his knees, Ichigo is aghast. Yhwach asserts he foresaw this too, and invites Ichigo to watch the end of Soul Society with him. In the Kurosaki clinic, a frightened Yuzu clutches onto as tremors shake their house, knocking over Karin's juice. Karin forgives her, since the juice didn't get on her game console, but is troubled by how long the earthquake has lasted. Meanwhile, in the Greater Soul King Palace, Ichigo collapses in shock before the bifurcated Soul King. Yhwach reminds him it's too late. He foresaw Ichigo killing the Soul King. Ichigo demands to know why this happened, and why the reishi sword won't leave his hand. Yhwach explains, the Almighty lets him see all futures, and give and take all powers. His Reiatsu called out to Ichigo's blood when it flowed into him, forcing him to kill the Soul King, because Quincy blood cannot forgive his existence. Enraged, Ichigo breaks the blute veins, draws both Zangetsu blades, and rushes toward Yhwach, who easily blocks his attacks and questions if he still has a reason to fight when Soul Society is about to disappear. In Urahara's lab, the Shinigami see the roof crumbling. Urahara deduces this is the result of the Soul King dying, leaving everyone aghast. He warns them that Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world will all cease to exist. Back in the palace, Yhwach explains the Soul King was created to stabilize Soul Society, and his absence means all worlds will collapse. Yoruichi surrounds him with Tenchi Heiso, Hisaki Kumoi, and warns him not to touch the strings. She instructs Orihime to heal the Soul King. Orihime attempts to restore him with Soten Kishun, but the barrier shatters almost immediately. Yhwach calls them foolish for believing a mere human could revive the Soul King. Renji laments the idea of existence disappearing and asks if there's really nothing they can do. Ukitake is engulfed by a shadow. Yhwach proclaims the Soul King cannot be revived no matter what powers Ichigo and his friends use. Hollows are alarmed by tremors in Hueco Mundo. Keigo comments on the strangeness of none of the news stations reporting the earthquake in Karakura, despite how long it's been going on. Mizuhiro attributes this to its low intensity. The Soldat realize Yhwach intends to crush them alongside Soul Society. Renji laments the idea of all worlds disappearing without the Gote 13 able to do anything. Suddenly, a dark aura manifests behind Ukitake as he announces he will take the dead Soul King's place. Urahara questions if it's even possible. Ukitake says he'll explain later, discards his Haori, and removes the upper half of his Shihakusho. Rukia sees the Shui aura taking the shape of a large vertical eye on his back. Ukitake draws his Zanpakuto and recites a chant to Mimihagi, asking it to unleash the power stored within his organs. The Shui aura expands into a large arm with an eye on its palm. In the past, Ukitake's parents begged Mimihagi to save his life at a shrine in the Rukongai. Ukitake explains he was stricken with tuberculosis at 3, turning his hair white, and was supposed to die. Urahara notes Mimihagi is a god worshipped in the outer Rukongai. Ukitake clarifies it's an indigenous god worshipped in the Sakahone district, said to be the enshrined right arm of the Soul King that fell from the heavens long ago. His superstitious parents prayed to offer his lungs to Mimihagi, allowing him to live and join the Gote 13. Ukitake coughs up blood, but orders Rukia to stand by. Kamikake expands Mimihagi's stilling power from his lungs to all his organs, turning himself into the right arm of the Soul King. Rukia asks if he performed Kamikake in anticipation of this moment. Ukitake confirms it and says nothing would make him happier than to sacrifice the life he once lost for the Gote 13. The shadowy Mihagi stretches into the sky as Ukitake roars in agony. Meanwhile, Shunsui stands in Ken, feeling the tremors as the end nears. He asserts innocent people cannot go further into the darkness and demands to be heard by Sosu. Darkness bursts from Ukitake's eyes and mouth, coating his body and allowing the aura of Mimihagi to extend into the sky. The long hand reaches upward as the tremors rocking the Serete slowly cease, surprising Yhwach and Ichigo's group see the shadowy Mimihagi encasing the two halves of the Soul King, with the hand opening an eye on its palm. Yhwach questions what it is, deducing Mimihagi is part of the Soul King because he cannot see it with the Almighty. He He wonders if its time in Soul Society led it to become protective of the Shinigami. In Urahara's lab, Rukia, Sentaro, and Kiyone are mortified by Ukitake's twitching body. Suifeng bluntly asks how long Ukitake will last in this state, theorizing the stability will only last as long as he is alive. Urahara admits he doesn't know, because this is the first time he's seen Kamikake, so they must find a way to save the world while Ukitake stands in for the Soul King. In Muken, Shunsui observes Aizen's lack of response and wonders if it's because of Muken. He withdraws a box of 20 keys to unlock different parts of Aizen's restraints, but is only permitted to use 3. He starts with the seal on Aizen's mouth. Urahara is shocked to see the gate breaking down. Nanao reveals they need Ukitake, who had far more built-up Reiatsu than any other captain. Lisa interrupts by placing her hand on her orb, reminding them it's not over. Hiyori, Hachigen, and Love approach in their Shihakusho, demanding orbs as well. Mayuri appears on the roof with Nemu and chastises Urahara for doing as he pleases before bringing out the Reiatsu amplifier. He turns it on, causing it to glow golden and restore the gate. Back in Muken, Shui unlocks Aizen's mouth seal, stating he should be able to talk now. Aizen confirms this and walks toward a stunned Shunsui, asking if he's going to use his remaining 2 keys. Aizen stands before Shunsui and asks if he's going to use his remaining 2 keys. Shunsui inserts them into the locks on Aizen's left eye and ankle, then asks how it feels. Aizen comments that Shunsui hasn't changed much. Shunsui asks if he wants to get out. Aizen notes he didn't ask to be let out, but Shunsui counters that a man who wanted to stay wouldn't tell him to use the other keys. Aizen points out that a man who doesn't want him to leave wouldn't come with a key embedded in his own body.
Shunsui admits Aizen saw through him and reveals the key to Muken is embedded in his heart, the condition for being allowed to come here. Aizen deduces the gate will be sealed forever if Shunsui dies, and calls this typical of Central 46. Shunsui invites Aizen to sit on a transportable chair so they can carry him up. One attendant rushes forward to bind Aizen, but his fingertips are erased upon getting too close. Aizen calls him foolish for not realizing the restraints merely condense his Reiatsu around his body, vaporizing anything that gets close. He questions if Shunsui really believes he'll fight for Soul Society. Shunsui claims they have similar interests. Aizen asks if Shunsui wants him to breathe the air of a Soul Society about to be crushed by Yhwach. Meanwhile, in the Greater Soul King Palace, Yhwach clashes with Mimihagi and admits he never thought it would stand in his way. He prepares to blast both the Soul King and Mimihagi, but Ichigo intercepts him by grabbing his arm. Yoruichi places sealing sheets around Mimihagi and the Soul King, intending to solidify Mimihagi as the new Soul King. Yhwach questions why Ichigo is stopping him when he killed the Soul King and has Quincy blood that shouldn't tolerate his existence. Ichigo asserts he came to stop Yhwach and protect the 3 worlds. He fires a powerful Getsuga Tensho that blasts Yhwach out of the palace, concluding that Yhwach's blood won't make him do what Yhwach wants. Yhwach claims that decision is made by his eyes. Yhwach claims he has never once thought of forcing Ichigo to do as he wishes. He didn't have to because Ichigo's will is connected to his own. He asserts that Ichigo has always been fighting for him, elevating his powers to defeat Aizen, and regaining them to kill the Soul King before his eyes. Yoruichi warns Ichigo not to listen, but Yhwach declares Ichigo's blood makes everything he does for Yhwach's gain. Ichigo tells him to shut up and fires another Getsuga Tensho, attacking through the smoke, forcing Yhwach to block with his wrist. When Ichigo dismisses their shared blood and says he's here to stop him from destroying the 3 worlds, Yhwach questions why he only intends to stop his sworn enemy, and claims his inability to vow to kill the man who killed his mother is a sign of weakness. Angered, Ichigo rears back to attack, but a Heilig file from outside embeds itself in Yoruichi's back. They turn to see Uryu standing with his Heilig Bogen formed. Yoruichi's concentration breaks, and the Sankotsu no Jufu barriers explode, exposing the Soul King and Mimihagi. Ichigo demands what Uryu is doing, but Yhwach bypasses him toward Mimihagi. Ichigo tries to stop him, but gets blasted away. Yoruichi hits Yhwach with destructive spheres, but Pernita appears behind her, twisting and mutilating her left arm so she can't throw them. Yhwach blasts Yoruichi off the palace. Ichigo moves behind Yhwach to attack, but Uryu fires another Heilig file from the side, forcing Ichigo to cut through it. With Ichigo shocked to be staring down Uryu, Yhwach commends him and brutally rips Mimihagi off the Soul King, creating a huge fissure. Uryu tells Ichigo not to interfere with Yhwach, as Ichigo demands to know what he thinks he's doing. The Greater Soul King Palace begins to list to the side as Orihime, Chad, and Ganju struggle to maintain balance. Pernita falls over the edge.
Uryu moves between Yhwach and Ichigo, pulls back another High League file, and warns them he'll shoot if any of them move. Ichigo steps forward, Uryu fires, and Ichigo slashes through it. Frustrated, Ichigo asks if Uryu knows why they're here. Uryu says he heard they came to stop Yhwach and simply doesn't intend to let it happen. Ichigo declares the three worlds will cease to exist, but Uryu asks if he thinks he came here without knowing that. Ichigo is stunned and questions why Uryu is on that side when he knows what's going to happen. Uryu claims he's siding with Yhwach because he's a Quincy. Gerard flies up with Pernita under his arm, as Askin and Lil converge around Orihime, Chad, and Ganju. Uryu tells them he doesn't need help, and fires several High League file into the floor underneath Ichigo and his friends, shattering it and causing them to fall. Lil aims Diagram down at Ichigo, but Uryu fires a High League file after him, inferring that killing them before they fall negates the premise of survival. Gerard accepts Uryu as one of the Shuts, and Uryu smiles. In the Soul King's chamber, Yhwach criticizes Mimihagi for wanting to consume him, the child of the Soul King, and shreds it. He declares Mimihagi far inferior to what he is now, and absorbs its power, causing the tremors to resume in the Serite. With an eye pattern tattoo covering the left side of his face, Yhwach proclaims he will put a lid on the Serite until he's finished consuming the Soul King. He unleashes a beam of darkness from his finger, bursting out of the underside of the Greater Soul King Palace. The darkness emanating from Ukitake's mouth explodes out of him, leaving his body to collapse as his third seats, Sentaro and Kiyone, rush to his side in concern. With those present seeing the shadowy Mimihagi rising into the sky and assuming it's disappearing, Urahara realizes it's being absorbed instead. Suddenly, a beam of darkness from above strikes the Shaku over the replaced Serite and begins spreading over it, confusing the Shinigami watching from below. In the Greater Soul King Palace, Yhwach stumbles and falls to one knee. Lil approaches to inquire if he's alright, but is bewildered to see small, one-eyed creatures being generated from the darkness of Yhwach's cape. Though the Schutzstaffel are alarmed when the creatures begin flooding over them, Haschwald explains this is the torrent of the Soul King's power, released from the Shinigami seal and now flooding through Yhwach's body. He assures them the creatures won't harm them. Their enemy is the Shinigami, as the torrent surges out of the palace toward the Serite below. In Urahara's lab, he wonders why it's suddenly as dark as nighttime. Suifeng points out a hole in the Shakunmaku, as it was opened by part of the Seireheki wall crumbling, and leaps to the roof to destroy the canopy, activating her Bankai. She's interrupted when the torrent falls through the hole and engulfs her. Maruchio destroys several creatures on her body with Gegetsuburi. Ikaku, Yumichika, and Hisagi join them, releasing their Shikai, but only briefly repel one wave. Byakuya emerges with Renji and Rukia, releasing Senbonzakura, which cuts through the next wave, but it ultimately overwhelms them. Just as the wave is about to hit the lab, the creatures are crushed into paste on the ground. Rukia looks up in shock as the creatures recede around Aizen, who sits on his chair and criticizes the Shinigami for fighting with their Zanpakuto instead of their Reiatsu. Rukia and Renji are shocked to see Aizen crushing the torrent of the Soul King's power with his Reiatsu while sitting in his chair and restraints. Aizen notes it's been a while since he saw Rukia and congratulates her on her promotion. Rukia demands to know why he's here. Shunsui steps in to take responsibility, explaining they need Aizen's help. Renji protests. Hisagi questions if Shunsui is really okay with this. Ikaku refuses to go along, and Yumichika calls it unacceptable, considering what Aizen has done. Suifeng calls it disgraceful, but Shunsui asks if this is about defending their honor, reminding them honor won't help the Gotai 13 protect the world. Using evil to defeat evil is not an evil act itself. Aizen suggests Shunsui undo his hand restraints to get out of the chair, but Shunsui bluntly refuses. Aizen counters that he doesn't have that kind of power, but as another horde descends, Shunsui says he doesn't believe Aizen will sit by and watch them gnaw on his body. The horde smashes into Aizen's condensed Reiatsu and is blown apart. Shunsui orders everyone back to the lab, just as Aizen initiates a massive Hado number 90, Kurohitsugi. Down in the lab, Rukia warns Shunsui his freeing of Aizen is a grave insult to the Gotai 13. Shunsui acknowledges it and asks them to beat him up after they save the Serite. Above, Kurohitsugi concludes, flattening the area. Urahara observes the damage, without incantation, means Aizen may be even more powerful than before. Renji realizes he may have grown stronger in Mukin. Aizen comments on his chair surviving, and muses it's made from the same material as his cross. Suifeng says they need to destroy the darkness canopy, but Aizen says Kurohitsugi's gravity created a fissure that will collapse when struck by his Reiatsu. As his Reiatsu disrupts the gate, Rukia tells him to stop, but Aizen declares he'll simply shoot down the Soul King Palace through the hole in the barriers. Aizen begins exerting his Reiatsu in a powerful beam that pierces the Shogaku and disperses the darkness covering it. Renji expresses disbelief at Aizen's goal, and Hisagi wonders if it's even possible. Shunsui holds Rukia back from approaching Aizen, but Aizen's Reiatsu suddenly disappears just as it leaving him startled. Shunsui reminds him his restraints only keep Reiatsu close to his body, rather than eliminating it, and warns him against underestimating Soul Society's technology. Mayuri approaches from behind and affirms he never intended to eliminate Reiatsu. All prisoners of Mukin cannot be killed, so his efforts were spent on restraining Reiatsu alongside the body. He holds up a medallion and mocks Aizen for believing his power could surpass Mayuri's technology. Suddenly, Aizen is struck by the underbelly. Nanana stands atop a nearby building, bragging about observing Aizen's Reiatsu full of holes due to his restraints. He explains how he can measure distribution and poke those holes to strip through Aizen's defenses, rendering him paralyzed and limp. Nanana expresses disbelief that Aizen is still conscious. Bazb, Lil Tato, and Giselle join him, with Nanana stating Aizen won't move for a while.
Shunsui learns from Nanao that Urahara's gate has been scattered and must be restarted. He instructs Urahara to rebuild it while they handle this. Zombified Shinigami surround them as Mayuri admits surprise at seeing Giselle alive. Shunsui suggests joining forces with the Stern Ritter, but Nanana clarifies they can't let the Soul King Palace be shot down while Yhwach is still there. Nanana arrogantly announces he's observed all the Shinigami's Reiatsu and can disable them with morphine pattern, but Bazb shoots him through the chest with Burner Finger 1, leaving him to collapse. Bazb asserts they're going to help the Shinigami. The Wandenreich existing in the shadows means they can't let the Soul King Palace crash into the Seireitai. He clarifies they want something in return, to be taken to the Soul King Palace, so they can kill Yhwach for abandoning them. Or, Aizen opens his eyes, and Shunsui expresses amazement at him already being able to move again. Aizen muses. It's an exaggeration to say he can move and observes that now is the perfect time for Shunsui to kill him. But Shunsui bluntly states he would have done so long ago if it were that easy, and laments Aizen only being paralyzed for 5 minutes after being hit by the underbelly. Though Shunsui claims to feel sorry for Nanana, Aizen reminds him there's no need when this is the first time he's ever been paralyzed. Shunsui instructs him to wait while the gate is created if he's not up for moving yet. Aizen notices the Shinigami and Quincy working together to create the gateway and ponders them joining forces not to protect Soul Society, but to catch up to and destroy Yhwach. He asserts that Ichigo is truly insufferable for being the one to both defeat him and enter the Soul King Palace before him. Meanwhile, Yoruichi knees an unconscious Ichigo in the back, forcing him awake in confusion. Orihime begins to tell him what happened, but Ichigo recalls it himself. In the past, after Uryu fires a Hylic file at him while falling, Ichigo catches and breaks it out of anger. Orihime catches herself and her friends with Santen Kishun. Yoruichi throws an arrow on a rope into the barrier and promises to pull them up while clutching the stump of her missing arm. Kon emerges from Ichigo's robes in his muscular form, raving about how he thought he was going to die, pushing Ichigo back and making his head collide with Orihime's hard enough to knock him out. In the present, Ichigo is outraged to learn it was Kon's fault, though Orihime claims half of it was hers. He finds Kon hiding behind rubble and begins tormenting him. Yoruichi finishes restoring her arm with Orihime's Soten Kishun and invites them to mount a counterattack, since there's no telling when the world will collapse. Ichigo points out they need to figure out how to get back up, but Yoruichi dismisses this and orders the Garganta opened, revealing Grimmjow to a shocked Ichigo. Grimmjow leaps out of the Garganta and lands in front of Ichigo, commenting on how long it's been, and observing that the wound he left has healed. Ichigo admits Grimmjow looks good as well. Grimmjow draws his Zanpakuto and slashes the ground next to him, creating a shockwave. Ichigo readies Zangetsu as Grimmjow claims he would never die before being able to kill Ichigo and declares he's waited to settle the score. Before he can act, Nell's breasts smack into his head from behind as she hurtles toward Ichigo in her adult form, cheerfully calling out to him. Knocked down and pushed back, Ichigo is startled by Nell, who asserts she's been waiting, and explains Urahara made a bracelet allowing her to switch between child and adult forms. Sato notices Orihime blushing and infers she's wondering why Urahara keeps making unnecessary things. Grimmjow demands Nell get out of his way, but she counters that this is her line since Grimmjow has no business starting a fight. When Nell reminds him she was the Tres Espada and has no reason to take orders from a Sexta, Grimmjow points out those numbers mean nothing with Aizen gone, and suggests they find out who's superior. Before Ichigo can intervene, Riruka addresses them through a speaker, wondering if she's surrounded by idiots.
The Garganta draws back to reveal a box-shaped elevator and Riruka orders them inside. Ichigo is astonished to see her and Yukio, who says the elevator was made with his full-bring, digital radial invaders. Once everyone boards, Yoruichi explains the Bankai is surrounded by valleys of screams, stable reishi spaces she and Urahara decided to use by recruiting Riruka and Yukio. Yukio's full-bring creates and reshapes dimensions, and Riruka's dollhouse moves targets in and out of objects. Yoruichi details how they used Dollhouse to put a valley of screams in a box and modified it into an elevator with digital radial invaders, allowing them to move between stakes she put in the Soul King Palace for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, in the palace, Lil and Gerard sit on couches, and Gerard assures Uryu that Yhwach will return stronger after taking over the Soul King. Yhwach finishes consuming the Soul King and stands before the empty halves of his crystal in a changing form. The elevator begins to run upward along the vertical tracks in the Bankai. Yoruichi tells the group they will ascend to the Greater Soul King Palace and mount an attack. She planted a stake identical to the one below next to the Soul King when trying to stabilize him, which should let them appear right in front of the Wandenreich. Ichigo acknowledges this. Sato asks about Pernita's powers since they couldn't tell what it did from afar, but Yoruichi admits she doesn't know either, as her arm was twisted before she knew what was happening. She cautions Sato to stay away while she deals with Pernita from a distance. Orihime laments not asking Ichibei about the Schutzstaffel's abilities, but Riruka demands she stop feeling depressed over the past and brings down everyone's mood. Ichigo turns to Grimmjow, who is sitting on a high shelf, and asks why he's on their side. Grimmjow rejects the notion of being aligned with him and points out Hueco Mundo will be gone if Yhwach wins, so he won't have anywhere to kill Ichigo if that happens. Ichigo smiles and admits this is true. Meanwhile, in the Greater Soul King Palace, Haschwalth informs the Schutzstaffel that Yhwach has completely consumed the Soul King and declares they will proceed into a new world. On the upper level, they find Yhwach spreading liquid darkness across the chamber, with the upper half of his face covered in the same darkness and several misshapen eyes open on it. Askin takes a step back in fear, bumping into Haschwalth, who remains impassive. Yhwach wonders if he's scaring them and promises they don't need to be afraid. They'll get used to his appearance in time. The stone making up the palace fractures and breaks into chunks that rise into the air, forcing the Schutzstaffel to scramble. Haschwalth kneels, praises Yhwach's power as magnificent, and requests that he lead them. Yhwach addresses Haschwalth as his first son and proclaims he can watch the path he will take, starting with remaking their nation, as the buildings in the Sairaitai begin to float into the sky. Within the elevator moving through the Bankai, Yoruichi announces they're almost at their destination. Ichigo confirms they're ready, but Yukio informs them he has no intention of leaving the elevator, shocking everyone. Ganju stomps over to Yukio and berates him for planning to stay while everyone else risks their lives. Yukio reminds Ganju he was dragged into this against his will and is not obligated to risk his life. Ganju asserts that risking one's life out of obligation is not risking it at all and points out the Garganta will disappear if they lose. Yukio merely wonders if Ganju plans to lose, prompting Ichigo to step in and tell Ganju he's lost. Ichigo instructs Yukio to stay and tells Riruka she should do the same, explaining their abilities won't keep them alive in battle. Riruka protests, but Ichigo reveals he's been to a Valley of Screams before and states it's anything but cute. Her dollhouse only works on things she finds cute, so she went out of her way to make it work, which he thanks her for. A blushing Riruka furiously denies this, but Ichigo asks her to stay with Yukio and be ready to extract them at any time, which she grudgingly accepts. Ganju observes that Ichigo has really matured, then realizes he's always been like this. In the Seirete, the Shinigami are shocked by buildings being ripped from the ground and pulled into the sky. Shinji points out they can only barely build one gate by comparison, and demands to know if the Wandenreich have any limits. Up in the Garganta, the elevator reaches the top and Ichigo opens the door. Urahara informs the Shinigami below that he's opening the gate. Ichigo and his friends are stunned to find the reassembled Wandenreich city surrounded by darkness. Sato identifies the buildings as those of the Quincy instead of the Royal Guard. Yoruichi accidentally knocks the stake back with her heel and directs Ichigo's attention to the ruins of the Greater Soul King Palace behind them, concluding that Yhwach has rebuilt it to his liking. The Shinigami and Visored stand flabbergasted by the scenery of the newly formed city. Shinji questions how they ended up in a Quincy city instead of the Soul King Palace, and turns to Urahara for an explanation. Urahara muses their coordinates place them right above the Seiraitai, and asserts they should have arrived at the Soul King Palace. Shunsui deduces the Vandenreich city was lifted from the Sirete and rebuilt over the Soul King Palace. Shinji calls this impossible due to the incredibly short time frame, but Shunsui states this merely indicates how powerful their enemy has become. He points out the circular platform they're on likely used to be one of the Royal Guard's cities, and Urahara infers the Soul King Palace fell to Yhwach and was reshaped into a massive Quincy Zeiken. At Ichigo's location, Orihime questions if such a thing is possible. Yoruichi realizes they avoided being caught up because they were in the Garganta and considers them lucky. Yushiro detects her right, and Yoruichi explains he's her brother and current head of the Shihoin clan. Go is shocked he has a brother she didn't tell him about. When Yoruichi questions why she should have told him, Orihime, Sato, and Ganju envision Yushiro as an intimidating warrior, but Yoruichi says he looks like her, making them envision a cat with a sword. Yushiro attempts to leap to Yoruichi, but fails to find a foothold, forcing Renji to catch him. Yakuya observes the reishi density is high, but they can't create footholds because the enemy has taken control of all reishi in the area. He concludes this is something Yhwach would do for Quincy, who rely on reishi. Suifeng notes she hasn't felt the Soul King's reiatsu since they arrived. Shunsui observes he can sense Ichigo's group and states they simply need to defeat the enemy and install a new Soul King. He encourages them to advance as the Gotei 13. Suddenly, a massive tower bearing Silburn rises from the central platform. Shunsui identifies it as the enemy's stronghold. Urahara assumes they're being invited to attack. Within Silburn, Yhwach sits on a throne before the Schutzstaffel, as Hashwalt informs him of Ichigo and the Gotei 13 arriving. Yhwach declares this castle has become the foundation for a new world that will one day be known as Varvelt. Hashwalt vows that the Schutzstaffel will kill all invaders to secure Varvelt for Yhwach's plans. In the city below, Shunsui orders the assembled captains, lieutenants, and viceroy to head out with him toward the castle, but Urahara realizes Mayuri is not among them. On the city of Vir Ast, Mayuri gleefully reopens the gate with Nemu, noting how easy it is to get away from everyone and proclaiming he can test his research without being bothered. Kenpachi walks through behind him, having used the bathroom when the others left, and admits it's good. Mayuri reopened the gate. Hanataro weakly affirms this, having gone to the bathroom at the same time as Ikaku and Yumichika. Kenpachi declares this works out since he doesn't have to worry about cutting down allies, and asserts Mayuri won't die easily even if he cuts him. Mayuri counters, it's the perfect time to exterminate pests. The two glare at each other as Hanataro laments his timing. Elsewhere, Ichigo and his friends run through the streets with Nell and Grimmjow flanking them. Ichigo admits he didn't expect them to be unable to create reishi footholds. Sato points out it's better not to split themselves up now that they can't flank the enemy and no longer have the element of surprise. Grimmjow scoffs, says they'll become less mobile if they gather more people, and decides to go on ahead. Ichigo notices Askin standing on a rooftop ahead, complaining about having to deal with them. Grimmjow leaps into the air and crashes down with enough force to destroy the building. Ichigo curses him for making the first move. On the central platform, Baz B, Liltato, and Giselle stand on rooftops overlooking Silburn. Baz B notes the Gate of the Sun is still functional and swears revenge on Yhwach and Hashwalth. Grimmjow stands atop the rubble of the building he just destroyed and casually states that one enemy, Askin, is down. Ichigo runs over and questions why he charged in alone. Grimmjow begins to counter that he doesn't take orders from Ichigo, but is interrupted when an unharmed Askin rises out of the rubble behind him and begins frantically running away. Ichigo is nonplussed at Grimmjow letting the enemy escape, and Grimmjow orders him to shut up before chasing after Askin. Askin claims he'll stop only if Grimmjow promises not to kill him. Grimmjow explains Askin will simply end up dead if he's weaker without any killing intent involved. Askin says he knew Grimmjow would say that and refuses to stop running. Grimmjow wonders why he's running if he's here to fight. Askin clarifies he's here to kill invaders rather than fight and would rather do so sneakily. Rounding a corner, Askin asks who he is since he wasn't with Ichigo's group earlier. Grimmjow identifies himself as Ichigo's enemy and criticizes Askin for never shutting up, deciding to hunt him down. He transforms his hands into those of his resurrection, Pantera, boosting his speed enough to close in on a worried Askin. Meanwhile, Hashwalth is informed the Schutzstaffel split up in 5 directions, now including Ur. When told it was on Yhwach's order, Hashwalth orders a soldier to follow Uryu and report anything outside his orders. Hashwalth criticizes himself for being careless enough to let Uryu act alone. Suddenly, Baz B fires a burner finger 1 through the soldier's eye from behind, and wonders if Uryu really bothers Haschwalth that much. Baz B grabs Haschwalth by the collar, his finger glowing with flames. Haschwalth grabs Baz B's wrist, throws himself into the air, and slams the handle of his broadsword into Baz B's face. Baz B burns a hole through his cloak to see Haschwalth and attacks again. Haschwalth evades, realizing Baz B's injuries came from Auswählen and he wasn't chosen. Baz B says everyone left in the Seiraitai was wiped out. Haschwalth claims to be sorry, but Baz B refuses to believe him, addressing him as Jugo. Haschwalth somberly responds, and Baz B requests to be called Baz, like before. Baz B initiates Burner Finger 2, and Haschwalth partially unsheathes his broadsword. With the moon appearing, Baz B reminds Haschwalth of how he and Yhwach swap powers at night, and declares he's going to kill Haschwalth and the Almighty, recalling his home being burned to the ground. Baz B runs toward Haschwalth and slashes his blazing fingers at him, but Haschwalth leaps to the side to avoid them and evades another flaming slash by running across the ceiling to the other side of the hall, where a grinning Baz B prepares to shoot at him with his reishi crossbow. Over 1,000 years ago, a young Haschwalth draws back a wooden arrow and fires at a rabbit, missing as it scurries away. A Heilig file hurtles through the air and pierces the rabbit before a young Baz B calls out to Haschwalth and criticizes his poor shooting. Baz B declares the great Baz doesn't need to identify himself first, and demands Haschwalth do so instead. Haschwalth introduces himself. Baz B walks with Haschwalth and claims he was tricked into saying his name first, but Haschwalth points out he said it without prompting. Haschwalth wonders why Baz B is following him. Baz B says he's watching out for him because he's too pathetic to catch anything himself. Haschwalth concedes he can't even make a Heilig Bogen, but Baz B assures him this isn't true because he's a genius. Haschwalth admits he has no friends and requests Baz B not call him Jugo. Baz B learns Haschwalth lives with his uncle because his parents are gone. Haschwalth's arms are covered in bruises, and he refuses to say what his uncle calls him. Baz B throws the rabbit at Haschwalth's head and lets him take it, then flicks a button with a B to him and declares Haschwalth his underling, promising to teach him everything. Haschwalth is alerted when his drunken uncle approaches from behind and calls him his sweet Jugo. In the present, Baz B stands in front of a smoking hole in the wall and questions when the name changed to Varvelt. Haschwalth suggests they take this outside, but Baz B uses Burner Finger 3 to turn the floor into lava surging toward him. In the past, 6 months later, Baz B watches Yhwach burn down his clan's castle. He meets Haschwalth and tells him they're going to kill Yhwach. Haschwalth says his uncle died in the fire. They begin living in the woods, training to kill Yhwach and reaching an unspoken agreement to get close to him. 5 years later, Yhwach reveals his target is Soul Society, and the unit needed to conquer it will be called the Stern Ritter. During the passing 5 years, Baz B and Haschwalth continually hone their skills without rest while hiding in the forest. Baz B reaffirms his status as a genius before musing that Haschwalth was still unable to collect Reishi or form a Heilig Bogen even after 5 years. Baz B recalls a story about a Quincy like Haschwalth being born once every several decades, disparaged as failures with none having been born in centuries, to the point where it became a folktale. Baz B admits he had begun to feel partnering with Haschwalth would not be of any benefit in his plan to kill Yhwach, only to find himself unable to leave Haschwalth behind when he finds him training even harder and more constantly than he did with his broadsword. Eventually, Baz B and Haschwalth run down the hill to a nearby village, where Hubert, Algora, and others arrive on horseback with banners of the Lichtreich. The villagers recognize the emblem and grow uneasy. Hubert announces Yhwach is forming a new combat unit called the Sternritter to invade Soul Society. Haschwalth is on this being bigger news than expected, but is alarmed when Baz B decides to go. Baz B introduces himself and Haschwalth as applicants. Hubert says the test will be held later and does not expect a nobody like Baz B to be accepted. Baz B fires a Heilig file in front of Hubert's horse, causing it to rear, and suggests they fight so he can take Hubert's position. Hubert steps down and partially unsheathes his reishi saber, but Baz B is forced down by tremendous pressure as Yhwach approaches on his horse. Hubert kneels but Yhwach dismisses it and reveals he has come to collect the person who will become his lieutenant and most valued subordinate. Baz B forces himself up, promising to kill Yhwach once he's picked, but Yhwach instead approaches Haschwalth, identifies him by name, and reveals that he is his other half. Yhwach reveals he knows Haschwalth's name and identifies him as his other half. Haschwalth expresses confusion, but Yhwach asserts he doesn't need to understand and will be joining the Lichtreich as his advisor. bewildering his elite guard. Haschwalth internally ruminates on this being the position he and Baz B always wanted, but when he turns to Baz B for advice, he's astonished to find him glaring. Baz B mentally wonders how this could happen when he has talent where Haschwalth does not. Haschwalth internally pleads with Baz B not to look at him like this. Yhwach tells Hubert to bring his carriage for Haschwalth. Haschwalth speaks up, saying there's been a mistake, and informs them he can't form a Heilig Bogen or Heilig File, suggesting Baz B is much better fit. Yhwach gets off his horse and notes it's just as his eyes foresaw. He clarifies, Haschwalth is a Quincy with the power to share power like himself, one not born in 200 years. He cannot absorb Reishi, and instead unconsciously gives power to others. Yhwach turns to Baz B, inferring his power grew every day he spent with Haschwalth, and mocks him for believing it was his own talent, declaring he should thank Haschwalth. Yhwach places his hand on Haschwalth's head and concludes he needs him at his side. A screaming Baz B flares with Reiatsu and fires a Heilig File at Yhwach, but Haschwalth catches it at the last second. In the present, Haschwalth catches the Heilig File Baz B fires through his flames in an identical manner, leaving Baz B stunned before slashing him horizontally across the stomach. Haschwalth's horizontal slash across Baz B's stomach cuts through the wall behind him, sending him crashing back onto the ground outside. Haschwalth approaches and states that them fighting doesn't benefit Yhwach. Baz B counters he doesn't want it to because he came here to kill Yhwach and initiates Burner Finger 4, creating a large flaming sword around his right hand. Haschwalth calls him by his full name, Bazard Black, just before Baz B runs forward and slashes horizontally, cutting through a thick pillar. Haschwalth leaps away at the last second. Baz B questions why he's running away and if he's scared of losing. In the past, an adult Haschwalth sheathes his broad after Baz B fires a Heilig File near his feet and tells him this is enough. He reminds Baz B that infighting is punishable by death and asserts he has no intention of fighting him no matter how much he's taunted, walking away. Hubert notes, it's bad luck to challenge Haschwalth, but Haschwalth observes Hubert should follow his example. Hubert decides to beat manners into Baz B, but Haschwalth coldly reminds him infighting is punishable by death and he is watching. Baz B ruminates on how 3 years after Haschwalth joined Yhwach, he became Grandmaster. In the present, Baz B leaps toward Haschwalth, recalling how Haschwalth continued to ignore his challenges. Haschwalth slashes his broadsword and cuts off Baz B's arm near the shoulder. Baz B channels fire into his left hand and unleashes Burning Full Fingers, a 5-pronged cone of flame. Haschwalth rushes forward unharmed and slashes Baz B down his chest, ceasing the flames. Blood spurts as Baz B stumbles. He walks over to Haschwalth, grabs his lapel, and admits the latter has won. He observes things never worked out as he expected, but thought he'd feel worse when he finally lost. Haschwalth walks up the stairs, leaving Baz B bleeding out as he remembers inviting Haschwalth to become his underling and promising they'd become the strongest Quincy ever. Baz B closes his eyes and dies. In an open-air throne room, Liltato criticizes Baz B for going down after she let him fight Hoth alone, only to admit she and Giselle are no better as she stands with blood gushing from her stomach, and Giselle lies in a pool of her own blood. Liltato collapses. Yhwach returns to his throne, expresses relief at finally having peace, and decides to sleep, transferring the Almighty to Haschwalth, while commenting on how cruel it is to be able to see the future. In one of the cities below, Gerard skids to a halt and loudly berates his fellow Shuffle for tricking him into going to the only area without invaders. Elsewhere, Ichigo and his friends are left panting in exhaustion. Ichigo laments losing sight of Grimmjow and Askin and tells them to split up to look for Grimmjow. Askin peers over a rooftop, sighing in relief at having escaped, but realizes Grimmjow is standing behind him and flees again. Grimmjow asserts he's not getting away, but Askin throws back a gift ball. Grimmjow cuts through it, but the pieces explode in his face, leaving him unable to move and collapsing. Askin reveals he gave him a poison-laced ball and mocks him for accepting gifts from strangers. Meanwhile, Leal adjusts a dial-on diagram and looks through the scope at the Shinigami. He observes the group is breaking up and fires a Heilig File through Hisagi's upper arms and chest, knocking him down with a large hole in his torso. He muses that all living things die when they stray from the pack. On Veer Ast, Kenpachi and Mayuri come to a halt upon seeing Pernita. Kenpachi decides to kill it and rushes forward. Mayuri warns him to wait, but Kenpachi stops his attack and leaps backward, having lost an arm in exchange for cracking open Pernita's head. Pernita remains upright and contorts its body, with several tendrils appearing around itself. Kenpachi questions what it is, and Mayuri asks if he's asking a question or talking to himself again. Pernita's body continues to ripple under its hood as Kenpachi observes its head growing bigger. Mayuri admits the changes seem unsuitable for combat and calls it creepy, but Kenpachi counters he's not fit to call anything else creepy. Ikaku watches from an alleyway with Yumachika and Nemu, musing they missed their opportunity to join. Kenpachi's mangled arm begins rotating and twisting further, forcing him to rip it off at the shoulder. He retrieves his Zanpakuto from the relaxed grip and watches as his severed arm is drawn toward Pernita and contorted until it's ripped apart. Mayuri praises Kenpachi's decision and states the best option is to stay away. Nemu bandages Kenpachi's stump as Mayuri promises to find a way to deal with Pernita without going near it. Kenpachi declares he doesn't need to know how Pernita's power works if he can just cut it in half before its power reaches him, running forward and slamming his Zanpakuto down onto Pernita, whose head folds around the blade. Kenpachi's entire body begins twisting and folding in on itself, his legs breaking and blood gushing out. Mayuri stabs him through the chest with Ashisogi Jizo, paralyzing his limbs. He confirms his hypothesis that the rest of Kenpachi's body breaks when his limbs are paralyzed. Mayuri initiates Ashisogi Jizo, Kyoto Yan, causing it to scream. 4 seconds later, Kenpachi's entire body is paralyzed. Mayuri approaches Pernita and reveals the compulsory consists of slipping its nerves into enemies' bodies to control their movements. He concludes there's no need to fear Pernita's power now that he understands it. Pernita rips up the ground with thick nerves, but Mayuri splashes acid across them, causing Pernita to screech in pain. Mayuri promises to take his time enjoying Pernita's power with his drugs for the nervous system as Pernita writhes in agony and begins tearing its coat apart. Mayuri walks over to Kenpachi and asserts he paralyzed him for his own good, which is why he doesn't deserve to be looked at like this. He calls Kenpachi a monster for still being able to move even this, and decides to improve Ashisogi Jizo's paralyzing capabilities. He proclaims he has nothing but gratitude for Kenpachi for helping him identify both the enemy's power and an area needing improvement. Ikaku curses Mayuri for intentionally letting Kenpachi charge in to test the compulsory. Mayuri clarifies they've obtained valuable information about Pernita's abilities by sacrificing a Gote 13 captain. He says noble victories are achieved through noble sacrifices and concludes Pernita should honor this sacrifice by offering itself as a test subject. Pernita begins screeching as the 2 dots of light under its hood rapidly move around, then expands its body enough to rip through its cloak, revealing itself to be a giant left hand with a dual-pupiled eye on its palm. Mayuri admits this isn't what he was expecting, and identifies Pernita as the left arm of the Soul King. Pernita grows a full arm from the bottom of its body, and extends nerves to anchor itself into the ground, towering over the Shinigami. Mayuri states that Pernita's Reiatsu is almost identical to what he collected from Ukitake after Kamikaki. He points out it's not surprising for the left arm of the Soul King to also be detached and roaming freely. Pernita roars and extends nerves, forcing Ikaku and Yumachika to flee. Mayuri intercepts them with Kikai-sans, causing it to scream in pain, and wonders why the left arm of the Soul King is working for Yhwach, admitting this question pales in comparison to the joy he feels. Pernita rears up and begins rapidly firing nerves in all directions, forcing Mayuri to move back while encouraging it to show him more. Pernita slowly asserts that its name is Pernita. Mayuri prompts Pernita to speak louder, and it asserts its name is Pernita, but Mayuri claims this is too long, and that discovering Pernita gives him the right to name it, though he admits he could make a special exception if Pernita requests it on the condition he decides how the name is spelled. Ikaku and Yumachika comment on how he's always talking nonsense. Pernita assumes Mayuri is insulting it and that it extends to all Quincy. When Mayuri asks what will happen if he was insulting it, Pernita declares this unforgivable and fires more nerves into the ground, raising a gigantic stone hand in front of Mayuri, who is shocked it can extend its nerves into inorganic matter. Mayuri leaps into the air to avoid the hand as it slams down, releasing Jabarakaina with his left hand to grab a distant tower and pull himself toward it. Pernita extends nerves up the tower, forming another stone hand that rips out of the wall and follows Mayuri. Pernita forms a second stone hand from a nearby tower and slams both into Mayuri from opposite sides, creating a large explosion. And Yumachika assume Mayuri blew himself up, but he emerges unharmed without his glowing clothing, revealing his explosive reactive armor detonated. He hurtles toward the ground covered in Pernita's nerves, but presses a button on his shoes to create blue reishi discs, allowing him to stand on the air above the ground. He reveals he's using Hyrankyaku, the aerial ho-ho used by Quincy, and concludes Pernita's nerves are harmless so long as he doesn't step on them. He launches a Jinmin Himo that wraps around Pernita's pinky, presses a trigger to take a sample, and detonates it, severing Pernita's pinky in a shower of blood. Mayuri douses it in preservative to keep it fresh. Suddenly, an eye opens on the first joint of the pinky and unleashes several nerves, catching Mayuri off guard as they infiltrate his right arm and break his pinky. Mayuri rapidly operates on his right arm with his left, reconfiguring the arrangements, and proclaims he will not be controlled so easily. Mayuri calls his reconfiguring of his right arm sloppy and embarrassing because he's out of practice from not performing surgery with one arm for a long time. Pernita wonders if he's referring to himself for panicking. Mayuri denies this, but Pernita asks if he wants to panic more before the severed pinky rapidly grows into a full hand and runs on its fingers toward him. Mayuri launches another Jinmen Himo to repel it with an explosion, but the hand now bears an eye on its palm, realizing the severed finger has become a copy of Pernita. Mayuri muses that taking it back in pieces is no longer an option. Pernita rips off its middle finger, and the severed finger begins growing additional fingers while Pernita complains about blood dripping into its eye. Mayuri recalls reading that the Soul King's right hand controls stillness, while the left controls advancement, expressing delight at experiencing both in succession. With Pernita and its clones rearing up, Mayuri activates his Bankai, and Yumichika assume he's going to flood the area with poison and rush to Kenpachi. Mayuri decries this, and a massive baby supported by organs emerges from his Zanpakuto, Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo, Matai Fukuin Shotai, a modified Bankai created from data acquired during the fight. It has the ability to give birth to a new Ashisogi Jizo based on data sent during combat. The infant roars, splits its stomach open, and produces a large, black-eyed Ashisogi Jizo that immediately screeches in agony, its nerves on the outside causing immense pain from touching air or ground. Mayuri reveals its nerves are separated into 70,000 layers, so the compulsory can only peel back one outer layer at a time. The Ashisogi Jizo charges and devours Pernita and its clones whole. Mayuri assures Pernita it can resist if it fires its nerves 70,000 times before being consumed, as Nemu watches solemnly from the side. In the past, an infant Nemu wonders if Mayuri remembers what he called her when she first woke up, as she really liked this name. In the present, after cackling maniacally at his modified Ashisogi Jizo devouring Pernita and its clones, Mayuri stops abruptly and inquires about the stomach's condition, noting that digestion will take some time. He muses that birthing the Ashisogi Jizo without teeth was the right move because it wouldn't have survived if Pernita continued duplicating. Suddenly, dozens of areas on the Ashisogi Jizo bulge outward and deflate as firing sounds come from within, before it screams and vomits up its insides, exploding and leaving chunks of organs on the ground. A massive Heilig Pfeil punches through the meat and hurtles toward Mayuri, who narrowly evades it as it destroys a tower behind him. Pernita stands with an equally large Heilig Bogen formed between its fingers, laughing gleefully and admitting it's mimicking Mayuri's laughter. It reminds him it's a Quincy who can kill enemies with a bow and arrow. Mayuri claims he didn't forget this, but didn't expect the left arm of the Soul King to shamelessly proclaim itself a Quincy. Pernita questions how this is shameless, regrows its missing fingers while its voice deepens, and asserts it has always been a Quincy. Mayuri internally notes its vocabulary has been steadily improving, though he's unsure if it's regaining memory or evolving. Pernita creates 5 Heilig Bogans on its fingers and rapidly fires Heilig Pfeil, each with a nerve attached. Mayuri dodges but is alarmed when nerves begin extending through his left arm. He detonates it at the shoulder, but the Heilig Pfeil bends in midair and turns back toward him. Before he can be struck, Nemu leaps up, grabs the Heilig Pfeil with her right arm, and cuts off her arm with her left hand before her body can be infiltrated.
Mayuri pulls her away from the nerves and berates her for intervening without orders, risking being reduced to a lump of meat. Nemu asserts she judged he needed a shield, but Mayuri counters he doesn't recall teaching her to assist at her own discretion. He addresses her as Nanago Nemuri and recounts she's learned too many things since Ichigo first appeared, asking if she understands the toll it will take to develop the next her. Nemu admits she doesn't. Mayuri yells that she doesn't have the freedom to die by her own judgment and will die only when he tells her to, which Nemu accepts. Nemu hands Mayuri a Hojiku Zai, which she reveals is what she intervened to give him. Mayuri uses it to regenerate his missing left arm, inferring that Nemu noticed he failed to bring it from the start of the Varvelt incursion. Nemu confirms this and uses it to regenerate her own missing right arm, explaining how Mayuri didn't go through the medicine cabinet as he always does before a battle. Mayuri calls this a creepy attention to detail. He jumps off the roof and presses a button on his Hiroku shoes to initiate a more powerful jet burst, allowing him to evade hundreds of Heilig Pfeil fired by Pernita and its clones, who surround him with Heilig bogans on their fingertips. Mayuri contacts Nemu and details how he's releasing a highly concentrated anesthetic across the area, measured from the nerve density of the Heilig file during his last encounter, certain it's high enough to neutralize them. He admits Pernita and its clones will have an unknown reaction, and the anesthetic is high enough to slightly affect him as well, but dismisses this as unavoidable. Mayuri informs Nemu her job is to inject his nerve-freezing agent directly into one of the nullified Heilig file. He explains it doesn't weaken nerves by obstructing transmission like an anesthetic, but freezes transmissions and forcibly stops all organs connected to the nerves in the state they were in. Mayuri recalls confirming Pernita has blood, and announces the nerve-freezing agent will kill it by coagulating the blood in its body. Nemu injects the agent into a Heilig file, causing Pernita and one clone to turn dark purple and freeze. Mayuri proclaims it's over, but the remaining clone severs its thumb before the coagulation can spread beyond it. Pernita demands to know if he thinks he can kill it, while addressing him by his last name. Mayuri notices it's speaking like Kenpachi, and deduces it evolves by absorbing data from everything its nerves touch, leaving him nervous since Nemu's reaction speed won't be sufficient if its nerves have evolved to Kenpachi's level. Pernita sheds the dark purple layer of skin and shreds its coats, overcoming the nerve-freezing agent. A shocked Mayuri identifies this as the layered skin ability of his modified Ashisogi Jizo. Pernita arches over Mayuri as Nemu glares at it from the ground, concerned for him. In the past, a young Nemu informs Akon that Mayuri won't address her by her name, and when Nemu states he's been calling her Nemu instead, Akon points out that this is her name, but Nemu reminds him it's Nanago Nemuri. In the present, Nico Kuna is startled when she inadvertently raises 3 vials containing small clumps of flesh. Akon identifies them as early relics from the Artificial Soul Project, Nemuri, which he hasn't seen in a long time. He reveals the first 3 iterations were failures, the 4th finally produced a brain, the 5th reached the fetus stage, and the 6th lived to be 2 years old until it died from cell division ceasing, the natural lifespan for artificial soul's cells. Akon recounts that Mayuri was overjoyed when Nemu survived past the 2-year mark. In the past, Akon walks with a young Nemu and deduces Mayuri's reason for calling her Nemu is likely embarrassment. He recounts Mayuri's words about creating an artificial Shinigami from nothing being the dream of all Shinigami, naming the project Nemuri because it's ridiculous to dream while awake. Akon thinks this is Mayuri's personal dream rather than all Shinigamis, with Nemu eating, sleeping, breathing, learning, and growing every day being what he's dreamed about. He concludes Mayuri was probably embarrassed she'd noticed this. In the present, Nemu grabs Mayuri and smashes through Pernita, leaving a massive hole in the center of its palm. Mayuri demands to know where she got this power. Nemu reveals this is the power he gave her by bestowing her with the body of a Shinigami enhanced to 0, 8% below the threshold where it would break down. She assures him she can last another 400 seconds, but Mayuri angrily declares he didn't give her the order. Nemu clarifies it's her mission to protect him, but Mayuri counters her mission is to continue growing. Nemu asserts she can show her growth by protecting him. After placing him on a rooftop, Nemu hurtles toward Pernita's remaining clone, gathering energy around her right palm. She internally notes she's shaving off 6% of her soul to fire it as Gikon Jurinju, an energy blast that warps the clone's flesh around itself. In the aftermath of destroying one of Pernita's clones with Gikon Jurinju, Nemu falls through the air with the pieces of the split clone scattered around her, looking fondly at Mayuri, who watches her descend in awe. Suddenly, the pieces sprout individual eyes, extend their nerves into Nemu's body, and cause her flesh to swell up before she explodes in a shower of blood and organs, splattering on the ground around a stunned Mayuri as her severed hand spins through the air. Mayuri numbly expresses disbelief, and the scattered pieces of the clone begin reforming into their original shape. A kneeling hallucination of Shia Laporo grants questions if Mayuri just felt grief or despair, reminding him he has no reason to be sad about his modified life form dying, since perfection has no meaning to scientists. Shia Laporo says Mayuri should celebrate Nemu's death, because she was not perfect and has left room to create something better. He claims Mayuri should thank the clone for crushing his arrogance and negligence, where he crushes and dispels the hallucination, concurring it was right, and asserting it's comical he needed a false scientist to remind him of his own negligence. The clone slams down on the rooftop, revealing a tongue with a large eyeball sprouting from its palm. Mayuri says it has come to feast on Nemu's flesh and encourages it to do so. However, when the clone scoops up a chunk of Nemu's flesh with her brain, Mayuri plugs a cord into his ear, reaches into the clone's mouth, and snatches back the brain. Electricity crackles around Mayuri, forcing the screaming clone back as Mayuri asks if it feels numb. Mayuri insists the clone finish eating Nemu because it will quickly die otherwise. The clone and demands to know what this is. Mayuri explains Nemu's pituitary gland contained an involuntary cell division acceleration organ designed to surpass an artificial soul's cell division threshold. He clarifies that the organ alone being ingested without Nemu's brain will cause the consuming organism to grow out of control and self-destruct, just before the screaming clone explodes, splattering its flesh and blood across the nearby buildings. Mayuri walks away with Nemu's brain, only to collapse and realize a surviving nerve mutilated his legs at the last second, making him no different from Kenpachi. Ikkaku and Yumichika approach him. Surprised they haven't fled yet, Mayuri calls them stupid beyond belief, but commends them for not interfering. Moments later, they carry Mayuri through the streets as he directs them to body preservation pods containing Hitsugaya and Rangiku, now cured of their zombification. Mayuri admits their lifespans were greatly reduced and assumes they won't hold it against him. Hitsugaya thanks him and departs with Rangiku. Mayuri has Ikkaku and Yumichika place him into one of the pods and allows them to place Kenpachi in the other. They kneel and thank Mayuri before running off. Bemused by how much he's getting thanked and calling it disgusting, Mayuri dismisses this as irrelevant, because he has finally created a soul that evolves on its own from nothing. He looks down at Nemu's brain in his Hayori, reveling in having surpassed Urahara. Regenerative fluid fills the pod, while Mayuri promises to show Urahara the distance between them alongside Nemu. Elsewhere, Urahara senses Mayuri's Reiatsu fluctuating, and notes he should be fine.
Shunsui observes the real problem is how surrounding Reiatsu has decreased to the point where they can sense large fluctuations from so far away. Urahara asks if all lieutenants have been incapacitated, and Renji confirms he, Rukia, and Hinamori are still here, with Nanao also present. Shinji laments not knowing where the enemy is attacking from. Lil observes them from a building far behind, musing they must be terrified as they lose comrades to attacks from a great distance. Shunsui stops and draws his Zanpakuto, finding Lil's location, but is shot through the chest and coughs blood. Lil expresses disappointment, but is confused when he hears Shunsui calling out a children's song. Shunsui appears behind him unharmed with his Shikai released and slashes down at Lil, who quickly evades. Having severed most of Diagram's barrel, Shunsui praises his reflexes and promises his life will be the next thing he loses. Lil wonders how Shunsui covered the distance without being sensed. Shunsui asks if he's never played Daruma-san ga Koronda before, and praises Nanao for keeping up, though she claims it doesn't sound like a compliment. Shunsui orders her to return to the group, but she refuses. He tells her to inform the others to go on ahead instead, and she accepts with a promise to return, threatening to shave his chest hair if he dies. Shunsui nervously says that would prevent anyone from recognizing him. Lil reveals the Vandenreich has done every battle fought by the Gotai 13, describing Katen Kyokotsu's power as turning children's games into reality. Shunsui explains Daruma-san ga Koronda's rules, which Lil identifies as a variant of chocolate Inglés. Lil deduces how the game works, but Shunsui claims that a game can't begin until both sides understand the rules. He reveals he solidified his Reiatsu at his previous location to fool. Lil refuses to believe he'd make such a mistake, but Shunsui identifies himself as the captain commander and rushes forward, initiating Daruma-san ga Koronda again. Lil levels Diagram and shoots, but the real Shunsui stabs from Lil's shadow with Kageoni, forcing Lil to leap and fire another shot. Shunsui evades, but praises Lil for being the first to dodge Kageoni on the first try. Lil notes they have Daten on enemy battles, and Shunsui admits he believed he dodged, finding a hole in his left foot. Lil has no intention of a fair fight, and declares his power penetrates everything, blasting a hole in Shunsui's chest. A shadowy Shunsui appears behind Lil, clarifying he created an act rather than dodging. Shunsui notes Reikaku, as powerful as Lil, creates an even stronger afterimage and muses on the unpredictability of children's games, claiming it's all over once a child takes one's hand. He concludes Lil's hand has already been taken and invites him to play until death. Nanao informs the other Shinigami of Shunsui's decision. Shinji abruptly agrees to keep going and runs off as Hinamori initially insists they stay and help. Shinji points out they're running out of time and asks Nanao her stance. She says she's going back. Shinji asks the group what Ukitake would say, causing them to envision him assuring them Shunsui will be fine. He reminds them Yamamoto would tell them to go on ahead as well, as this is what it means to be a captain commander who shoulders his officers' lives. Meanwhile, Lil points Diagram at Shunsui and asserts he made a mistake assuming he could cut him if he got close. Shunsui reveals Lil has already been cut as half the remaining barrel severs and falls. Lil jumps back and reforms Diagram. Shunsui deduces he can repair it since it's made of reishi, but notes Lil has already forgotten the rules, appearing behind him and slashing horizontally.
Lil evades as Shunsui reminds him that looking away and seeing his shadow causes silhouette afterimages. Shadowy clones descend on Lil, who finds himself impaled from behind by the real Shunsui. Lil slowly opens his left eye and observes this is the third time. He explains he can only use the X-axis's full capabilities when both eyes are open, letting his shot penetrate his opponent's body and his body penetrate his opponent's sword. Shunsui's blade moves like liquid around Lil's chest, left unharmed.
Lil confirms his games no longer work and reveals he's allowed to keep his eye permanently open after the third time. He announces he's Yhwach's masterpiece, as the first Sternritter to be granted a Schrift, the one closest to God. Lil's left eye glows with green reishi as his Volstell activates, granting him 8 wings, a carapace-like robe, and a wide Heiligen shine. Shunsui realizes he's unable to move as he's shot through his hat, right shoulder, and left hip by 3 blasts from one of Lil's wings. Shunsui runs across several rooftops after being shot by Lil following his Vollständig activation. He sits against a broad wall with a sigh, musing he's running well despite his injuries, and admitting it would have been better to die instantly, lamenting being too strong to even lose consciousness. He realizes there's no point complaining when Nanao isn't around, and leaps away just as the tower is destroyed. He lands in an open window and runs inside, but Lil teleports directly in front of him, questioning if he's trying to run. Shunsui assumes a battle stance and asks if Kido can harm him before casting Hado number 78, Zangarin, which expands outward and smashes through the building's walls. Meanwhile, Shinji, Byakuya, and Urahara run at the front of the Shinigami group, warning them to get ready since they've reached the enemy stronghold. Renji and Rukia affirm this, but a distant booming sound draws Shinji's attention as Gerard crashes down onto the stairs in front of them, enveloping them in dust and rubble. Urahara observes he leapt quite a distance. Gerard congratulates them on getting this far and declares this is as far as they get. They'll need to get past him. Renji restrains Gerard's left arm with Zabimaru, but Gerard flares out his cape, blocking access to the castle, and challenges them to attack him all at once, since none could defeat him alone. Elsewhere, Shunsui rests on a rooftop, expressing disbelief that Zangarin didn't harm Lil. He notes he's at the end of his rope, and applies preemptively to Nanao if she gets caught up. He positions Katen Kyokotsu tip first on the ground and activates his Bankai, Katen Kyokotsu, Karamatsu Shinju, extending shadowy tree branches across the ground as a shadowy woman leans over his shoulder. Ichigo runs through Varvelt and is startled to find Askin hanging off a pole in front of him. Ichigo demands to know where Grimmjow is. Askin tries to point out where he's sleeping, but is confused by the street layout. Ichigo questions if Grimmjow lost. Askin chastises him for making everything about winning and losing. Ichigo rushes toward him, but suddenly, they're both alarmed by darkness enveloping their surroundings. Ganju comments on how cold it's become, and Sato realizes they're experiencing chills rather than actual darkness or cold. Orihime notes she can't stop trembling despite hearing or seeing nothing. Ichigo recognizes the Reiatsu as Shunsui's. Elsewhere, Lil descends to a rooftop with his Vollständig active, his robe splitting to reveal deer-like legs. He questions the strange sensation and sees Shunsui appearing on the far end of the roof. Shunsui apologizes for keeping him waiting and asks if he believes the world looks dark and gloomy right now. Lil realizes this is his Bankai and dismisses it as not despair-inducing because God's messenger does not feel despair. He leaps high and blasts Shunsui with enough force to sever part of the city. Despite this, Lil is startled by blood dripping from a hole in his left side. Shunsui identifies this as Ichidanme, Tamarai Kizu no Wakachiai, where wounds inflicted on the enemy appear on one's own body. Another hole appears on Lil's right shoulder. Shunsui reminds him this is his Bankai, Katen Kyokotsu, Karamatsu Shinju. He instructs Lil to stop talking and remain silent for the rest of the performance. He initiates Nidanme, Zanki no Shitone, causing brown spots to appear on Lil's body as he describes a man who failed to kill his adversary, collapsing from shame and suffering an incurable illness. Lil bleeds from the eyes and nose in agony. Shunsui surrounds them with a vast ocean and announces Sandanme, Dangyo no Fuchi, narrating how the man and his adversary accept their fate and toss themselves into the waters until their Reiatsu is exhausted. Lil desperately flaps his wings to fly toward the surface above the water generated by Sandanme, Dangyo no Fuchi, but finds it moving further away no matter how hard he tries. Shunsui reminds him they threw themselves into the water and claims what's done cannot be undone. A woman's voice joins him, mirroring his words. Katen appears behind Shunsui, draping her arms over him and observing it's been a long time. Shunsui calls her Oha, but she counters he has nerve doing so as someone who hardly ever plays with her. She points out his torn kimono and says this is what he deserves for wearing another woman's kimono. Lil questions who Shunsui is talking to, as Katen is only visible to him,
and demands to know if he believed he could win before declaring a mere Shinigami's Bankai could never kill him. Shunsui sheathes his swords and generates a white thread from his fingertips, narrating about how cruel a woman's pity can be. He describes a glistening white thread soaked with regret being wrapped around the neck of the man she loves. The thread winds itself around Leal's neck as Shunsui presents Shime no Dan, Ito Kiribasami Chizome no no, creating a large cut that glows golden and expands until it explodes. Leal's headless body falls into the abyss, while Shunsui coughs up blood and falls back. Katen catches him, and Shunsui lewdly comments on resting his head on her lap. She jabs her fingers toward his left eye, forcing him to plead for forgiveness since it's the only good eye he has left. Katen admits she's glad he won, but Shunsui is suddenly shot through the stomach by a beam from Leal. He watches in astonishment as Leal's headless body teleports into the air with its Vollständig still active, shifting from green to gold. Leal's face begins reforming from energy rising out of the stump, while he reprimands Shunsui for believing a Shinigami's Bankai can kill God's messenger. Leal's head reforms into an owl-like form with a new Heiligen shine on a long neck. Shunsui expresses disbelief at him still not being dead even after decapitation, and claims he's giving up. Leal declares this is what despair feels like, reminding him his weapon couldn't harm him, and severing his head couldn't kill him. He says sinners feel despair when they see him because he's God's immortal and invincible messenger. He forms long arms and fires Sabaki no Komyo at Shunsui, destroying several buildings. In the aftermath, Leal deduces Shunsui is hiding behind a nearby tower, and praises him for escaping even with his stomach shot through. Katen tells Shunsui they should run away because there's nothing more she can do, and he's fought hard enough to barely stay conscious. Shunsui begins to drift off, but Nanao shakes him awake, begging him to wake up. Shunsui is relieved she didn't get caught up in his Bankai but coughs blood. Nanao urges him to hand over her Zanpakuto because there's no time to hesitate. He's startled, but Nanao insists he forget the promise he made with her mother. Leal appears behind Nanao, calling her sinful for not knowing the preciousness of life. He fires another Sabaki no Komyo, but Shunsui and Nanao escape into Leal's shadow with Kageoni. Shunsui asks if she knew about her mother all along. Nanao confirms it. Shunsui admits she never ceases to amaze him and decides to return her Zanpakuto as Kyosu stands behind a startled Nanao. In the past, a young Shunsui naps on the porch before being woken by Isuzu Issei, wearing the hairpin Shunzan gave her. In the present, Leal wonders where Shunsui and Nanao are hiding, flattening his head into a disc to look at the area from different angles. He reforms his head and notes Kageoni allows Shunsui to stay within it for a while, generating a ball of golden reishi to erase his shadow. He's interrupted when Nanao bursts out of a small shadow above his beak with a long, wrapped object. Moments prior, Nanao expresses confusion within Kageoni, but Shunsui as Katen gave birth to Kyokotsu to hide Nanao's Zanpakuto at her mother's request. He explains the Issei clan is matrilineal, and all men who married into the clan died prematurely from the Issei curse. Nanao's mother attempted to evade it by marrying into another family, though her husband died soon after anyway. Shunsui reveals this was his older brother, and his house became a comfortable place he frequently visited after Isuzu joined. Isuzu had to return to the Issei clan after Shunzan's death, desperate to keep her unborn daughter away from the curse, so Shunsui had Kyokotsu hide the sword because she loves playing hide-and-seek. Su pulls out the wrapped sword. In the present, Leal is shocked at Nanao emerging from such a small shadow and pushes the light sphere toward her, propelling her back and damaging the wrapping. Nanao slides to a halt on a rooftop, and Leal questions if she intends to fight him alone. Nanao hoists her sword aloft as Shunsui ruminates on the Issei clan being a collection of priests who pass down a single zan, a bladeless ritual sword said to allow its wielder to confront a god by reflecting its power. The wrapping falls off to reveal a paddle-shaped sword with 4 diamonds on either side, which Shunsui identifies as Shinken Hakyoken and Hakyoken before Leal, who wonders what it is and calls it unsightly. Nanao explains it reflects the power of gods, so its shininess is reflecting his own light. She leaps toward him. In the past, Shunsui refuses to take Shinken Hakyoken, but Isuzu assures him it only affects the Issei clan. Young Nanao listens from behind a wall as Isuzu pleads with Shunsui to take it because he's the only one she trusts. Years later, Nanao attends the Shino Academy and sees Shunsui walking through the courtyard with a kimono similar to her mother's and identical hairpins. Later, Gotei 13 acceptance results are posted, and Nanao is perplexed to find herself assigned to the 8th Division. She shows her foster parents, who celebrate. She recalls being unable to imprint on her Asauchi, but having her Kido talent recognized. Standing before Shunsui with other new members, she notices he's wearing a different kimono and no hairpins, deducing he was the one her mother entrusted something to. In the present, Leal invites her to try killing him, but Nanao's downward swing severs his hand in an explosion of light. Aghast that he blocked it, Leal inspects his stump and expresses disbelief at her harming him before gathering golden reishi above his finger, declaring it's over. Shunsui sits in Kageoni, recalling Ukitake informing him Isuzu was executed for misplacing a sacred treasure, and Shunsui blaming himself. He remembers kneeling by Shunzan's deathbed, wondering why everyone entrusts him with possessions and then dies. In the present, Shunsui emerges from Nanao's shadow, clasps his hand over hers on Shinken Hakyoken, and encourages her to go with him. In the past, Nanao's mother gives Shunsui's brother one of her hairpins, saying that while he is away fighting hollows, knowing that he has one of her pins will help comfort her. Upon seeing a young Shunsui leering at him, his brother headbutts him before telling him to go home and study. However, when Shunsui claims that he has mellowed out in his old age, his brother clarifies that this is simply the goodness of Nanao's mother finally showing on him. In the present, Nanao tumbles to the ground after slicing off Lil's hand, and notes that she did not realize fighting with a sword could be this frightening, before realizing that the light which burst out of the wound has cut her leg. As Nanao panics over how much it hurts and how she cannot move her legs, Shunsui appears behind her, prompting Lil to note that he has finally emerged, before calling him pathetic for hiding behind his subordinate. Forming an enormous reishi trumpet in the air above him, Lil tells Shunsui and Nanao to listen to his trompete and perish, as Shunsui assures Nanao that he will always be right behind her. Nanao notes that Shunsui is providing support for her like he always has, as trompete fires, erasing a large chunk of the city below. However, Lil suddenly has a large portion of his body blown off, and sees Nanao and Shunsui standing on a sliver of ground below, with Nanao having reflected the blast at him. Calling the idea of reflecting a god's power a grave sin, Lil crumbles away. Pieces of Lil fall below the royal realm as Nanao collapses into Shunsui's arms. Commending Nanao for giving her all, Shunsui decides to return to the others before collapsing himself, which he notes is a sign that he should rest. Meanwhile, in the Seirei, Aizen and several unseated Shinigami witness Lil's pieces crashing into the ground below and wonder what is going on. After blowing up one of the Shinigami, Lil emerges from the rubble in a new form, while realizing that his halo is gone. Claiming that he has become sinful, Lil fires blasts in multiple directions, while proclaiming that he will destroy Seirei as revenge against Shunsui as several clones of him appear. However, Lil has his head split in half and explodes, as Izuru Kira notes how annoying the clones are as he appears with his repaired body. Cutting through more clones, Izuru wonders how he survived this destruction, before challenging the rest of the clones to battle. In the Soul King Palace, a wounded Gerard is thrown into rubble, as Renji reprimands him for thinking he could defeat multiple captains and lieutenants. However, Gerard merely grins, while noting that doing so would be considered a miracle. Gerard explains that miracles should only occur under certain circumstances so that people recognize them for what they are, prompting Renji to ask him if he always talks like this. As Gerard proclaims that he will show the Shinigami a true miracle, Byakuya engulfs his head with Senbonzaku before flicking the blade sideways, which causes Gerard's bloody helmet to fly off. Seeing this, Momo wonders if they needed to go so far for someone who was close to death, only for Shinji to point out that Gerard would have likely turned the entire situation around with a single attack if they had let him live and figure out how their abilities worked. After blasting Gerard with Senbonzakura a second time, Byakuya attempts to leave alongside the other Shinigami, only to be interrupted by a giant foot smashing into the ground next to them. As the Shinigami wonder what is going on, an enormous Gerard appears before them, smashing through nearby structures in the process, and reveals that the miracle allows him to convert damage that he takes into increases in size and power, before admitting that he has never been damaged to this extent before. Gerard breaks off and throws a tower at the Shinigami, forcing them to scatter as Shinji grabs Momo by the hand when she begins to fall off. After Gerard smashes his hand into the area where Shinji and Momo are, Byakuya attacks him with Senzakura, only for Gerard to block the petals with his hand before destroying the building where Byakuya is standing. After blowing away Rukia and Renji with his breath, Gerard proclaims that there are no miracles coming to save the Shinigami. As Gerard smashes through more buildings, Akin observes him from afar, while noting that Gerard has unleashed his Shrift, before admitting that Gerard probably does not know that Leal has been defeated. Revealing that Leal was the leader of the Schutzstaffel, Askin notes that Gerard and Pernita had possessed powers prior to Yhwach bestowing a Shrift upon them, and that Pernita was rumored to be the left hand of the Soul King, while Gerard is rumored to be his heart. Asking Ichigo if this was a short enough summary for him, Askin notes that it is probably difficult for him to take it all in, as Ichigo lies motionless on the ground. Upon seeing Orihime and Sado moving toward him, Ichigo warns them to stay back, only for Sado to attack Akin with Brazo Derecha de Gigante. However, as Akin leaps back, Orihime and Sado fall to their knees and wonder why they cannot stand, prompting Askin to reveal that they have entered his gift bag, and explains how those who enter it can have their resistance to something lowered, before stating that he has lowered their resistance to reishi, which is causing them to be poisoned by the dense reishi of the royal realm.
As Askin explains how he has to take a substance into his body in order to lower the resistance of others to that substance, Yoruichi appears on a ledge behind him and notes that he should just strangle his opponents while they cannot move, prompting Askin to inform her that Bambietta said the same thing to him before kicking at her while asking if it is too hard for her to have any delicacy. Dodging Askin's kick, Yoruichi asks him if he believes his opponents are beneath him, only for Askin to claim that controlling lethal doses has much more finesse than strangling people. When Yoruichi activates Shunko and claims Askin is trying to explain how the beautiful must do things, Askin summons his Heilig Bogen before proclaiming that a woman's value lies in her style and presentation. Askin fires 2 Heilig File at Yoruichi, who dodges one before throwing the other back at Askin, who is hit in the shoulder. Stating that Askin will let them through now, Yoruichi activates Shunko Raijin Senkei, or engulfing Askin in a massive blast. As her Shunko Raijin Senkei levels the nearby buildings, Yoruichi rescues Orihime from Giftbad and tells her to heal herself and the others before promising to follow them once she confirms Askin is dead. However, she is interrupted when Yushiro attempts to hug her from behind, only for her to casually dodge before hitting him when he moves behind her. When Yoruichi questions why he is not with Urahara and the others, Yushiro claims that he came to her rescue because there were already several captain-level combatants in his group. Yoruichi sarcastically praises Yushiro's growth, only for him to believe it is genuine, before the two of them are interrupted by Askin, who apologizes for ruining the family reunion. Seeing Ichigo getting to his feet behind her, Yoruichi tells him to go on ahead, prompting him to do so alongside Orihime and Sa. When Askin wonders if Yoruichi is going to attack him with her Wonder Dog technique again, Yushiro angrily corrects him, and upon being addressed as a girl, punches Askin in the face multiple times. Proclaiming his title as the head of the Shihoin family, Yushiro activates his Shunko and uses Bakuen Muso, engulfing Askin in an enormous explosion. As Yoruichi grudgingly commends Yushiro for having developed his Shunko so far, despite having only recently learned it, Askin, having survived the attack, thanks them for attacking him with so much Reiatsu, before revealing that they will not be able to harm him with it any longer. Noticing Askin's burns disappearing, Yoruichi asks him if he has healed his wounds, prompting Askin to confirm that he has become immune by raising the lethal dosage, before reminding Yoruichi that she will be killed without even scratching him once if she keeps being shocked by this. Yushiro rushes toward Askin and attempts to hit him with another Shunko him through the chest with 3 Heilig File, while reminding Yushiro that he already acquired immunity to this. As Yoruichi rushes over to a collapsed Yushiro, Askin informs her that taking this long to understand his true power was lethal. Meanwhile, as Gerard continues to walk around the city, Hiyori and Hachigen hide within a building, as Hiyori notes the others must have already been defeated. Lamenting how the captain-class fighters of the Gotei 13 have already been defeated, Gerard notes that he will simply have to search through the rubble for survivors before smashing another building, while proclaiming that making the impossible possible is the definition of a miracle. However, he is interrupted by Hiyori, who tells him to shut up about miracles before donning her hollow mask and firing a Sero. When Gerard brushes off the Sero and claims that it will take more than that to defeat him, Hiyori notes that no one said the Sero was meant to kill him, as Hachigen, Love, and Lisa attack Gerard from behind, only for Gerard to easily withstand their attacks before sending all 4 of them flying into nearby buildings. Gerard decides to simply flatten the whole area, but has his right arm frozen in place, as Hitsugaya tells him to stay frozen there for all eternity. After Hitsugaya introduces himself as the captain of the 10th Division, Gerard introduces himself as a member of the benevolent Schutzstaffel and shatters the ice covering his arm before proclaiming that they should be friends as he smashes the area where Hitsugaya is standing. However, Hitsugaya merely dodges and claims that he is not accepting any new applications before activating his Bankai, Daiguren Hyorin Maru, and engulfing the upper half of Gerard's body in ice as Momo, who is supporting a wounded Shinji, looks on from below. In the past, a young Uryu finds his father cutting into the corpse of his mother, Katagiri, and asks him to stop because she has been dead for a while now. Several years later, Ichigo asks Uryu if it is alright for him to be attending a normal high school when he is the son of a doctor, prompting Uryu to reveal that he no longer has the desire to become a doctor, as he notes that he would never want a job that requires him to mutilate the body of his dead wife. In the present, Uryu is confronted by Haschwalth, who points out that Uryu appears to have a lot on his mind. When Uryu claims that Haschwalth appears to have been thinking heavily, Haschwalth reminds him that his powers and Yhwach's switch at night, before admitting that being able to see into the future reveals
feels nothing but worry.
Seeing Haschwalth's multiple pupils and irises, Uryu wonders if he is implying Uryu's betrayal, only for Haschwalth to note that he has not said anything about what he has seen before, revealing that he has only found countless chips that Uryu has scattered over Varvelt. Uryu claims to have never seen the chips before, but Haschwalth notes that they are very similar to the one used by the Leiden Hand taken by Soken Ishida. As Uryu states that he has the wrong idea, Haschwalth decides to confirm his suspicions of Uryu being a traitor before unsheathing his sword and attacking Uryu, who is sent flying back. Telling Haschwalth to wait, Uryu finds himself confronted by Ichigo. Orihime and Sato is going to respond. Uryu fires 2 Heilig Pfeil at Ichigo, who dodges before leaping forward and clashing with Uryu. As Ichigo demands to know why Uryu is fighting them at Haschwalth's behest, Uryu pushes him back with a Seal Schneider before firing it at the ground underneath Ichigo, who is initially caught by Sato before falling down along with him and Orihime, who manages to cushion their fall with Santen Keshun. However, Uryu follows them down there, prompting Ichigo to ask him why he is siding with the Quincy's. Uryu tosses him a sun key and explains that it will allow Ichigo and his friends to get down to the sun gate connected to the human world, revealing that he intends to stay behind and destroy Varvelt. Uryu explains how the chips he has scattered will activate and obliterate the city. Ichigo demands to know why he has to do this alone, prompting Uryu to reveal that only his Reisu can activate them because they were handed down to him by Soken. As Uryu tells Ichigo to leave before Haschwalth notices something is wrong, Haschwalth interrupts and reminds Uryu that Uryu would respond. As Haschwalth walks toward them, Uryu tells Ichigo to head for the Sun Gate and that he will deal with Haschwalth. Ichigo attempts to protest, but Uryu shouts at him to leave now. However, Haschwalth reminds Uryu that he had already seen this happening, and the Sun Gate connecting to the real world had already been destroyed. Haschwalth says that he will put an end to this before Yhwach awakens, and he begins warping the shadows around him. Ichigo prepares to fight, but Uryu realizes a meaning behind what Haschwalth said. He tells Ichigo that since Haschwalth currently has the Almighty, Yhwach no longer possesses omniscience and omnipotence. Uryu then says to head up to Yhwach's location, and Ichigo asks in shock if Uryu is staying. However, the Quincy replies that he had no intention of dying, and Ichigo smiles and heads upward with Sato and Orihime. Uryu asks Haschwalth why he is not making an effort to chase them down, but Haschwalth has seen that they will perish. Uryu forms a Heilig Bogen and replies that fate could be changed, and his sudden change in demeanor surprises Haschwalth. Uryu realizes in delight that Haschwalth had not foreseen what he would say then, and says that Haschwalth has yet to fully grasp the Almighty as the two begin to clash. Sato and Orihime run up the stairs to Yhwach, and Ichigo notices tears forming on Orihime's eyes. Orihime says that she was relieved that Uryu directly confirmed his allegiance and that he was still on their side. Suddenly, 2 large Quincy statues appear behind them, and Ichigo pulls Orihime away as the statues attack them with rock spears. They are suddenly attacked again by another statue, but its strike is blocked by Sato. The force of the blow creates a chasm separating Ichigo and Orihime from Sato and the statues, and Sato tells his friends to keep going. Sato faces the statues, when suddenly Ganju jumps out of a sand hole in the ground. Revealing that he got lost and wandered here, Ganju shouts that he will unleash flashy and powerful attacks on the statues. Sato tells him to keep it simple and that it was their task to get rid of all the statues and clear the way for Ichigo to return. Parts of Silburn fall away from the clash inside, missing Askin as he lies on the ground. He comments that no matter what he went through, he couldn't die, and asks Yoruichi for her opinion. Yoruichi ignores him, struggling to stay up after being blasted with a gift ball containing reishi, oxygen, and nitrogen. Askin expresses surprise she's still alive. Yoruichi says she doesn't know what to think about him playing with her, but Askin says he was trying his best to kill her and tells her to stop putting him down. Yoruichi looks at the fallen Yushiro, knowing he couldn't last much longer in his state, but not having the strength to heal him. Askin gets right in front of her, saying she's as good as dead if he can get this close. Suddenly, Urahara arrives, touches Yoruichi's rear end, and comments on it, causing her to kick him in the chin. Urahara is annoyed after coming to rescue her, and Yoruichi says he shouldn't have touched her and said a vulgar line. Askin recognizes Urahara, who is flattered, but Askin says he doesn't care for acquaintances, and only knows Urahara was recognized as a special war power by Yhwach. Urahara says that was an overestimation as Yoruichi leaps into the air, shocking Askin. Askin realizes Urahara was chosen for his unknown schemes.
just as Ichigo was chosen for latent ability, Kenpachi for fighting strength, Ichibei for wisdom, and Aizen for Reiatsu. Askin realizes this is why he constantly has difficulties now. Yoruichi asks what Urahara injected into her rear end, but figures out it was an immunity-strengthening drug. Urahara confirms it, but since it was rushed, it will only last about 5 minutes. Yoruichi activates Shunko, Raijin Senkei again, but Urahara stops her and suggests another technique. Yoruichi refuses, saying she would never transform into that form again. Urahara says it's unfortunate she needs a nudge, and they dodge Askin's Heilig file. Yoruichi rushes toward Askin, but he dodges and punches her in the stomach. Yoruichi collapses as Urahara shows her a piece of paper, saying once he peels it off, she will transform. Urahara peels it, causing a massive explosion around Yoruichi that pushes Askin back. Askin looks in shock at Yoruichi, who has gained animalistic features with Shinshohenge. Askin looks in shock at Yoruichi's new Shunko form and asks what is going on with it, but gets no answer. Kisuke tells him that the name of the technique is Shunko, Raiju Senkei, Shunryu Kokubyo Senkei, and Askin wonders why he is answering for her, but realizes that she cannot comprehend their language. Suddenly, Yoruichi leaps into the air and confronts Askin, slashing him in the shoulder before he can react. Yoruichi throws Askin through several buildings, but Askin quickly flies back up, wondering how his immunity to her Reiatsu is not working. Kisuke then gets behind him and explains that it was all because of the mood, as Yoruichi's moodiness was significantly increased, and this applied to her Reiatsu as well. Yoruichi briefly does not feel the mood to fight Askin and licks herself during Kisuke's explanation, but quickly returns and hits Askin, sending him flying. Kisuke tells Askin that the smallest change in a pathogen can get around the body's immunity, and though Askin has fast-acting immunity, he cannot possibly keep up with Yoruichi's Reiatsu because it changes 48 times per second. Yoruichi engulfs Askin in a large blast of Reiatsu, sending him flying into the ground far away. Yoruichi stands on a rooftop, and Kisuke calls her over to play. She flies into him and licks him affectionately before resting on his lap, and Kisuke reflects that Yoruichi's form is bad since only he could rein her in, and she was so fickle, but he thinks it is fine because of how adorable she is. Yoruichi begins moaning in pain, and Kisuke realizes that the immunity drug is wearing off. He promises to drain the poison from Yoruichi, but first he will go look for Askin's body. Suddenly, Kisuke and Yoruichi are engulfed by Askin's gift ball deluxe, and Kisuke looks in shock as he sees Askin in his Quincy, vollständig, Hassheim. Askin explains that if Yoruichi's Reiatsu changes 48 times per second, he only needs to survive 1 second using his vollständig, Hassheim. He says he could probably change Reiatsu in other ways, but it would be useless now since Hassheim can adapt to changes in an element's properties. No matter how many changes an element goes through, he'll be immune as long as it has the same base. He tells Kisuke none of them can land another hit on him, but challenges him to give another surprise. Askin uses Gift Bereich, surrounding them in an impenetrable field to prevent escape. Kisuke notes Askin doesn't seem to be acting out of pure loyalty. Askin replies he had a lot of loyalty, but Yhwach also interests him. Yhwach is going to destroy the 3 worlds and make something new, and Askin asks if Kisuke wouldn't be curious to see it. Kisuke slashes at him, but complimenting his speed, Kisuke says he has no interest in seeing this new world, though Mayuri minds vision. But as true scientists, they'd want to create new worlds themselves. Askin likes his answer but remains unswayed as a gift ring expands around his arm. He throws it toward Kisuke, but it disappears in front of him. Suddenly, the ring reappears inside Askin's right eye and destroys it, forcing him back. Askin says gift ring is for opponents too strong for the death dealing, putting the ability into one focal point and instantly destroying it. He tells Kisuke he only has the option of mutilating his organs one by one, but Kisuke responds by activating his Bankai, Kanenbaraki, Benihime. Noting that Askin is not leaving him much of a choice if he is earnestly trying to kill him, Urahara activates his Bankai, Kanenbaraki, Benihime, Aratame. When Askin admits that he does not have any intel on his Bankai, Urahara states that this is the first time he has used it in front of the Quincy's, prompting Askin to wonder what kind of power it possesses. Urahara points out how this is a very personal question, before telling Askin that he will be experiencing its power soon enough, as Askin's arm is suddenly split open. As Askin leaps back, his arm is sewn up, prompting Urahara to praise him for realizing that his Bankai has a range, before revealing that its power is to restructure anything it touches as the hands of Kanenbaraki Benihime Aratame repair his eyes. Slashing Askin across the chest, Urahara turns around and crosses blades with him as Askin expresses surprise at Urahara being able to see. Urahara raises his other hand and grasps his sword before sending Askin flying through several buildings. However, Askin manages to recover and laments how this is turning into a battle of brute force before increasing the power of his gift ball deluxe to incapacitate Urahara. As Askin admits that he does not want to deal with Urahara's Urahara notes that he forgot one thing as Askin is impaled by a hand through his chest. Pointing out how Askin never said his gift barrike was impenetrable, Urahara reveals that he made a path inside and thanks Grimmjow, who crushes Askin's heart in his hand. As Askin collapses, he expresses his shock that Grimmjow can still move despite being poisoned, and Grimmjow is surprised that Askin is still alive. Kisuke reveals that he healed the Arrancar on his way here due to knowing that their Reiatsu becomes Hollow Reiatsu when they use Resurrection, and he thought that it would be useful during battle. Askin is incredulous that Kisuke had planned that much, but the Shinigami simply replies that he always has a large amount of possible scenarios in his head so he can be ready for them. Askin comments that that is extreme, but Kisuke says that this is a fight for survival. Askin starts to understand Kisuke's will, but he is cut off when Grimmjow impales him again, sick of hearing the Quincy talk. Grimmjow tells Kisuke that their agreement is complete due to Askin being dead, but the air thickens as the Espada collapses to the ground. Still clinging to life, Askin reveals that when he dies, the power of his gift ball deluxe magnifies. He apologizes to Kisuke for putting him in this situation, but wonders if the Shinigami will find a way out. Askin collapses as his gift barrike constricts, and Neliel watches from the outside. Neliel remarks that it will be difficult to rescue 4 souls and get through the tiny entrance, but leaps toward it regardless, as Kisuke is for leaving everything in Ichigo and Rukia's hands. He and his Bankai then collapse. Meanwhile, Gerard breaks out of the ice encasing his arm and roars. Hitsuya thinks of a backup plan as Gerard reaches toward him, but his arm is suddenly blocked by Senbanzakura. Byakuya states that Hitsugaya will need help to defeat Gerard as the Quincy attacks Hitsugaya once again. Suddenly, his arm is severed as Kenpachi arrives and criticizes the 2 Shinigami for their banter. In the past, Kenpachi wakes within his healing pod and wonders where he is before kicking the door off, allowing him to step outside. In the present, Yu and Yumachika express shock at their captain standing in front of them as Gerard recovered arm, which he claims is now even stronger. As Byakuya explains Gerard's ability to regenerate from any damage and become even more powerful, with Hitsugaya noting that he must have been much smaller at the beginning of the fight, Kenpachi decides to dice up Gerard and see what happens, only for Hitsugaya to intercept his slash while berating him for not considering the damage Gerard would do if he fell down to the Seirite. When Gerard stomps on him and Hitsugaya, Kenpachi merely grabs his foot before pushing him back, sending Gerard flying into the center of Varvelt. Kenpachi leaps after Gerard while proclaiming that he wants to see what the inside of his head looks like, but Gerard deflects his subsequent attack by blowing Kenpachi back with his shield before drawing his spirit weapon, Hoffnung, which he claims is worth letting rust a bit for a man like Kenpachi. Having been sent crashing through several buildings, Kenpachi merely states that this only makes him want to cut Gerard more as he releases his Shikai Nozarashi before blocking Gerard's enormous slash. Kenpachi manages to repel Gerard and leaps into the air as Gerard reveals he has managed to nick the blade of Hoffnung. Suddenly, Kenpachi receives a large cut in his torso. As blood spurts from his wound, Kenpachi wonders what just happened, prompting Gerard to claim that the miracle gives form to the desires and emotions of the masses, which is what increased his size and made Hoffnung unbreakable. Hitsugaya notes that reason does not seem to apply to the miracle as Kenpachi ridicules Gerard for acting like a cliched villain, only for Gerard to ridicule him in turn for not yet having realized the gap between them. As a stunned Hitsugaya states that the two seemed made for each other as opponents, Kenpachi and Gerard begin clashing, with the two of them complementing each other's speed and reflexes. Hitsugaya attempts to intervene, but Kenpachi smashes him to the ground below and tells him to stay out of this, prompting Hitsugaya to point out how Kenpachi considers Gerard enough of a threat to have already taken off his eye patch. With Byakuya noting everyone is running low on time due to their exhaustion, Hitsugaya formulates a plan to shatter Gerard with Senbanzakura after freezing him completely solid. Meanwhile, Kenpachi and Gerard continue clashing, with Kenpachi slowly but surely being overwhelmed as Gerard points out the waning power behind his strikes. After beating back Kenpachi once again, Gerard intercepts Senbanzakura in the air behind him and smashes his sword into Hitsugaya, before proclaiming that he is the strongest and greatest warrior who has been bestowed with everything. Suddenly, Yachiru appears before Kenpachi and tells him that the fun has only just started. As energy begins flowing down Kenpachi's arm from where she touched him, Yachiru notes that Kenpachi would be able to cut down anyone if he used her properly, before revealing this is the power known as Yachiru tells Kenpachi that the power he is feeling is Bankai, a massive wave of energy erupts outward from him, startling Hitsugaya and Gerard, before clearing to reveal Kenpachi, who has gained red skin and a differently shaped sword. As Ikaku and Yumachika express shock at their captain's appearance, Gerard claims to be disappointed that this is all Kenpachi's Bankai amounts to and proclaims that he is not worth striking down with Hoffnung before attempting to punch Kenpachi, who responds by biting down on Gerard's knuckle and ripping the whole arm off. Gerard reminds Kenpachi that cutting off his arms will accomplish nothing, but Kenpachi merely leaps into the air before slashing at Gerard, who has his left forearm cut off along with half of his shield when he attempts to block the strike. Kenpachi punches Gerard in the chin, sending him flying back off the edge of Warvelt as he wonders what this power is. Suddenly, Gerard activates his Quincy, Vollständig, and flies up while proclaiming that a Shinigami cornering him like this could not occur even in his worst nightmare, but Kenpachi swiftly cuts him in half, vertically. As Gerard's two halves fall down, Byakuya and Hitsugaya watch Kenpachi from afar, while noting that they should stay away due to his bestial mannerisms. Suddenly, Kenpachi leaps back and roars as Gerard's two halves rise and form a Quincy Zeiken with their blood before fusing together, resulting in Gerard appearing with his Quincy, Vollständig, Ashtunig, active as he fires a beam from the tip of Hoffnung. The beam destroys a large portion of the city, prompting Hitsugaya to freeze much of the rubble in place before it can fall to the Serete below, only for Gerard to blast the same area again before proclaiming that he is the most noble of God's knights and will still wield his sword, even in the face of his own mortality. Kenpachi prepares to resume his battle, but his right arm suddenly shatters and breaks open as Yachiru notes that she released more power than his body could handle. After slashing through Kenpachi, Gerard destroys the building Hitsugaya is standing on, prompting Byakuya to catch him with his blade petals before imping him to deactivate his Bankai because he is at his limit. However, Hitsugaya reveals that the last of the petals disappearing from his Bankai signifies that it has reached full maturity as he suddenly gains the appearance of an adult. Hitsugaya informs Byakuya that his power was not mature enough to use his Bankai to its full potential, before stating that he had to grow up a bit in order to use it properly. Wondering what the purpose of this transformation is if Hitsugaya is already in Bankai, Gerard proclaims that this is how their fight should be, and slams his sword down, while claiming that Hitsugaya is better suited to fight him as an adult. When Gerard throws his shield at him, Hitsugaya freezes it in place in mid-air before reprimanding Gerard for throwing around large objects that could fall on Sairetai like that. Gerard slashes at Hitsugaya, who cuts through the blade of Hoffnung before stating that its power has ceased to work because it is frozen, prompting Gerard to summon his Heilig Bogen, while proclaiming that he will simply crush Hitsugaya with a torrent of power instead. However, Hitsugaya notes that he summoned his bow a second too late, as Gerard is frozen solid by Shikage, which Hitsugaya explains is the result of his Bankai being able to freeze anything before it in 4 seconds. Suddenly, Gerard breaks free of the ice and grabs Hitsugaya while proclaiming that he cannot be bound by the elements of this world, only to suddenly be toppled by Kenpachi grabbing and pushing his feet. As Gerard's arm is frozen due to touching Hitsugaya, Byakuya summons the Senkei form of his Bankai before using its secret technique, Ika Senjinka, to send the blades flying into Gerard's head. Byakuya's Ika Senjinka attack destroys Gerard's head, and Hitsugaya freezes Gerard's torso and shatters it. He then collapses from exhaustion and is caught by Byakuya, revealing that he is barely hanging on to consciousness. Suddenly, energy begins forming above Gerard's legs as his body regenerates, which astounds Hitsugaya. Gerard adopts a new form, with a helmet-shaped head and a spike on each shoulder. Meanwhile, Yhwach has a dream where Ichigo approaches him in his sleep and slashes him down the middle, and he immediately wakes up as the sun rises. As he regains the Almighty, Yhwach remarks that his dream was so wonderful, it could have been a nightmare. Down below, Hashwalth redirects a Heilig file that Uryu shot at him and remarks that it is morning already. Uryu states that the Sternritter missed his chance to take him down before the sun rose, but Hashwalth is incredulous at the statement, stating that the blood-soaked Uryu is a tamed animal drenched in blood. However, Hashwalth says that his plan to take Uryu out before morning was miscalculated, as his powers are better suited for combat than Yhwach's, and he fires a blast of energy from his sword at Uryu. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Orihime approach the doors to the throne room, and they sense Yhwach's spiritual energy. Ichigo tells Orihime that she will be his defense and tells her he's counting on her, and she agrees in surprise. Orihime is happy that she is now able to fight with Ichigo and protect him as they enter the throne room, and Yhwach greets Ichigo, saying that he had been patiently waiting for the arrival of his son of darkness. As they ascend the rubble, Rukia and Renji are startled by a barrage of energy and see Gerard towering above them in his new form, prompting Renji to wonder what he is. When Hitsugaya warns them to tread carefully because Gerard is far more powerful now than he was when they faced him, a confused Renji wonders who he is, leading Rukia to claim that he must be Hitsugaya's older brother, to Byakuya's bemusement. Suddenly, the Shinigami and Uryu look toward the central palace of Warwelt as they sense Ichigo confronting Yhwach. Meanwhile, Ichigo stands before Yhwach, who notes that Ichigo's newly attained true power is causing his Reiatsu to become visible around him, before revealing that he is not using the Almighty to predict Ichigo's moves because he wants to savor this reunion. When Yhwach claims that Isshin was merely a surrogate father for him, Ichigo decries him being his parent because he is the one who killed Masaki. As Yhwach claims Ichigo is still a petulant brat, Ichigo leaps toward him and fires a Getsuga Tensho, which Yhwach blocks with a torrent of black energy that attacks Ichigo, prompting Orihime to block it with Santen Keshun. When the energy pushes past the barrier, Ichigo cuts through it with his shorter sword before leaping toward Yhwach once more, only for the energy to stop his assault as Yhwach claims that Masaki died so he could create Ichigo. Proclaiming that Ichigo should not sulk because there is no greater honor than this, Yhwach flings him into a wall before standing up as he prepares to demonstrate his true power. As Ichigo emerges from the wall he was thrown into and charges at Yhwach again, Yhwach himself decides to display his power and begins assaulting Ichigo with black energy while asking him to stop rushing this fight. Noting that it took a lot of effort to create Ichigo and claiming that his power never belonged to him alone, Yhwach tells Ichigo to release all of his power and die so it can return to him. Meanwhile, as Rukia and Renji make their way through the battlefield, Gerard swipes at them with his hand. However, Byakuya grabs and moves the two of them to a safer location before telling them to join Ichigo, whom he points out is on Yhwach's level of power. Blocking an incoming strike from Gerard with his Bankai, Byakuya claims that he merely does not need their help here, prompting Rukia and Renji to thank him before leaving. Byakuya leaps down next to Hitsugaya, who states that Rukia and Renji saw the underlying concern in Byakuya's order before explaining how Shinigami who attended the Shin'o Academy were taught to fight for their friends and humans rather than for their superiors or families, to the best of their abilities, and that Rukia and Renji are Ichigo's close friends, while the two of them are merely his acquaintances, making it more appropriate to fight alongside him. On one of the lower floors of the castle, Hashwalth claims that all people divide their experiences onto a scale that makes up who they are as he stands over an incapacitated Uryu. Noting that he cannot see the real Uryu, Hashwalth asks him if his earnest desire is really to risk his life for selfish humans, only for Uryu to claim that he cannot tell Hashwalth who the real him is until all of the Vandenreich are dead as he forms a new bow. Elsewhere, as they arrive using a Gate of the Sun, Rukin and Isshin discuss how Soken used the same portal to escape when he was exiled decades ago, with Isshin criticizing Rukin's slandering of his own father. Assuming a battle stance, Uryu asks Hashwalth why he is concerned about what kind of person Uryu is, and points out that he should be trying to kill him instead of asking him so many questions. When Hashwalth reminds him that he has already seen a future where all of Uryu's allies die, Uryu states that this is subject to change as he proved earlier, prompting Hashwalth to admit that this is true before revealing that the Almighty possesses a far more terrifying ability than the power to see the future when used by Yhwach. As Uryu demands to know what he means, Hashwalth promises to tell him after they finish their battle, before declaring that it is time for Uryu to place everything upon his broken scales as he attacks. Meanwhile, in the uppermost level of the palace, Yhwach sends Ichigo hurtling back with his dark energy. As Ichigo gets up and attempts to rush forward again, Orihime stops him and tries to get him to calm down, only to let go when Ichigo looks at her. With Ichigo continuing to rush into his torrent of dark energy, Yhwach wonders why Ichigo is not revealing his true power and notes that he will destroy both Soul Society and the human world if not stopped. When Orihime covers Ichigo with her Soten Kishun, Yhwach points out how she is saying no by healing Ichigo and telling him to keep fighting before blasting Ichigo with more energy while ordering him to expend all his energy and die for his allies. However, upon seeing the tip of his blade turning white, Ichigo has Orihime block Yhwach's next blast with Santen Keshun, which he thanks her for. Noting the strange look that Ichigo had on his face earlier, Orihime notes that there had to be a reason for it, which Ichigo agrees with before revealing that he needed to awaken something with Yhwach's Quincy Reiatsu. An explosion of energy engulfs Ichigo, and as Yhwach realizes what his endgame is, Ichigo, who has entered a new form with characteristics of his full hollow form, emerges from the dust. After greeting a shocked Orihime, Ichigo confirms Yhwach's assessment that this is the form he takes on when melding with his hollow powers before explaining how he reforged his Zanpakuto after his hollow and Quincy powers came into balance with one another. Noting that they should logically come forth if that balance is disrupted, Ichigo states that his hollow powers have always come forth when he exerted his Shinigami powers, before revealing that he had to draw them out with the help of Yhwach's power. As Yhwach grins at this, Ichigo moves in front of Santen Keshun, while telling Orihime to keep up her guard before unleashing his Reiatsu, which destroys most of the room around them. Yhwach commends Ichigo's power and forms his broadsword, only for Ichigo to grab him before slashing at close range. However, as more of the tower is destroyed by the force of the attack, Yhwach blocks Ichigo's blade with his bare hand and claims that he could not be harmed by Ichigo's level of strength before tossing him back. However, Ichigo proceeds to form a Getsuga Tensho and fuse it with a Gran Rei Kero before firing it at Yhwach, who is cut deeply. Yhwach grabs and repels the augmented Getsuga Tensho, proclaiming Ichigo is out of his league. Ichigo clashes with Yhwach, who details his thought process before declaring his window of opportunity is gone as he activates the Almighty. Clashing repeatedly, Ichigo draws his other sword, but Yhwach forms a second sword and repels him. Ichigo lands on the ground, but Yhwach notes there's a trap there before his foot is impaled by a shadow blade. Ichigo tries to leap off a nearby pillar, only to have his other foot impaled as well, realizing Yhwach has traps set up everywhere. Yhwach states Ichigo has likely been told the Almighty allows him to see the future. Ichigo wonders if he's claiming to have placed traps in all the places he knew Ichigo would step, then declares his attack shouldn't connect if this is true. Grinning, Yhwach slashes at Ichigo, who leaps back, noting it didn't connect and that Yhwach must have some limit to his precognitive ability. Ichigo lands on a pillar, and Yhwach details his thought process of growth during a fight causing the future to change before telling him to stay there if he believes this. Suddenly, Ichigo is stabbed by long shadowy blades from the wall behind him, falling to the ground in pain. Appearing in front of him, Yhwach reveals Ichigo miscalculated by believing the future is linear. He explains the future diverges in countless directions like grains of sand in the wind, and changing the future is as simple as moving from one grain to the next. He can see all the grains from where he stands. Ichigo decries the idea of falling into despair after breaking through it so many times to reach this moment before activating his Bankai, declaring that he has broken through despair over and over in order to reach this point. Ichigo activates his Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu, in a burst of energy. However, Yhwach immediately breaks off part of the blade with his bare hand, leading a shocked Ichigo to wonder how he did this without moving. Yhwach notes that Tensa Zangetsu is indeed a fearsome Bankai, and reveals that he used the future to break it before breaking off Ichigo's horn as well while reminding him to not drop his guard. When Yhwach throws his horn at him, Ichigo bashes it away with the remainder of his Bankai, only for Yhwach to appear behind and slash him out of the air and into the ground below. Attacking Ichigo once more, Yhwach closes in on him and slashes, only for Orihime's Santen Keshun to block his blade. However, Ichigo is somehow still slashed across the chest, prompting Yhwach to reveal that the Almighty lets him transform the future as well as foresee it before telling Ichigo to despair for him. Yhwach reveals that the Almighty allows him to transform the future, stating it's no different from Ichigo and Orihime's powers because he can also only influence what he can see, which is the entirety of fate. He claims Ichigo has only been able to overcome despair and change his fate until now because he wasn't present, and declares he will cut down any future Ichigo tries to create before telling him he can begin despairing. Ichigo yells in anger.
Meanwhile, within the castle, Hashwalth further injures Uryu and reveals his shrift is the balance, allowing him to distribute misfortune to the fortunate and redirect misfortune that would occur to him into his Freund shield. Hashwalth decides to finish Uryu, but Uryu asks if he wants to see his shrift. Hashwalth reasons he would have used it by now, but Uryu names it antithesis, as his wounds disappear and reappear on Hashwalth, who bleeds profusely. Uryu explains antithesis allows him to reverse something that has already happened between two targets, such as damage inflicted. Hashwalth notes it may be the only power capable of stopping Yhwach, shocking Uryu. Hashwalth claims he was right to try and kill Uryu as soon as possible, but Uryu attempts to leave. Hashwalth uses the balance to badly wound Uryu for having the good fortune of injuring him, the misfortune absorbed into his shield and redirected. Hashwalth declares he has no way of winning, but prepares to impale Uryu, stating he's simply a human clinging to his beliefs. At the top of the palace, Ichigo coughs blood after being attacked by Yhwach, who grabs him by the head, noting he expected more of a fight. Neither his sword nor Orihime's powers have any effect, and Ichigo loses all hope of winning. Yhwach drops him, claiming all he accomplished was providing entertainment before preparing to take back the power he gave to Ichigo. Black veins encompass Ichigo and the surrounding area as he realizes his Quincy and Hollow powers are fading. His merged Hollow form dissipates, and Ichigo falls unconscious as Yhwach laughs maniacally, with darkness swelling behind him. Within Varvelt, Uryu manages to dodge Hashwalth's stab at the last minute. Hashwalth dismisses Uryu's emotions and notes his growth came from Yhwach's power, not his friends. Uryu states he chose to side with them, not because it would benefit him, but because they were his friends. Angered, Hashwalth declares Uryu will give Yhwach his life, but is interrupted when an Auswahlen beam envelops him, surprising both of them. Outside, Hitsugaya and Byakuya continue facing Gerard, but are shocked to see his flesh stripped away by the Auswahlen, leaving his bones to crash into the ground. Power is drawn from all over the area to the top of Varvelt, where Yhwach opens a portal and bids Ichigo farewell, promising to bring ruin to all of existence now that he no longer has need for him or the Sternritter. Rukia and Renji appear, but Yhwach expresses annoyance at having so many weaklings sent after him, and decides to leave the portal open so they can pursue him if they wish, which he will reward by slaughtering them in their time of greatest happiness. He promises they will feel the looming shadow of death for all eternity before stepping into the portal. As Yhwach enters the portal, Renji attempts to attack him from behind, only for Yhwach to effortlessly shatter the end of his Shikai before disappearing into the void. Meanwhile, within Varwelt, Hashwalth collapses, and upon seeing a concerned Uryu looking at him, claims that he does not feel betrayed by Yhwach because the latter chose to take his power over Uryu's, which means only he can be an asset to Yhwach. When Uryu begins to walk away, Hashwalth asks him to come back so he can transfer Uryu's wounds to himself, shocking Uryu. Noting that he will die regardless of how wounded he is, Hashwalth reminds Uryu of how he puts everything on his scales because he might come to regret everything if he merely follows others without considering the consequences of his actions, before telling him to save his friends. Shortly after transferring Uryu's wounds to himself, Hashwalth lies alone on the ground and notes that living life according to one's convictions and without any regrets is compelling as his grip on his sword loosens to reveal Baz B's emblem. At the top of Varwelt, as Rukia expresses shock at Yhwach's power and notes that there is no limit to what he can accomplish through rewriting the future, Orihime apologizes to Ichigo for being unable to restore Tensa Zangetsu and claims that she will be unable to stop any future destruction as well. Suddenly, Renji hoists Ichigo up and declares that they will be confronting Yhwach, prompting Rukia to point out that simply charging in will accomplish nothing. However, they are all interrupted when Ichigo is stabbed through the shoulder by Tsukishima, who reveals that Ginjo told him they were taking Ichigo's side before explaining how he altered the past so Orihime can restore Ichigo's Bankai. Emerging from Yukio's transport behind Tsukishima, Kugo corrects Tsukishima's statement by saying that they are merely repaying the debt they owe. When Tsukishima asks him if they are even now, Ichigo confidently stands up with his restored Bankai and confirms this. Exiting a portal in the rubble of the Seirete, Yhwach sees Aizen in his chair, as Aizen admits he never expected to meet him here before welcoming him to his soul society. In Varvelt, Uryu ascends a flight of stairs when Ryukin appears with Isshin and fires a silver arrowhead into a nearby wall. Ryukin explains he forged it from the silver blood clot found in Kanai's heart after she was killed by the Auswahlen, and tells Uryu he is the one who should fire it. Uryu pulls it out of the wall. Meanwhile, within the Dangai, Ichigo and Renji run along a reishi path. Ichigo collapses, but Renji hoists him up, headbutts him, and explains that Ichigo mended his relationship with Rukia, so he's returning the favor by helping him now. He tells Ichigo he'll always have his back. In the Seirete, a huge wave of dark energy erupts as Aizen, now freed from his chair and restraints, notes that Yhwach was supposed to be fighting Ichigo in the royal realm, before deducing that Ichigo gave him more trouble than anticipated. Yhwach reminds him he is the one Ichigo defeated. Aizen thanks Yhwach for freeing him, exerts his Reiatsu, and states he now possesses the means to defeat Yhwach before vowing to eviscerate anyone who stands in his way. Suddenly, Ichigo and Renji appear behind Yhwach as Ichigo attacks, only to be repelled. Yhwach claims he knew Tensa Zangetsu would be restored and that they would follow him, stating Ichigo would have his Bankai shattered once more. Tensa Zangetsu cracks, but Yhwach notes he intended to destroy it completely and that Ichigo possesses good fortune. Pushed back by a blast of dark energy from Yhwach that destroys part of Sokyoku Hill, Ichigo glares at him as Yhwach questions why he did not let Orihime heal his wounds prior to coming here, before reminding Ichigo that he was told he would be unable to do anything even if he followed. When Renji attacks him, Yhwach states that this applies to him too. An angry Renji activates his Bankai, So Zabimaru, only for Yhwach to sever his left arm while claiming that all Bankai are rendered impotent against him, before deciding to crush Renji with his own hands in order to prove this point. Suddenly, Aizen appears with Kyoka Suigetsu in hand and intervenes, prompting Yhwach to ridicule him for defending one of the losers which he so detests, before using Hado number 99. Goryu Tenmetsu, which ruptures the ground around them and forms a large energy dragon in the air above as Aizen rushes forward. Despite this, Yhwach merely points out that Aizen's sword is cracked before sending him hurtling back with an energy blast. When Ichigo appears behind him, Yhwach blows off his arm and stops his blade, while noting that Ichigo decided to ally himself with Aizen, before pointing out how even Kyoka Suigetsu was useless before his power. Reminding Ichigo that he can see everything, Yhwach shatters Tensa Zangetsu and bids Ichigo farewell, before seemingly blowing a hole in his torso as he prepares to destroy Soul Society. However, Aizen, having disguised himself as Ichigo, merely notes that Yhwach's vision of Ichigo attacking him is interesting, while impaled on Yhwach's hand. Suddenly, the real Ichigo impales Yhwach from behind with Tensa Zangetsu before unleashing a powerful Getsuga Tensho. As Ichigo cuts him in half, Yhwach dissolves into a mass of darkness, prompting Aizen to commend Ichigo for responding to his usage of Kyoka Suigetsu as quickly as he did. When Ichigo notes that he experienced a strange feeling similar to when Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu on his allies, prompting Aizen to explain how he released it before Ichigo arrived, and confirmed that it would work on Yhwach, before revealing that Ichigo was the final component in his plan because he was unaffected by it. Suddenly, Yhwach's darkness engulfs Aizen, as Yhwach himself notes that the power of Kyoka Suigetsu appears to have run out before reforming, as he asks Ichigo if he really thought an attack of that caliber would be enough to kill him. Proclaiming that he can even rewrite futures where he dies using the Almighty, Yhwach bashes Tensa Zangetsu out of Ichigo's hand and engulfs him and the rest of the Seirete in his darkness, before declaring that everything will lose its form and become one before his power. However, Yhwach is interrupted when Uryu fires the silver arrowhead through his chest, to the surprise of both him and Ichigo. As Uryu recalls Soken's words about how the silver formed by the Ausfallen can stop the powers of its user by making contact with their blood, Yhwach's darkness suddenly clears from his body, prompting Uryu to tell Ichigo to move now. With his cracked Bankai in hand, Ichigo leaps toward Yhwach, who is beginning to regain his powers, and seemingly shatters the blade in his hand. However, the blade instead crumbles to reveal the original Zangetsu in Ichigo's hands, prompting a stunned Yhwach to realize that this is what Hashvalt was trying to warn him about with his dream as Ichigo cuts him in two. Sitting by the resting place of his dearest friend, Shunsui notes the rebuilding of Soul Society is almost complete, reminiscing how fast the years have gone by and how they accomplished the rebuilding themselves. Nanao interrupts to head over to the 1st Division barracks. Meanwhile, Mayuri oversees the completion of the new Research and Technology Department and prepares for the expansion of his secret underground network with his newest lab assistant, Nemuri Hachigo, commenting that her shouting is unnecessary. Elsewhere, Kenpachi loudly rebukes his squad members for their unwavering fealty, but Ikaku asks if it's okay wasting time when they should be heading to the 1st Division barracks. Kenpachi tells him it should be at the 13th Division's barracks, reminding the new lieutenant that with Yachiru gone, his sense of direction should no longer be as bad. Momo attempts to set them right, but Shinji stops her, saying they'll end up late dealing with them. At the training grounds, Iba, now captain of the 7th Division, jumps down a hill and bumps into Hitsugaya and Matsumoto. Hitsugaya notes he has the initiative and temperament to be captain. Kensei and Hisagi suddenly show up, and Hisagi exchanges banter with Matsumoto, stating he's mastered his Bankai. Everyone belittles him, saying they've never seen it, while he insists he hasn't had the chance to use it. Hitsugaya remarks that's a good thing, as nothing has happened to break the peace. Kenpachi finally arrives at the 1st Division barracks, only to be reprimanded by Sui Feng for being late, as Isane tells them they're both here now. Shunsui begins the ceremony promoting Rukia to captain of the 13th Division, as a nervous Rukia walks in. Back at the SRDI, Akon notices strange readings on the scanners, confirming they look identical to ones Yhwach's Reiatsu emitted 10 years ago. A young boy with orange hair is caught by Hiyori Sarugaki when he sneaks into her home, but he manages to run away before she can get to him. In Serite, Byakuya races toward the reported remnants of Yhwach's Reiatsu coming from the West 55th block, the final area still under reconstruction. Sui Feng catches up and tells him Rukia immediately left after her ceremony, but Byakuya says he doesn't care because it's been a while since she had downtime and he can handle this himself. They reach Mayuri, who is surprised they were informed, and Sui Feng tells him not to underestimate their intelligence networks. Byakuya states that since Mayuri is here, he'll assume the information they received was accurate. Mayuri responds, they'll soon find out as a large mass of Yhwach's Reiatsu manifests before them. In the human world, Rukia and Renji arrive at the Kurosaki clinic, and Ichigo greets them. Rukia makes fun of Ichigo's lack of customers as they head inside. She's greeted by Keigo, Tatsuki, and Mizuhiro. Karin and Yuzu arrive with popcorn and soda, happily greeting Rukia as well. Karin races to the couch and tells Ichigo to hurry up as a boxing match featuring Sato is about to begin. Keigo notes that Sato ended up becoming the most famous out of all of them. Meanwhile, Uryu takes a lunch break on the roof of the doctor's office where he works, and his fellow doctors reveal they prepared this since he couldn't go meet his friends. Back at the clinic, Ichigo calls Orihime to the TV and asks where their son Kazui is. Orihime says he should be upstairs after sneaking around Hiyori's home. Ichigo asks Yuzu if she's fine with Kazui being in her room, which she affirms, and Karin asks if he gets a free pass like Ichigo did. Ichigo questions Rukia and Renji if they brought their child as well. Rukia says she was given permission to come after becoming a Shinigami apprentice, but their daughter is nowhere to be found. Rukia is flippant about it, believing she can easily win any fights, outraging Ichigo. Meanwhile, Kazui sees a dark ball on Yuzu's wall brimming with Yhwach's Reiatsu. He reaches in and touches it. Right then, the mass of Reiatsu in Serete completely vanishes, shocking the Shinigami.
Bound in Muken, Aizen realizes the last remnants of Yhwach's power have disappeared. He remembers Yhwach telling Ichigo the path to a world without fear was closed, intending to unify all realms and remove the barrier of death and fear. Yhwach said because of Ichigo, the cycle of life and death would continue and people would live in fear. Aizen reflects that such a world would strip people of the hope and willpower to keep death at bay, which gave them courage. While Ichigo and Rukia argue, a red-haired girl emerges from a dark orb behind Kazui and introduces herself as Ichika Abarai, a Shinigami apprentice. Kazui introduces himself and reveals he's a Shinigami too as he transforms, shocking Ichika. And that's it for the 1000-year Blood War arc. This arc was massive, spanning over 200 chapters, but the storytelling is so great that you don't even realize where the time goes. Although it's not entirely sure if it's truly over, the creator has left an open possibility where he could return with a new arc, the Hell arc, featuring the new generation of characters. That would definitely be interesting to see. As of now, that's it from me. Thanks for watching.